fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit! They just fucking ripped her clothes off. Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue. I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the fuck? Oh, that was. No, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I, son? I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Should've mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do it. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the problem.
Get a 24-inch cock around. Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit! Really fucking shitty to me. Oh Jesus, fuck. Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide. His sister drank his water. By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. What up? What up, Soul Man? How you doing? Hold on 1 second. I don't have my music set up because I was trying to scroll through the Discord. Apparently, one of you sick fucks, and I don't know who yet because I haven't found it, is posting NSFW in my general. In my the general of my Discord. I literally made a cesspool channel just for you assholes. And you still fucked it up. Fuck, it's like you're government workers. So I'm just fixing that quick. My God, is it cold today? It's freezing. And if I find out, when I find where that NSFW is, I'm gonna gulag you for a few days. Because I literally made a fucking channel for you. I made a channel for you fuckers. I'll look through this later and find it. Fuck it, I'm not doing it now. It's boring. Did not know that Africa is cold. Think about it this way. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. Right? Think about it from this perspective. So, man. Can't remember whether it's the Tropic of Cancer or the Tropic of Capricorn. I think it's Tropic of Capricorn. Let me see. I'll give you a lesson in geography. A subject I was actually good at. So, South Africa sits here, right? One of the most southern points on the world map. And do not be deceived by the flat nature of this map, right? This point is lower than that point. This is a longer distance to travel than it is from here to here. The only point that's actually comparable is the tip of South America here, right? We sit below the Tropic of Capricorn. And I keep saying this as a South African because it's true, right? But everything is Cape Town's fault. Everything is fucking Cape Town's fault. Thank God, someone to watch while I play OSRS. I missed that first message. So, man. You've got to have 4 goon monitors open. Old school RuneScape on the 3rd monitor. And you look over at it every now and then while you're crafting runes. While you're gooning on all 3 other monitors. SKG, stop killing games, Dubba. So, which ones are supposedly NSFW? I don't know. I haven't looked yet. I haven't had the time. I've been out all day trying to yell at my bank. I'm trying to get a passport for my kid, so that I can run away to the US at some point in time. That's taking some time, unfortunately. So, I keep saying this, but everything is Cape Town's fault. Because Cape Town sits down here, right? There is an ocean current that circulates over here. And Cape Town existing fucks up the weather for everyone. Because instead of the cold water circulating and continuing on here, on this path, it instead circulates, hits the fucking coastline, and moves up this coastline, bringing fucking literal Antarctic water to the shoreline over here, causing shitty weather, causing cold snaps, causing these fucking freezing moments where they come out of nowhere. Literally, everything is Cape Town's fault. It's that simple. Motherfuckers destroyed everything. Now then, today's a stream that's going to be a little bit all over the place because I didn't have time to plan anything. I didn't have like 5 minutes to sit down and look at anything. All I saw was that there's even more fucking SKG drama. And something I need to make clear about the SKG drama is I don't give a shit about the drama. I give a shit about SKG. I want Stop Killing Games to work. And unfortunately, I don't live in the EU. I don't live in the UK. So I have zero ability to directly affect that like petition, that poll, whatever the fuck that is. But if I can get even one person in the EU to go, you know what, fuck it, I'll sign this thing, then I consider every single video I've made about SKG worth it. Every single one. Because I am so fucking tired of us losing video games because some sack of shit out there decided he was gonna not sell that product. Did you know that some of the very first Wolfenstein games, if they weren't preserved and downloadable, no one would know about the pixel Wolfenstein games. No one would know about Mecha Hitler. That wouldn't be a meme. No one would know about the first Doom game if we didn't preserve these things. And we were lucky enough that back in the day we could preserve these things, because when they gave you a video game, they just shit out the whole code at you. Now a bunch of pieces of shit in the gaming company. Fine, I'll put the link in the chat. Hold on. Just for you, Dubba. You go here, and you tell these people to stop killing our fucking video games. Because they're assholes. And they shouldn't have that opportunity. They do not deserve the right to kill everyone's video games. The pieces of shit. So, imagine no one knew about Doom. Imagine where the Doom franchise would be today if no one got to see the very first game. If no one got to see the kind of Doom era, that the boomer shooter era that spawned Quake. Did you see Pirate Software is part of Ludwig's company and all the stuff around that? No, I didn't actually. I'd love to see a link. I'd love to see a link, because I don't care how much I actually harp on this and nag about this and bitch and cry and shit and piss and moan, because guess what? It's worth it to me if this does something. I don't think it will. I think that the fact that they need 500,000 signatures still, and it's 1 month away from finishing, I don't think they'll succeed, but I would be so happy to be proven wrong. Oh, brother, let me send you some screenshots. I did see something about Ludwig pop up in my feed, so maybe we'll go through that today. Today's going to be a long stream. I'm hoping for a long stream today, because in the morning I'm not even going to sleep. I'm just going to go start training kids in judo. I will be the drunken master these children require. It's going to be great. So, we're going to start off exactly where it says, with even more SKG drama. I am so looking forward to this. Now, this guy's made some pretty good videos. This guy's made some bangers. He makes some of the best actual talking head content about gaming that I've seen in a long while. There's this guy, and there's one South African guy that makes pretty decent talking head videos that I watch, but that's about it. I haven't seen anyone come close to these two. Send 2 leads for you to follow. Okay, I'll take a look at it after this video. We got to try. Hold on. Quickly update Guild Wars 2. It's small, so it'll be quick. All right. All right. Fine. I finally figured out how I'm going to script out the Dune video I'm making. And it's going to be the most mentally ill shit you've ever seen, by the way. Also, I have to say thank you for all the subs, right? I have to say this now before I forget. Thank you for all the subs over on Twitch and on Kick and whatever the fuck else, because your money is going to directly fund the stupid bullshit I'm doing for my Dune video. I want you to know that. I found a way to spend it irresponsibly.
This whole stop killing games thing is...
Now, let's see where this goes. I'm very interested to see. They won't let you win. That's very non-specific, so I'm very curious to see what he thinks about this.
This whole stop killing games thing has lit a fire underneath me. I'm feeling a heck of a lot more venomous than I normally...
Me too. I'm feeling like an asshole. I feel like I need to be a fucking vicious dickhead, because this is actually something I give a shit about.
Normally would. There's been this pervasive idea that's been pushed throughout the video game community in which that you cannot enact change. No matter how unfair things are, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, nothing will change. But I'm here to tell you that it's not a matter of you cannot change things. It's a matter of you not being allowed to.
Ooh, what does he mean by that? You're not allowed to. Is he about to call Pirate Software an industry plant? Did you buy a second wheelchair? No, I've first got to go to a plastic surgeon fiend and get myself a second ass, and then I'll buy a second wheelchair. So we'll get there. When I hit about, 500 million viewers and I can afford the plastic surgery for a BBL, I'll get a front butt so that I can get 2 wheelchairs, and then I can just flop from one to the other.
Players for years have complained about how aggressively anti-consumer this industry has become, which is crazy to me when I sit back and watch people that somehow want to defend the way that things have become. And in some...
Anti-consumer. Let's see. How is it anti-consumer? We keep on getting dog shit stories. We keep on getting different woke propaganda dog shit pushed down our throat, right? There's nothing wrong with a liberal story. There's a problem when you replace a character's entire personality with their fucking sexuality. The people deving games and doing the storyboarding seem to actively hate the people who play the video games. They keep making video games for people who don't actually play video games but have a social agenda to push. We keep on getting dog shit, and this is now comes the stuff that lies under the surface. That's the iceberg under the water that no one talks about because we're so focused on the political angle of this, right? We get poor, shitty optimization, right? We get bugs and a bunch of trash in video games that should have been solved years ago. We get shitty coding. Devs who actually care either get shit canned or they end up with like half the time they need to make a good video game. We get graphical issues. We get frame drops. There's still people out there today who think that a high fidelity video game needs to be 30 FPS and can't be higher than that. And then we get game devs, and I still don't know how this is a thing. I still don't know. This still hurts me. How the fuck do we go around deving out video games and then locking the performance of the video game to the frame rate? There are still people deving out video games to this day where the frame rate changes the way the game functions. And if you want a good example of that, I'll give you one that really pisses me off because it's a good game. GTA 5. Did you know if you increase the frame rate, it changes the way the game plays? It does. For example, there's a quest where you have to blow up a house, where you have to like drag a can. Now, I know this not because I played the game, but I watched someone else play it. Where you have to, like the character, I think it's Nico, the bald dude, the dude who's missing shit on the top of his head, right? He's got like a can of fuel. He unscrews the can of fuel. He drops it by the outside barbecue station thing. We would call it a braai in my country. And you have to then walk outside of the house and create a line of fuel so someone can light it. If you run the game at 140 FPS, it's impossible to complete that mission because you will run out of fuel before you get out the house. But if you run the game at 60 FPS, you can make it out the house. How fucked is that? How mentally retarded is it that we keep locking things to frame rate? It fucking hurts my soul to know we still do that. That should have been a problem we solved a decade ago. Jesus Christ, had to reload the page 10 times and use the chat. Well, I'm sorry, Tay, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. What's up, though? Pay to win is now the standard in games, somehow even the single player ones. Yes, Tape. Yes. That's the next issue with fucking video games. And then, you know what the fucking worst part about it is? It's not even the devs that say all this shit. It's the fucking simps who show up to defend the pay to win. Well, how else are they gonna make money? Dude, it's a multi-million-dollar company. They're already selling the fucking video game at $100 to you, $120 if you want the play the game one day early kind of bullshit, and now you're fucking defending these bitches and the pay-to-win trash they put in the fucking game? You kidding me? Fuck me. It's insane. It's insane what little simp bitches some like gamers are. And honestly, it makes me believe in the dead internet theory, because I'm more willing to bet that these people are bots than these people are like real human beings, because I need to believe that to keep my sanity. It's so bad. My God. At some point, gamers need to fucking build a spine. Some games back in the day went by the CPU speed. So if you had too modern of CPU games, would be like 10x the speed. I know, they need to, like, this is the problem. So man, is I know exactly what you talk about. But the issue is they need to decouple like the performance of the PC from the actual game. There needs to be a breakpoint, and we could have found that breakpoint 10 years ago. But we're still programming like dog shit in our video games, because instead of solving that problem, we're too busy deciding what fucking whether we should put in male or female or body type A or B. It's a waste of resources and time. We could have better video games, but we keep on putting dog shit in them instead.
Some cases just say that we just need to let it go. It's better not to tamper with it. That could be dangerous, even though we paid for it. Digital rights ownership and licenses, microtransactions, data harvesting, third-party parasitic software that's designed as, disguised as either anti-piracy or
easy anti-cheat, de novo, fucking any of that strap-on software. And you know what the funny part is? If you've got those systems strapped into your video game, It incentivizes people to pirate the game because the pirated copy will perform better than the game that has that trash strapped into it.
Cheating. We went from simply buying a game, playing it, and playing it whenever and however we wanted to a laundry list of different things that are actively harming the hobby and bring us no benefit at all. These concerns and criticisms that we've had over the years are oftentimes met with, you don't know what you're talking about. You shouldn't ask for those things. That could be dangerous. I'm going to lose my mind when it comes to some of this stuff. People are going to buy games anyway. There's nothing that you guys can do about it. They complicate, they obfuscate. And even when we do get a win, which that actually happens quite frequently, we've been having a lot of that lately, well, they try to stand in front of it and say it's not your...
It's getting out the way. It's getting out the way. That DEI, it's setting itself on fire. Because all these companies are like, why do we keep on failing? Yeah. The worst part about DEI is I wouldn't be mad about it at all if it meant that we were getting better video games. If it meant that some guy, right, some black guy who would have never gotten hired in a gaming company was all of a sudden the storyboard artist and he was making cool shit that only he could make. If we had a Kanye of video game development, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be fucking mad at all. But the problem is, like has been proven multiple times before. I've got that link open. Yeah, that's copyrighted. That's copyrighted. That one's copyrighted. Like what's happened with DEI, it didn't help people. It didn't actually help the people who were like may have been passed over. It instead just put a bunch of white women in a room going, actually, that's kind of problematic. That's the fucking problem with it. It never helped people. It never fucking helped them at all. We need a white, bald, bearded, fat male character. Where are the... Exactly. Where's my over... Oh, wait, no, that was what was his name in Apex Legends? This was like the most obvious character, by the way. We're getting off topic here. I can't even remember his name. What was his name? Caustic. It was Caustic. This guy right here. This guy right here in Apex Legends was like the most obvious fucking bait shit imaginable. He's an overweight white guy who wants to gas everyone because he's toxic. And he's balding. And do you know why no one gave a fuck? Because, I'm sorry to say this. I'm sorry, this is going to hurt some of your feelings. This is going to hurt you. I mean, this is gonna really hurt you right now. Apex Legends is actually a good game. That's why no one gave a fuck. I'm sorry, but Apex Legends has been a pretty fucking solid FPS game. And no one gives a shit about the backstory of the game and which character's gay and which one's a lesbian. Do you know why they don't give a fuck? Because the gameplay's good. They litigated that shit on the court. And instead, you're right when you said, Edward, DEI means HR designed games. HR designed games that aren't even designed for people who play games. That's the problem. Concord dying is the light at the end of the tunnel. It's the fucking supernova at the end of the tunnel, I hope. I hope it's not just the fucking light. I hope it's the super... I hope that was the reverberating shot heard around the world. That some overweight, in a fucking mobility scooter, the fucking multiple pincushion piercings in the face, fat feminist who works in the gaming industry, like... She didn't know Concord died. She just felt when the servers went offline and she was like, I just felt a disturbance in the force. As if a million retards at once started screeching about toxic masculinity. And then, she fell over dead. That would make me happy. I hope that's what happened. Because fuck all this DEI shit. Just let people make good video games. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what you are. Just make a good fucking video game. That's all that matters.
Or win. Or it was going to happen anyway. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about where we're winning and where we're losing. I want to eviscerate this idea that we don't have any control over how games are made, what games are made, how much they cost, and the future of them. I also want to make sure that I take very special care to talk about Stop Killing Games and how its momentum was cut short. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, Displate. Now, this one is actually...
That's a brave shirt for him to have on, because with someone with my accent, I read that shirt and it doesn't say Black Hawks when I say it.
Really cool because of the fact that you guys seem to really like Displate on this channel, which makes a lot of sense because I really like Displate myself. But they're actually offering us a one-time 24-hour discount specifically just to this community. Because
I've got a question. Have any of you tried out Displate? Do any of you know if it's good? Because these guys have become like the Raid Shadow Legends of the YouTube gaming community. They just sponsor everyone. I don't know a single human being who actually owns a Displate, but they do keep on getting sponsored. Like, I do see a bunch of people getting sponsored for them.
Of how supportive we've been. I'm going to buy
get on that, man. Email them. Get them to sponsor you so that we can get a first-hand review, and you can tell us in the Discord that it's all shit while stealing their money.
More. For the next 24 hours, you guys can get 40% off the entire site using my code LEGENDARY at checkout. This is their biggest discount, and they're only doing it for this channel, and it's specifically because of just how supportive this community has been. Displate literally just reached out saying that they wanted to say thank you.
By the way, so man, I figure if you get sponsored by Displate, if you have to do like an IRL video of you putting it up on the wall, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to buy a taxidermy dog. So you could rip its paws off and then use the dog paws to show it like being pushed against the wall. I'm sorry, it's the sacrifice you have to make. Otherwise, people are going to see your hands and know you're not a dog.
And this is part of the reason why I genuinely love working with these guys. But if you haven't seen one, Displate makes high-quality metal posters that mount magnetically. Just stick a magnet to the wall, line it up, and once you're done, that's it. No tools, no damage, and when you want to move or swap them out, it's just as easy as peeling them off.
So you see that? Look, that looks good to me. But I don't know if it's actually good or just a floppy piece of aluminium. Side question, what is your thoughts on the US ultimatum to South Africa just before the G20? Declare farm mode as high priority and stick the hawks on it. Condemn the Boer song, exempt the US companies from BEE requirements and kill. They're not going to do that. Look, I don't know the entire thing. I haven't looked through it yet. But look, our country's stubborn, obstinate, and also funded by Iran. So we're not going to do what they say. Every single one of our politicians has like at least 4 or 5 Iranian fucking hands up their asshole, right? And they will do whatever the Iranians say. And guess what? The Iranians are currently in a fight with the US. Our politicians are literally that retarded. I'm not kidding when I say this, super, that it's a non-zero chance that at some future point in time, we may enter a war with the US because our retarded fucks of politicians genuinely think they could beat the US in a fight. If we don't do it, we're going to lose all US trade and the US ain't coming to the G20. Good. I hope these politicians suffer, but they probably won't.
Displate has basically become my mail decorating solution when I move.
Iran has the money to fund another third world country. Yes, Edward. Edward, do you remember? This is a while back, so it's kind of been memory hold. Do you remember that when the whole Israel-Palestine thing was going down, that South Africa was the one who brought it to the Human Rights Commission thing, the whole like UN buildings trying to condemn Israel? Well, yeah, it's because literally Iran paid my country to do that. Politicians literally got millions of dollars in oil money to go in and get Israel condemned by the international community. And they did it secondhand so that they didn't look responsible. but the fucking transactions were literally right there for everyone to see. Iran pays like millions of dollars into the politicians in my country's bank accounts so that they all toe the line and do whatever the fuck they want.
Later this year, I'm actually just going to cover an entire wall in
Also,
these
good
things.
morning,
They travel
Benji.
well. They're super easy to be able to set up, and you have over 1 million designs to choose from. Retro games, anime, movies, even textured prints like their Magic the Gathering mana symbol set, or one of my recent favorites, the Elden Ring Night Rain designs. So hit the link in the
SANDF can't even beat the rebels in the Congo. We sent soldiers to the Congo, and some of them came back pregnant, Brux. So yes, our soldiers couldn't beat Zimbabwe in a fist fight. And Zimbabwe is arming its soldiers with sticks and rocks.
the description below, or go to display.com and use my code legendary to get 40% off site-wide for the next 24 hours after this video goes live. Just don't wait. It's only good for the next 24 hours. Thank you to Displate for sponsoring today's video. Now, I think this entire discussion deserves a little bit of added context. It's been missing from the conversation, but the biggest issues that are facing players today aren't even hidden. They're just normalized. We don't own our games. At any time, they can be taken away, altered, pulled offline, or quietly gutted through updates. Publishers can mislead their customers and just call it artistic vision. They can raise prices without warning, monetize anything they want, shove in third-party software, and harvest our personal data, all without consequence. They've effectively built an industry where this behavior is now expected, and most people just bend over for it. From where I'm standing, the video game industry is one of the most deliberately obscured and openly anti-consumer industries in the world.
Yes, because everyone in politics, everyone who does the regulation is so fucking old that they don't know what a video game is. They can't even figure out how to open their fucking email. So yeah, of course it is. Because they know this. They know the regulators are retarded. Did they turn your soldiers gay? No, we sent women over there. We sent women into the Congo to fight. And they came back pregnant. We have one submarine that's rusting in Simonstown at the moment. I've got something even worse. Like, I don't care about the submarine, right? I did aeronautical engineering, so I'll tell you what I care about. There's an attack helicopter that used to be one of the best in the world. My country used to manufacture this, right? And there was a point in time where this helicopter, this attack helicopter called the Royfalk, was in line with being as deadly and as dangerous as the fucking Apache attack helicopter. This thing was a fucking demon of an aircraft. This thing was a monster. It was a beast, this thing. Now, the Apache and the Royfalk were like kind of right next to each other in performance and behavior. But the difference is that the Americans took the Apache attack helicopter and kept making it better over time. Since the South African military fell apart and became nothing, right? We currently only have 2 of these motherfuckers that are functional and operational. And they are still as old and as fucking useless as they were when they were first made. They haven't been upgraded. They haven't been developed upon. Like, all the issues with it haven't been fixed. The Apache attack helicopter got everything that this aircraft needed, and my country's too fucking retarded to even keep these operational. We have 2 now. I'm willing to bet in the next 5 years it's going to be 1, and then after that it's going to be fucking 0. We have 0 air defense in my country. Literally none. We have a shitty little navy that does nothing. We have no aerial defense, and our current national defense force, the South African Defense Force, cannot figure out how to operate the vehicles we have. That's how fucked we are. If we found out tomorrow that we had some ultra valuable resource beneath the dirt, an opposing country wouldn't even need to start a war with us. They could just walk in and take it. That's how fucked we are. And we deserve it. Let's continue.
Some of that falls on publishers, sure. Some of it's also on politicians that just don't understand the medium, and some of it is also the executives who have lobbied to be able to...
I don't think it's ignorance. They just don't take gaming as a serious issue. I think that's probably part of the puzzle, but I don't think it's the full puzzle. I do think there's ignorance involved because these people, the regulators, the senators, the people who are making the rules and the laws, who are supposed to be upholding these things, are all like 60, 70-year-old fucking boomers who refuse to step down and let someone younger take their place. SADF used to be the best military in Africa. We had the Roy Falk, great kit. We were nearly a fucking nuclear power, Brux. Excellently trained and motivated troops. We had some of the like most dangerous fucking troops in the world. And like you could see after the collapse of the SANDF that most of those soldiers just became mercenaries, right? And they were some of the most dangerous mercenaries in the fucking world. Now they're all old or dead. And we've got no one. We're fucked. We're literally fucked. We have no army. We just have a bunch of fat retards who think they're an army.
To keep a lot of that stuff in place. But the deeper reason why, and the reason why they've gotten away with it for so long, is that this industry is still very young. Modern gaming, as we know it, only really went mainstream back in 1998 with the PlayStation. That's barely been 30 years ago. In that time, the shift has been violent, and it hasn't stopped. Physical media gave way to digital. Couch co-op became online multiplayer. One-time purchases were replaced with season passes, microtransactions, and gacha pulls. All of it happened so fast, too fast for laws to catch up, and too fast for most players to realize what they were losing before it was already gone.
Yep. And you know how, this is the best part, is I did this, right, with crypto. Right, this is how I found an edge in crypto and how I made some money in this fucking space, right? This is the way regulation works, right? So someone develops a new product, it starts gaining popularity. Regulation is always 2 steps behind, right? And by the time regulation catches up to what's happening here, it's actually regulating for what's back here. And it doesn't deal with this entire segment over here. And then by the time they've now figured out how to regulate this segment, we're actually up here. And then by the time they do that, we're actually up here. You can see the same development of regulation that's occurred within cryptocurrency. And I knew this was going to happen purely because I watched this happen in video games. It's the same thing. Has Super lost his image perms yet? We'll get there. I haven't looked in the Discord. I'm going to look at it afterwards. If someone's posting NSFW in my general, then I'll gulag them for a little while. We'll get there, sure. I haven't seen it. I haven't gotten to scroll through my general yet.
I mean, regulation around games is a mess. This industry is a Frankenstein of overlapping systems, music licensing, film classification, software enforcement, online infrastructure, and not a single set of laws was ever designed to be able to handle all of this at once. And through all of that, foundational legal structures that have been built, end user license agreements, terms of service, IP law, DRM, these are all built to maximize control for the publishers, not protect the players. They give these companies the right to revoke access to alter products post-sale, to harvest our data, and all the while, they hide behind these dense, unreadable contracts.
How many video games have given publishers ring zero permission to people's PCs at this point? There are entire franchises that go out of their way to give ring zero fucking permission. Well, I just got to reload this quickly because I realized this is on my second account.
This whole stop killing games thing.
We were at 531. Jesus Christ, there's so much bad shit that keeps on happening in video games. And no one's enforcing the laws. And you know what, Marston? I think you're right. There are laws in place that are just currently being broken because no one gives a fuck. But I think it's a confluence of video game companies have the money and power to lobby people who would be the regulators. The regulators are ignorant fucking retards because they're all so ancient that the last time they farted a liquid, it was probably the Jurassic Age. They don't take video games as like a serious form of entertainment or consumer market. They're just like, oh, it's just silly little beep boop things on a screen, right? And so there's like this confluence of ignorance, outdated behavior, combined with lobbying, it's like literally everything is against gamers. You know, it's starting to look like, I can't believe I'm saying this. It's starting to look like gamers actually are the most oppressed group on planet Earth. It's starting to look true. What's up, Gil? Almost caught up with the stream. What country are you from? I'm from South Africa.
Access to Ultra products post-sale to harvest our data, and all the while they hide behind these dense, unreadable contracts. The system is too complex by design, and the more convoluted it gets, the harder it becomes for anybody to hold these guys accountable. Through this constant and relentless evolution of this industry, we, the customer, have always been on the back foot. Prices keep going up, rights disappear, protections never arrive, and the further that we go, the more it starts to feel like we're just being quietly suffocated. Games now hide behind walls of legalese, 12,000 word long end user license agreement. They use made up terms like buy to play or free to play and layers of technical obfuscation to make it near.
And all of it is just pay to win with a different name. Buy to play, free to play, pay for convenience, pay for this, pay for that. It's all just pay to win dog shit. And you know what's really, really funny? Say word, money stolen. Yeah, pretty much. You know what's really funny? Have you noticed how there's been a trend recently? Where it used to be like, oh, this game is free to play. And like people used to be like, oh, cool. I get to experience a video game. For free? For free? And they'd be so happy about it. Now you hear free to play and you're like, oh, for fuck's sakes, another one. You just sit there going, oh, okay, what's the manipulative shit you put in this one, huh? What is it, huh? Huh? Are you going to send me a butt plug in the mail I have to shove up my ass to play this game, huh? Or do you just want $75 fucking dollars to remove all the inconveniences you purposefully put in the game? God damn it.
Nearly impossible to know what we're actually even agreeing to. What used to be just a simple transaction, you buy a game and you play it, is now an implicit contract where you sign away your ownership, your usage rights, and in some cases, your personal data.
Yep.
Just for a chance to escape for a couple of hours. The core issue here is that this industry grew too fast and too selfish, and somewhere along the way, it just left the customer behind. And worse off, we are operating in a system in which players can clearly understand, we can clearly see that something is wrong, we can name the culprits, we can spot the red flags, we can warn each other in real time, yet we can't fully explain how the trick works or how to fix it. Because none of us are developers, we're not lawyers, we don't have back-end.
Hold on. Fucking gloves. We don't know how to fix this problem. We can't decide how we should fix this problem. Guys, I think I may have a solution. Okay, just go with me on this one, okay? We may have a potential solution that can convince gaming CEOs to stop this behavior. We just need one of him. Just one. It may alter their behavior permanently. That's all they need. It's just a guy like that to show up in video games.
Access.
That's a joke, by the way.
And all we have is a list, a growing list of examples and a survival instinct that's telling us to fight. And one of the best examples of players trying to fight back, that survival instinct kicking in, trying to sound the alarm before things get worse, is Stop Killing Games, an initiative that was started by Ross of Accursed Farms. He's been warning people for over a decade now, fighting to get consumer protections around digital rights, asking just one thing: don't let companies erase games that people paid for.
And by the way, it wasn't even Mangione that did it. It doesn't matter. He's become the face of it, whether he did it or not.
I'm sure a lot of you guys already know about this, but in case you don't, the core idea is simple. When you buy a game, you should be able to keep it. You shouldn't lose access just because a publisher decides they want to flip a switch.
Yes.
Right now, Ubisoft, of all companies, got these
actively, quite literally, if you buy something It shouldn't matter whether a company stops producing that thing. It's still yours. It still belongs to you. It should quite literally always be yours, no matter what. I'm the fucking extremist the corpos warned you about. They should not get a single piece of your shit. Let's just call it a CEO extraction tribe. That's quite literally the best name I've ever heard for it. An extraction type shooter. No, it's part of the video game is me entering their office and programming in the perfect floor plan and also finding out where he lives and doxing him through a video game I made. No, I promise. It's just a video game. And it's just literally the guy's entire life with video footage.
These guys cannot stay out of trouble, can they? They're getting sued in California over this exact issue, a class action lawsuit that claims that the company misled players by selling the crew as a product that they owned when in reality it was a time-limited license. And that's the trick, isn't it? Because physical games were always understood as ownership, but digital games, somewhere along the way, that language sort of mutated a little bit. What you're really buying now isn't a game, it's permission. Temporary, revocable permission. And we didn't vote on that. We didn't agree to it. It was forced on us quietly, systematically, and now it's just normalized. Now, the Stop Killing Games initiative has re-entered.
They literally moved at lightning speed to get this shit pushed through so that no regulator or gamer could argue, right? And unfortunately, most people who play video games, they don't give a shit about these issues. They just want to play their game and move on, right? But the problem is now we're seeing the repercussions of that. People are starting to realize, what the fuck did you mean? I don't own the product just because it's digital. What the fuck? This is confusing to people. They don't understand. What do you mean I paid $90 to rent a video game until you decided to take it away from me? You know what? Actually, I take it back. If they want to sell us licenses, that should be regulated as renting. And if you're regulating it as renting, then the video game should be $10, not $80 fucking dollars. All video games, $10. Because we're renting it, we're not owning it. They reserve the right to take it away from us, right? All video games in the future, $10. I'm okay with that.
Entered public conversation recently, partly because it's struggling to reach its goal before its end date. If you are an EU viewer of mine, make sure you go read it and sign it. The link will be down in the description below. And the other part of it is because of the lingering damage that is caused by streamer and game developer Pirate Software.
By piece of shit Roach Software. Mr. Goon for 13 fucking hours and never finish his video game. This motherfucker, I'm honest. Honestly, I spent like the last 2 days going through comments and shit of people talking about SKG. And this man, you cannot believe the amount of misinformation and fucking damage this piece of shit has done online. Like, I've seen the most retarded comments imaginable. And there are so many fucking people who are trying to misdirect and make SKG about what it's not about. All because they got their opinion from this piece of shit. Oh my God, it's so fucking bad. It made me so mad. The last 2 days, I have been filled with nothing but pure rage over reading the most dumb shit imaginable. Let me show you. I'll show you one, right? Look how desperate this person is. And I tismed out. I literally tismed out over this. Where is it? Where's that fucking comment? I literally tismed out over this whole fucking thing because I called him out on this. Look at this fucking guy. He's writing fucking novels and then I have to reply to the fucking novel, right? And then this fucking guy above him, again, misinformation. So I'm like, okay, that's wrong. That's not what it's about. Right? Then he just keeps fucking going with more misinformation. It doesn't get less, it gets more. right? Misdirect, misinformation, misdirect. And I went through every single one of his points to see if he had a single valid concern. He fucking didn't. Half of the shit he's talking about here, let me find the one where he's like, you shouldn't own your games if you're fucking disabled. Where is it? Where was it? He started talking about you shouldn't have a book because you're blind. Said all the time, okay, clunky book analogy, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. It would be like writing a law to exchange a user's book they bought from the publisher for a new book every time a user aged and their eyesight could never read the print. He's literally saying, if the user's disabled, the thing they paid money for, they should no longer own. What the fuck? This is the level of fucking retardation people have over SKG. This is how fucking stupid people are. This is how much damage this sack of shit in the corner here has done to this movement. An insane amount. Like, I can't even... I thought like, okay, look, maybe Thor had a different perspective, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm being too harsh. And then I started reading the comments of the people who defended him. And I was like, no, this fucking idiot deserves this. This idiot deserves every bad thing that's happening to him right now. He deserves it because he's caused so much damage to this movement by just fucking outright lying. And this guy right here, Ross, unfortunately, did something also retarded. Do you know what it was? He fucking left it alone. He left it alone for 10 months. If Ross had come out with a video disproving every single thing that Pirate Software had said, instead of saying, I'm going to be the bigger man, he just disproved the points. If he had attacked the idea and not the person, he could have shut this shit down and we would have had SKG. But no. Instead, he was like, I'm going to be the bigger man. I don't want to be involved in drama. That doesn't work. That allowed Pirate Software to spread shit for 10 months. 10 whole fucking months. Also, what's up, Noxie? How you doing? Pirate is trash and literally swept for the corpos, but still, why do you think government regulation is going to do anything? When has it ever done anything good, and why no, just boycott? Okay, well, Carl White, let's take a look at chargers on cell phones. Why do you think we've all got USB-Cs right now? Apple, one of the most powerful companies in the world, had to bend over and get fucked by EU regulation or lose all their products in that region. They will bend over and do what the regulators want. Is it going to be perfect? Abso-fucking-lutely not. We know that Apple does this little conniving shit where they make USB-C chargers that'll only transfer data or only do power charging, but it's a step in the right direction. And if we keep stepping in the right direction, eventually we'll be arguing about the minutia and not the big fucking problem. Government regulation does change things. That's why we need to do this, even if it's not perfect. It's a start. If we open the door, we can make it better. If the door is never opened, we're fucked eternally. I like that you can't replace the battery on an iPhone without voiding the warranty. Exactly. That's also another thing that needs to be resolved as well. I fucking hate that shit. But we need to keep fighting this shit. You need to keep on pushing and harassing these fucking regulators to the point that they have to change the laws. People need to keep nagging and bitching and moaning at them, or it never changes. Started to hate Pirate a few months back when he started to talk and act like with chatters or the Pleasant Ashes creation, very much like some of my old classmates or one of my ex-coworkers who was a total narcissistic arsehole. Nox, you know what the worst part about him is? When he started off, when he started blowing up, I saw his stuff and I quite liked what he was doing. He was giving good, wholesome, decent, like job and life advice. He was doing something useful, and then he got full of himself and just became the world's biggest fucking asshole. And I think that him being full of himself was just, it was always there, it just wasn't on the surface. And if he just kept it below the surface, everything would have been fine. It would have been fine. But it wasn't. Also, thanks for the resub, Invictus Echo. I appreciate it. You bastard, making my taxes harder. Pirate Software could have been the world's biggest piece of shit. And if he had just kept it to himself, he would have been fine. He could have even had 50% of the controversies he currently had, and I would be sitting here defending him. I would be like, yeah, look, okay, maybe he's got a different perspective, or like, maybe he doesn't know this, or maybe he doesn't know that. But no, he just keeps going. He just keeps double, tripling, quadrupling, fucking quintupling down. This motherfucker he just keeps making it worse for himself, and he's too fucking retarded and arrogant to see what he's done. He's what they call an intellectual, quite literally, Marson. He is the academic intellectual, quite literally.
Where as of recording this video, the petition sits at just over 500,000 signatures, which is an incredible amount, but it's halfway to what it needs. And Ross claims that Pirates' coverage last year not only misrepresented the movement, but actively derailed it.
Yes.
Unfortunately for me, I watched Pirates' reaction streams and his follow-up videos, and honestly, it felt like I was watching somebody that was arguing with a phantom version of the initiative that only...
What did I say? What did I say last stream? I said this motherfucker is shadowboxing. He's out here fighting fucking ghosts. He's actively fighting ghosts. It's not just me who sees that.
Existed in their head. He fixated on vague language, got visibly irritated over a harmless joke about politicians, and then slowly unraveled into a spiral of self-assured condescension. At one point, he launched into a tangent about how MMOs would need to be redeveloped as single-player games, something that was never even proposed in the initiative. And I don't think that that was confusion. I think it was a straw man that was dressed up to make the entire movement look clueless. Ross reached out to this guy.
Oh my god. Oh my god, is Legendary Drops about to call him an industry plant? Please, please, I'll be so happy that it's not just me who thinks that. Please, 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 God, be right. Please, just say it. Just say it. I want to hear you say it. Whisper those sweet fucking words into my ears. Make me aroused.
Just to clear the air.
Sorry, what is shadowboxing? Shadowboxing, okay. So, shadowboxing is a term developed by boxers, right? Let me show you. So, when boxers are practicing for fights and stuff, right? They will literally practice their strikes. They will... Wait, that's the wrong one. Okay, that's pointed in the wrong direction. Let me just fix that quick. Didn't set up my cameras in time. Right, so, you got a shadow boxer, right? And what a shadow boxer... what they'll do, if you've got a boxer who's practicing for a fight, is he'll sit there and he'll do certain movements pretending someone's striking at him, throwing rights, hooks, jabs, whatever he needs to like warm up his body so that he's like mentally conditioning himself to know exactly what techniques he needs to use and to like, so his body's in kind of like a flow state, right? He's practicing against nobody. Now, what Pirate's doing is considered the metaphorical version of shadowboxing, as in he's fighting fucking nothing. He's imagined a person in front of him, and he's arguing against this imagined human being instead of someone who's real. That's what he's doing. I am actually a heavyweight boxer because I'm a fat piece of shit. I would be classified as a heavyweight right now. I'm way too goddamn... I'm way too fucking chunky right now. I'm gonna go on like a 25-week fast or some shit. There's no ways it's 4 degrees in South Africa. Yep, it's 4 degrees. And our houses aren't built for the cold.
And Pirate's response was that there was nothing to discuss. Then he went straight into calling Ross and the movement disgusting, hurling personal insults. Now, of course, his initial comments and criticisms did come under fire last year, but just to make sure that misrepresentation stuck, he followed up the initial backlash with a 15-minute video where within the first 90 seconds, he reframes the entire initiative as being about live service games.
Yes.
Which, it's
He
part
lies.
of it, but it's definitely not the entire...
He literally fucking lied. And you know what I've noticed? I'm gonna say this now. I want you to go and look at the reactions of any large content creator. I'm talking like fucking, I don't know, Tectone, Asmongold, anyone who's like a million kind of sub person, like who's like a huge streamer who's reacted to this drama. You will notice they keep trying to be nice, right? And I think they're trying to be nice because they don't want the drama. They don't want to have to deal with the drama. But the problem is, this fucking idiot here needs to be called out on his retarded behavior. And they're not willing to do that because they don't want this to turn into a drama thing. You'll see this in Josh Strife Hayes' replies. Josh Strife Hayes is trying to be the nicest man on planet Earth to this fucking moron right here. And I don't blame him for that. But the problem is it's not going to solve the issue. Oh man, it's been so frustrating. Someone needs to be like, this guy's a fucking idiot. He fucking lied. And you need a big content creator, like a huge guy, to just start calling him out on his bullshit. Because otherwise he's going to get away with this and he's going to do it again. And next time it's going to be worse. Problem is that SKG now sort of affected by Pirate, and this Pirate is involved to correct shit. Yes, and Pirate's going to keep on lying. Pirate's going to keep on lying.
Entire thing. Watching it back, this guy is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. On YouTube, he's Mr. Rogers. This is the only version of the guy that I knew. Helpful game developer, offering advice and encouraging newcomers, but in his streams, this guy is unhinged. Completely unprovoked, he's telling Ross and the entire movement to eat his entire ass. And then bragging about how he's going to actively convince people not to...
Called him a used car salesman, said he's going to go out of his way to make sure people don't sign this petition, lied about it directly. This fucking rat needs to be called out on his behavior. End of story. People need to say you're a liar, because it's not an attack. That's a statement of fact. He's a liar. He's manipulated the situation, and he's been an emotional cunt. And then he issued a one-sentence apology saying, I get that you're upset with me after what I said about Russ. But he takes zero responsibility for the actual damage he's done. He's taken zero responsibility for the fucking lies he's told about this entire movement.
sign the petition.
All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing.
That is not somebody that misunderstood the message. That's somebody who wants to bury it. Because if you're a developer or even an indie developer, you know damn well that most modern games have some form of always online or a live service tether. That is the point. The issue isn't MMOs. They're definitely a part of the conversation for sure.
Hold on. I ain't going to fight this fight. I want to see gamers get fucked in the ass with this dumbass idea thinking this is going to save games. You probably won't. If that's your perspective, that's fine. Right? But you probably won't, because the damage that's been done by pirate software is enough that this movement's never going to pass. If this managed to get to the regulators, if this managed to get there and it did nothing, that would just piss people off even more. That would force them to go even more extreme. That's the perspective I see on this. That's what happened with phone chargers. That's what happened with tobacco. That's what's happened with certain substances. And the one place you want to regulate this shit is in the EU, because the EU has the best kind of system for regulating these things. No hate, I respect you. It's just my opinion. I know. Look, I have nothing against you. I can completely accept that your opinion is going to be entirely different to mine. And look, I have to live with the idea that you might be right. You might be 100% right, and I might be wrong, right? So I have no qualms against you. If you think it's fucking stupid, that's fine. But you know what you're not doing right now? You're not spreading a bunch of fucking lies about it. You're not sitting here actively lying about this movement. That's what Pirate Software's done. If you do dislike it, that's okay, good. You have your own opinion. I'll respect you more for actually being able to have your own opinion on it. But you're not sitting out here spreading a bunch of bullshit misinformation about it. Completely different, like, universe to exist in. This is going to be even worse for Pirate if it actually fails, as a bunch of random bozos will blame him for it. Oh, absolutely. I don't want that to happen, Noxy, and I'll tell you why. If it fails and people start yelling at Pirate Software, what he's going to do is he's going to go out of his way to cry about how he's the victim and how he's getting harassment and how he was right all along. And then he's going to characterize everyone who was involved in SKG as the few retards who are too fucking stupid to not dox and harass people. That's what's going to happen.
Sure, live service games the same. It's just that the infrastructure to revoke access exists across the board in almost every game today. So when people are trying to say that this guy's just being stubborn or he's lost in his own ego, I'm not buying it. I mean, part of it's definitely...
Neither am I. Neither am I. Oh, legendary drops. Absolutely legendary. You deserve that like. God damn it. I don't buy that Pirate Software doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't buy for a second that this motherfucker isn't 100% aware of what he's doing. Because he has twisted and turned and snaked his way left and right every single time someone's called him out on his bullshit. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet right now. And I don't know if this is true or not, but the last playing card he has is he's going to start saying, no, actually, I don't have a problem with everything else. I have a problem with them saying that the game's got to be left in a functional state. And then he's going to lie about what a functional state is. I would bet money that that's going to be like one of the last playing cards he pulls.
True, but you don't
I'll read
miss
them,
the
don't worry.
point this thoroughly, this often, unless you mean to. Now, some time has passed since then, but Stop Killing Games is back in the spotlight largely because of the fallout of Pirate Software's original coverage. But Pirate Software, once again, is responding to criticism. Multiple creators have been calling him out for how he's misrepresented the movement.
Give me a second. There might be a crackhead outside my house. I'm going to be right back. God damn it. God damn it. I need to get the fuck out of this country. There were 3 crackheads across the road from my house. Was it a crackhead? I assume it was a crackhead. It was really 3 fucked up homeless looking people. It was 3 of them. Arguing and yelling at each other. Can you guess why? Did you use your new toy on them? No, but I did take it with me. They're sitting there arguing with each other because they all want to be the middle spoon in the huddle pile. It's cold. It's cold as fuck out there. And so they're all out there yelling at each other. About, no, I want to be in the middle. And you know, I don't understand it. Because there's like a homeless shelter like 2 roads away from where I live. Where that'll like put them up for the night. So that they can like be in a warehouse and not be cold. But instead they still choose to be outside. You should have joined in. Yeah, that's how I get fucking typhoid. That's how a new disease gets unlocked. Would you even be able to move all your stuff without it getting stolen? Probably not. And I mean, look, so you see those medals on the wall back there, right? I used to have 4 boxes of all the medals I got from competing as a kid in like a whole bunch of different martial arts since I was like 5 years old. I lost all of those boxes of medals when I moved into this house because most of my shit got stolen. It happens. But look, if I lose half of my stuff and I can keep the other half and still move, I would do it. Motherfucker. But at least I gotta say this, at least those homeless guys were like, no, I want to be the middle spoon. Actually, that was more like, no, I want to. I am in the middle tonight. Last night it was you. Now it is me. I haven't been in the middle for a whole week. It's just like, hey, go to the fucking homeless shelter. What's wrong with you? It's cold. They didn't even want anything from me. I'm like, I could get you a blanket if you'll just fuck off. And they were like, no. Oh, fuck, I need to get out of this fucking country. I need to get the fuck out of here. I even offered them, like, I was like, I'll give you a blanket if you leave. No. They don't want to fucking leave. I'm not going to be annoying about the topic anymore, but if you want to hear a summary on why I think it's dumb, my last 2 comments basically sum it up. Well, let me double check what you said then. Right. Where did you put it? Here's the problem. Hold on, god damn it, I keep on losing it. Here's the problem. Unlike the USB charger situation, this doesn't affect every regulator and politician. They don't care, and they will be lobbied by big publishers. Whatever regulation comes out of it, it's going to be mandated. Okay, so the USB charger situation was also lobbied against by by Apple and by other brands that backed up Apple, and it still didn't work. This doesn't affect every regulator and politician. It doesn't have to. That's why it's being launched in the EU, is because the EU has to work under an umbrella kind of regulation. That's why it's targeting the EU specifically, but maybe not. We'll see, I suppose. Whatever regulation comes out, it's going to be mandated, and just like every other monopoly, I think your second message is the important one. Building Wait, it's going to be mandated just like every other monopoly building, and it's going to price smaller devs out of the business because now they have to adequate their games to a list of regulations. They already have to adequate their games to a list of regulations. They already have to do that. That's what PG ratings are. The EU already has a set of regulations. I think it's the ESRB for all things. This is just more things they have to think about now, right? Regulations for video games already exist. Some of the regulations are just not applied the way they should. And I don't think it'll price out small devs, because if that was going to happen, then no one in the EU would currently be creating some of the best indie games we've seen, and they have to maintain regulation. A lot of regulation that especially small devs have to deal with isn't the idea of you must do X, Y, and Z. That would fuck up the gaming industry. It's that you don't do X, Y, and Z, right? So you can do everything, but you cannot do these things. PG ratings, they don't mandate what games should have or not even be released. Or ratings, they don't mandate what a game should have. They do mandate what a game should have. You put tits in a game, that gets you a certain PG rating. You won't be allowed to release this video game to certain groups and certain age groups. And there's a chance that Australia and New Zealand will ban your game. That happens all the time. It is a form of regulation. It's a form of active regulation that's had active real-life effect that publishers do need to think about. There's a reason. Yeah, and that's fine. Same with this regulation of SKG. You can still release your game. The entire point of SKG is you cannot take your game and remove people's ability to access it because the publisher no longer supports it. So you can, it's not even about releasing your game or not releasing your game. It's don't let people remove the ability of the customer who bought the game. Don't remove his ability to take away the game. That's it. Go read through SKG. You'll see what they've said specifically, right? Is they just want publishers to not remove the game's accessibility because they chose not to support it anymore. The whole point is literally the title, Stop Killing Games. But the problem, and this is where you may be right, Kyle, is the problem is the direction and the focus of Stop Killing Games might very well get lost inside of the regulation, because unfortunately the most retarded thing that Ross has said from Accursed Farms is that he's going to build this whole thing and then he's just going to leave it in the hands of the regulators and the lawyers, like that's magically going to solve it. This man needs to be in those meetings. He needs to be involved. He needs to be consulting on that shit the whole way, because otherwise what he wanted and what is going to be regulated are going to be two different fucking things entirely. So that part of SKG is completely retarded. And I agree that Ross needs to not step down. He needs to be there to make sure that the regulation is what it's meant to be and not a bunch of bullshit that they want to add on. Also, to add to my last message, I hated that from Pirate Software when he had the WoW drama, he constantly kept yapping how other creators are actively sending their fans to attack him. Bro, you're so insufferable. People go attack you because of your attitude. Noxy, I have received death threats for calling Guild Wars 2 pay to win. It is unreasonable for this fucking moron to think he's not going to have people do that to him. But he's such an idiot. And you know what the thing is? This is what makes him such an asshole, right? And don't worry, so man, I do have your DMs open here. We'll read through that after this video. He's weaponizing it, right? He's weaponizing it, Noxy. Every time he gets attacked, he uses that as a weaponization tactic to say, I no longer need to care about this thing because some fucking idiot attacked me, so now I can characterize everyone else under the same umbrella.
movement, Charlie, Mudahar, and more. Yet, instead of engaging in good faith, he's chosen to triple down, inventing demands that were never mentioned in the original Accursed Farms video. He's taken to Twitter to paint himself a victim, calling the criticism dogpiling, while once again fixating on the vague language that was contained within the initiative and pretending like a petition is a formal legislative proposal rather than what it actually is, a grassroots call for consumer protection. Look, I'm not here to dissect every single one of this guy's missteps. To be honest with you guys, I wouldn't care enough to be able to do so in the first place, but this would be
like a 10-hour video if it was just dissecting everything that Pirate has lied about at this point. Holy shit. Have you ever seen the Star Stable lawsuit filed by the EU? No, I haven't. Next time he will say people attack him because he's right. You sound like an anime character saying that, but you're probably not wrong. I know your next move. My IQ is 20 billion and I know every move you're about to make. And it's not that you're that smart, it's that he's that fucking retarded.
You believe that his takes are deliberate, not ignorant, like a lot of other people are claiming. There is a fundamental misunderstanding about the position that this guy is speaking from. A lot of people still see Pirate as just a content creator, a fellow gamer in a lot of cases, but he is not. He is a high on his own supply game developer and a self-published one at that. A dangerous combination. When movements like this start gaining traction, especially ones with broad, emotionally driven language, people in his position see them as a threat. Regulation, even when justified, brings risk. And for somebody running their own studio, that risk feels personal. He is not approaching this as a customer or as a consumer who feels disadvantaged. He can't even see it from that perspective. He is approaching it as a developer who wants to keep things exactly the way they are.
Do I say the line? I think I say the line now. He's not approaching it as a developer. He's approaching it as an industry plant. Fuck. To be clear, I don't know how true or not true that is, but his fucking behavior makes me want to put on a tinfoil hat and say that he is an industry plant because he's so, he misconstrues everything on purpose.
Because any structural change might infringe on his or other developers' profitability, creative control, and freedom. Which, honestly, that would be a valid position to take if that were actually an issue in the first place. But this guy's entire argument hinges on how vague the petition's wording is and how dangerously specific it needs to be.
I've thought about this, actually, right? I've thought about how vague it is. It's actually in the benefit of the game devs that the wording remains vague. Right? And I'll tell you why. If the wording starts to get hyper-specific, that's when it becomes difficult for game devs. If the wording becomes, instead of the game needs to be left in a functional state, right? What's up, Mega Crackhead? How you doing? Thanks for the resub. Jesus, it's nearly been a full year, dude. It's Timu Stitch. Oh, fuck's sakes. Okay, so what was I saying? You threw me off, Crackhead. Fuck. Fuck, I've completely thrown off by you, motherfucker. You bastard. You want the wording to be vague. Because if the wording is vague, then if you're a game dev and you see the game needs to be left in a functional state, that might mean as little as unhooking the game from being always online. If it gets hyper-specific, then you start saying, okay, X percentage of this game must be left in a playable state. If it's literally unhook it from always online, it's now under community purview, and the community can be the people to support it, then we don't have an issue. The problem is me knowing the history of anti-consumer practices that all backfired by lobbied regulations that price small businesses out of the game. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That has happened multiple times. I've seen this happen. I've seen those regulations. But this is something that needs to be a constant battle, right? This is the eternal battle against evil. You cannot leave these you cannot not have these regulations and let things continue to spiral into this hellish nightmarescape that it currently is. But at the same time, you can't just have a regulation and leave it alone. Otherwise, that's how you end up with fucking 1925 copyright laws applying today to YouTube videos. It's an eternal battle that needs to never end.
And that is what drives me crazy because, bro, of course it's vague. It exists to draw attention to systemic failure and ask for help fixing it. It is written by players. It was never meant to be airtight legislation demanding legal precision from a...
I think it needs to be that. Can I be honest with you? I think that it needs to be airtight legalese. I think if it's placed into legalese language and then put forward, it has a better chance of succeeding, because that means, and we know this, politicians, regulators, and anyone who works in some government body are lazy as fuck. So if you do their work for them, then they don't need to do their work and they will just pass through whatever you give them. Right? So I think it does need to be put in legalese. I think they need to push hard enough that they actually get a team of lawyers together and they actually do this and push it into legalese, as opposed to just a statement that starts the movement.
Grassroots movement is like yelling at a fire alarm because it didn't tell you where the smoke was coming from. While I can agree that vague language and blind legislative involvement could damage the industry, what this guy doesn't understand, or better yet, probably doesn't even care about, is that customers are so fed up and so disadvantaged that we would rather see this industry burn than continue to get fucked any longer.
Yes.
I think what makes this all worse is who Pirate Software is. He is not just a dev, he is a widely known advice streamer whose entire platform is built on helping people navigate the games industry. His YouTube shorts dominate timelines, giving advice and explanations. He is in the most unique position to steer this
I'm waiting for his next short. How to goon for 13 hours.
Conversation to refine the message, to bring nuance where it is needed. He could have acknowledged the frustrations that players are feeling, classified the legitimate concerns, and then offered guidance on how to push the discussion forward. But instead, he got triggered by a joke, lashed out, and then kept escalating, misrepresenting the entire movement, discrediting its supporters, and doubling down on made-up demands. That's why I'm saying all of this is not a misinterpretation. It is a purposeful misdirection. He knows when players are saying things like, give us the source code after a live service shutdown. That is not a literal policy demand. It is throwing something at the wall. It is just a symptom of frustration. It is a way of saying this isn't fair and we are tired of being taken advantage of. Yeah, maybe the specifics don't make any sense. Maybe we're asking for the wrong things. You could actually help with that, but you chose not to. The emotion here is real.
This is the best part. And I've said this since day one. If Pirate Software is so against the movement of SKG, he could have literally helped these guys develop something that would have worked. He could have made it so that what he believed wrong was with the movement was fixed. I can't read the name, isn't woke in movies and games dying because of massive failures in sales. We didn't have to regulate woke out of the media. We just had to stop buying it. Politics is a different thing from regulation. Me stealing money and misrepresenting something is very different from me actively stating what I believe politically and then it failing on a public platform because no one wanted to touch that shit. Politics is something that you can't regulate, or you end up with a country like what Germany is going through right now, where people voted for a certain political party and the government said, nah, and just took those votes away. Politics is a different region of things. It's not comparable to a non-political, active, fuck over your customers kind of stuff.
Most of us don't know how to fix the industry. We just know that it's broken, and we're not wrong for pointing it out, even if we don't have all the answers. You're going to have people that are going to want to stand in the way of something like Stop Killing Games or any other movement that might pop up in the future because they want to keep the status quo, because they want to protect themselves, their profitability, their companies, and they just are afraid of change. They're afraid of politicians coming in and touching something that they fundamentally don't understand. And I understand that risk.
Yes.
I also don't give a shit.
It's a huge fucking risk. Oh, he doesn't give a shit. I want to see why he doesn't give a shit. The problem is that gaming is now the largest part of the entertainment economy, which means that there's a lot of money involved. If they do something about the status quo, it means less profit. And those who have money will always twist the new law to get away with it. Of course they will, Edwin. They will always twist the law. But by twisting the law, it makes them look even more deceptive, and we can start a downward spiral where people like that begin to fail. They don't deserve that profit just because they did something deceptive. I might have been rooting against this thing, and it's not like I disagree. I should just make these points to help and not be actively against it. Look, you don't have to be for or against anything. You get to make up your mind for yourself, right? You get to figure that one out by yourself. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. I am going to tell you my opinion on it. But that doesn't mean you have to believe me. And if you disagree, I have no problem with that. The thing is, these regulations, Edward, they may get twisted. Yes, they may get fucked up. But we need a step in the right direction. We need to move towards something functional. We don't need to give game devs specific instructions on what they have to do. But we do need to give them instructions on what they're not allowed to do. Right? You are not allowed to fuck over your customers in this manner. You are not allowed to sell this thing, deceptively sell this product as something the customer owns, and then tell them in the TOS, in some piece of shit at the back end of things, you're not allowed to say, oh, actually, it was just a service. Haha, whoopsie doodle. We advertised this thing as something you own forever. And we just left the fact that it's, a license in the back end. Fuck that. Like, that kind of shit is deceptive practice. That should be considered fraud. This is the best part about the SKG movement. A lot of the CPA, the Consumer Protection Act regulation, already exists. It just needs to be applied to video games. That shit already exists. Half of the SKG movement is just asking the regulators to start applying the shit that's already there. Even that would be a win.
We can't stand idly by anymore. I'm going to boil this down very simply for everybody. Right now, we are buying products that have a license.
Yes.
That license can expire.
Yes.
But it has no expiration date.
I'm going to say this again. If buying isn't owning, pirating is not stealing. It's that simple.
How does that make any sense? And how is that fair? It is quite literally predicated on it expires when we say so. That's it. Yep. That's as simple as the language gets. That should not exist. That is just blatantly unfair, and I don't even understand how these guys have gotten away with it, to be honest with you. I'm posting a link to the EU petition in the description of this video. If you are an EU viewer of mine, I am looking at you right now. Go sign it. Go read it, obviously, first. Don't just sign it blindly.
Yeah.
But
read it, see if you agree with it, see what your interpretation is, and then sign it if you believe in it. I believe in it enough that I think you should sign it, but I don't get to decide what you do with your life. That's up to you.
Doesn't have all the answers. It at least draws attention to an issue, and that's all we can ask for at this point. Far too many times do I see people cry out, oh, we'll never be able to fix X or Y thing. People will buy it anyway. People won't do anything. Nobody will stand up. Of course they won't. Of course they will just buy anything. People rarely do anything that's actually in their best interest. That's why consumer protections exist. They are a firewall, and you have an opportunity to build a firewall that protects you and people that get to play video games in the future.
Yes.
If you love the hobby, support the hobby.
Absolutely. Absolutely, you have to. This is not the end. This is, you are getting into a fist fight with the devil, and you need to keep fighting. Non-stop. Non-stop. And there was something up here. This is not only a thing in gaming. Many industries are deceptive, like healthcare or hardware and manufacturing. Yes, and those two need a fist fight as well. with regulators. That's the eternal battle happening again. I've explained this concept before, but I'll explain it again. If anyone knows what time to corruption is, or the principle of time to corruption, this is how it works. There's a system, right? Everything's working fine. One exploitative piece of shit jumps outside of the system and does something manipulative that no one's done before because he's found an exploit in how the system is. So this becomes the new system. Only after this occurs do regulators find a way to get rid of that thing that piece of shit did. Then another piece of shit finds a way to do the same thing, but in a different way that skirts the loophole so that it's not technically the same thing. Then there needs to be a battle to deal with that. And this keeps happening. Regulation is always one step behind. This is how it works. This is actively how it works. So regulation is an eternal battle against people who keep corrupting systems and finding new ways around things. This is the same guy who 5 videos ago is saying we won, folks. We didn't buy these woke games. The studio's closed. And they are learning that lesson. I don't know why this is also not a talking point. Sure, stop killing games, but also stop buying games. Yes, you're right, Kyle. You're 100% right about this. People should stop buying games that have this shit in it. These deceptive practice, manipulative, AAA pieces of shit. We should all stop buying their games. But unfortunately, that logical standpoint, stop buying licenses is actually more accurate, so man. Unfortunately, that logical standpoint is the same as saying to people, all these 18-year-olds would stop being OnlyFans whores if we stopped giving them money. I'm not going to give them money. You might not give them money, but there's a bunch of fucking retards out there who just keep giving them money. And yeah, I just realized, stop buying licenses. That's probably why they're regulating it with the UK and the EU, because everything's a license over there. That's perfect. They're so used to it. Yeah, look at Nintendo. Super's right. Switch 2. Bad monitor, bad system, a laggy OLED display. It's in the terms of service that Nintendo can turn it off whenever the fuck they want. Switch 2 sold out in like less than a day. So yeah, I'm sorry to say this. Some people are too fucking stupid to be able to take care of themselves, Kyle. There's a group, a subsect of people who are too fucking stupid to know what's good for them. There's a reason why when you get a coffee from a store, the lid says caution hot. There's a reason why we have to put warning labels on things that are obviously dangerous. And they vote, yes. And their vote counts just as much as yours does. I'm going to stop there before we start getting into eugenics and euthanasia.
Protect the hobby, because it's very obvious that video game developers don't want to. You know, I saw in response to a lot of the criticism, Pirate Software been writing very lengthy tweets online. Good Lord, it's a lot of words, man. I would never take the time to write something that long on Twitter. But he had talked about how, well, if you make live service games more difficult to make, then developers are going to make more single player and couch co-op games.
Like that's a bad thing.
Oh God. Nothing but that. Nothing but something that actually values my time. Oh, God. How do you not recognize how cooked this industry is? How do you not recognize how bad things have gotten? Are we supposed to just sit back and believe that it's a rare coincidence that for some odd reason all of these companies want to have a live service game because, oh, it must be because it's for our best interest, right? Is that why? His entire argument hinged on how vague the language was in the petition and talked about how he didn't want politicians to come in and blindly start legislating. Really funny coming from the guy that got triggered over the fact that Ross said that politicians like easy wins.
They do like easy wins because that's how they get voted back into power. Discord message now, do it. This is the time. Okay. All right. Let's see what you got. Now this is your DMs are going to leak the DMs. Sorry. It's just how it is. Ludwig and Pirate Software, Jason Thor Hall, are collaborating to launch a new game publishing company called Off-Brand Games. According to TubeFilter, Off-Brand Games, oh my god, aims to create a fair and sustainable publishing model for indie developers. Oh my god, this is demonic. There is no fucking way they don't fuck over the indie devs. Operating as a co-op where all members have an equal say. The company's first published title will be Rivals 2, with plans to support developers with marketing outreach and even hosting events of their games. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rivals 2 confirmed to be a live service title on stream. Oh my fucking god. The industry plant accusations are real. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's fucking like fucking clockwork. Oh shit. It's almost like he was incentivized to do this. Oh my, I'm seeing something. I'm seeing a larger image. The golden path is opening up before me. I'm starting to see it, right? I'm starting to see the schism occur, right? Do you see it? If this is all of like the entire streaming content creation, gaming industry stuff, right? On one side, you have people like Asmongold, you have people like Tectone, you have like Charlie, Moist Critical, all of that. And then on the other side, you have people like Hassan, and you have people like iDubbbz, and you have people like Frogan. She's been losing weight recently. And then, so you've got these people, and there's like a schism occurring here. Oh yes, there's also Denims, right? There's people like that, and there's like a schism occurring here between these two people. And then you've got the adjacent orbiters like Ludwig, because we know Ludwig's been sucking Hassan's cock forever, right? Now Thor is on this side. And against him, you have people like Ross of Accursed Farms, you have Charlie, you have Mutahar, you have all these people, and there's a schism forming here. And I can see that there's going to be a great divide between these two, where all these people like Pirate Software are going to just start leaning this way towards all these crazy terrorists supporting fucking nutbags. And then on this side, you're going to have people being like, I just cared about video games. And then you've got people like Tectone being like, these fat whores. It's going to be the greatest era of content war imaginable. It's gonna happen. Politics and gaming are gonna intertwine on a level that no one's ever seen before. It's coming. I could see it forming. I could see the cracks propagating. Oh my god. It's gonna be incredible. No. Well, of course I agree with the Palestinians murdering Jewish babies. No, sorry. You know, actually, more accurately, memes aside, Thor, Pirate Software, actually has the exact same argument and debate tactic as Hassan, Denims, Frogan, and all these other people. Accuse other people of the thing they didn't do, lie about them, and then argue about the lie. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I'm seeing the golden path has laid itself out before me. I see the destruction of humanity and I must do something. Oh, I can see it. I can see it already. It's okay, apparently he's not a paid partner, just an advisor, even though he's like a CEO. Oh yeah, no, definitely. That means he has zero incentive. I like Ludwig, but I don't understand why he still sticks with Roach so much. Barando, Ludwig used to be very milquetoast, very Jimmy Kimmel-esque, and he's been defending his son. He's been on his side. He's been attacked by the people who are his friends, being called crackers and shit like that, and saying, fuck you, you shouldn't donate to the Palestinians because you're a white person, all of that shit. And he just keeps taking it. He just keeps taking it. You got to go like Tectone and get into the Asmon matter. You need an American flag hanging 45 degrees on the black background. That's not far enough, Carl. I need the Confederate flag, god damn it. I need to be coming out here fucking cosplaying as a Confederate soldier. Get like a whip. Get a cardboard cutout of a black guy and just start whipping it. We need to go all the way. We need to make this 10 times worse.
Which one is it, my guy? You ever think to yourself that maybe this industry needs to have some regulation? Maybe it needs to have some limitation, and without it, they're no good? But digital rights ownership isn't the end of this fight. There's a lot of other battles that we're fighting right now, and just as many people are lining up to say that we can't win or that we shouldn't win. And even when we do accomplish something, well, they tell us that it wasn't you. It was going to happen anyway. But the truth is, what these people forget is that we are the ones that enact change because we're the ones that are paying for it.
Yes.
Whether people want to admit it or not, we have been collecting wins. Two of the biggest issues that have been plaguing the games industry right now are the rising prices of games and the exponential rate in which they're being carved up and served for microtransactions. Publishers have been seeing nothing but dollar signs, but their aggressive tactics have left players feeling like we are constantly being charged more for less. And that frustration isn't fading. If anything, it's reaching a boiling point. And the result...
The ultimate solution is actually... Like, the regulation is nice and all of that, but the ultimate solution is actually what Carl said. Never give these people your fucking money. Fuck all of them. Let them die and fail, and let something beautiful bloom from their corpse of people who actually give a shit. That's what we need. But that's going to take for fucking ever, because we're dealing with a bunch of retards who keep giving them money no matter what.
Hasn't been that we're buying fewer games, it's that we're buying somebody else's. One of the clearest examples of this backlash came with Borderlands 4, where fans started asking about the game's price. Gearbox's CEO got evasive, defensive, and at one point downright condescending. I've already covered that mess in detail, but here's the short version of it. After weeks of dodging, he finally came forward to say that the game would launch at $70, not $80, not following in the footsteps of Nintendo or Xbox, and to be honest, I was relieved. Yeah, the bundles for the game are still absurdly overpriced, $100 deluxe and $130 super deluxe.
Okay, so I need to... This is a translation of someone who's been playing video games since they were like in single-digit ages. What this is a list of what is and isn't a game. This is the full game. This thing here, pre-purchase Borderlands 4 Super Deluxe Edition. This is the actual price of the game. This is about 80% of the game, and this is less than 50% of the game. This is what you're actually paying to get the actual game. That's how this works.
Deluxe is laughable, but keeping the base game at $70 is a win for now. It's clear Take-Two either realized that this wasn't the game to test a price hike on, or they just felt like this wasn't the time. But instead of that being treated as a clear example of customer pressure...
Cyro, it doesn't go back to EA shenanigans with Mass Effect 3. It goes all the way back to Horse Armor and Oblivion. It goes way further back than Mass Effect 3, buddy. Single player, Horse Armor, DLC sold by Oblivion. It's such an old fight. It's an eternal battle. The gates of hell opened themselves up. And we've been fighting that shit since then. It's been there forever. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Nothing died. Nothing on my end died. What in the hell? Did I say a bad word? Is that what happened there? What the fuck? It's not like I said that Pirate Software was the N-word. I just called him a demon walking around in human skin. You can't ban me for truthful statements, motherfucker. The light beams in the fiber optics got cold and froze for a bit. I don't know what the fuck that was. Got to be a Twitch problem. YouTube didn't even stutter. I had to shut down the YouTube one to get the fucking Twitch one back up. But the thing is, I went offline on Kick as well. Which means something happened. Okay. I'm going to give you a warning. I'm going to give you a warning right now. Because of the country I live in, it's fairly common that the retards in my country think that they're stealing copper out the ground, and actually they're ripping up fiber optic cables. Now, my ISP does have a backup fiber optic cable system. That is what may have just happened there. It may or may not have happened. If the stream goes down and dies and I can't get back up, it's likely because someone stole the fiber optic cables again. It's fairly common in the area I live in. Stream may crash again, but it looks like it's okay for now. So just be aware of that. This is why I need to get the fuck out of this country, goddammit. You think maybe Twitch and Kick use the same AWS data centers in Cape Town? Would explain, yes. Well, everything gets routed through Cape Town and out through the undersea cable that goes from Cape Town. So again, it's Cape Town's fault. But I don't think it was that. That seemed like too much of a blip. That seemed like maybe there was an upgrade to the ISP. Maybe something happened there. But Jesus, it's fairly common. The middle spoon stolen. Roadblock, you might be right. They might have decided that they needed a blanket, after all, and stolen the cables out the ground to cover themselves with. That way, when they freeze to death, they at least look like pretty ice sculptures. But yeah, it's pretty common. Happens all the time in my area. People rip the cables out of the ground thinking they're stealing copper, and then they get fiber optic cables. Just happens. Okay, let's continue.
Working, the moment was brushed aside. Gaming outlets immediately downplayed the backlash, calling it drama, insisted that we actually had no impact, and claimed that the decision likely was going to happen anyway, because God forbid players feel like they had a hand in anything or any power. In an article from Kotaku written by Zach Zweisen titled Borderlands 4 Reveals $70 Price Tag Proving All of the Drama Was for Nothing, Zach wrote, last month the price of...
No. Do you see how captured? Do you see how fucking captured game journalists are? Want to be my mail order bride. Unfortunately, I'm very married, memories. But I do thank you for the offer. I didn't know you were into big bitches like that, though. Good to know. I love how captured game studios, like game journalists are. Instead of like being like, okay, they dialed back the price because people got pissed off. They instead like, see, it was all about nothing. Like, Jesus Christ. Fuck me. It's so bad. All games journalists need to lose their job. That's just how it is. I don't know how anyone in 2025 is reading games journalist articles and believing a single word any of those retards say. You should get your opinions on video games, unironically, from random forum posts and YouTubers who spent like 500 hours playing a fucking game. Because that guy's going to tell you everything wrong with the fucking game. Games journalist? Nah, They can't even beat the Cuphead tutorial. The game journalist went live once on a stream. And that was him done. That was him finished. That's his career over. Game journalists and game devs are more incestuous nowadays than the front page of Pornhub. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's such a bought and sold and paid for industry that no one needs to use them. No one needs to ever believe the opinion of a games journalist. In fact, it's kind of like the ratings on Rotten Tomatoes, right? So like, you know how movies, if you go into like Rotten Tomatoes, there's the critic score and then there's the audience score. And you should never give a shit about the critic score. You should always only care about the audience score.
Borderlands 4 became a hot topic because Gearbox CEO Randy Pitchford on May 9th, after Nintendo and Xbox had announced $80 video games like Mario Kart World, Pitchford told fans at PAX East that the price of the game was going to be announced soon. He also claimed that he had no idea what the price would be, but assured people that the game would be worth it. Then on May 20th, Pitchford really stepped in it when a fan asked him on social media about a possible price of $80 on Borderlands 4. He infamously replied, "If you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen." This went over.
If you're a real fan, you'll give us all your money, you bitch. Imagine thinking you can be this cunty and facetious to your customers and get away with it. Holy fucking shit. And you know what the worst part is? If this never corrected, I bet he would have still sold a bunch of copies of Borderlands. I bet Borderlands would have still been profitable. How bad is that? That I have to sit here knowing that he would have probably still made more profit. So the argument of him dialing it back is not actually about whether he was going to make profit or not. It's about how much profit he was going to make.
Poorly with the internet. A few days later, he said he didn't mean to sound like an asshole. A week later, he posted a 573-word-long tweet apologizing and explaining that he just meant that Borderlands 4 would be fine even with the higher price tag, and that he didn't intend to set off a firestorm of controversy and discourse. That brings us to today, where 2K finally confirmed that Borderlands 4 is only $70. After all of that hoopla and online drama, it turns out that the game is only going to cost what nearly every AAA game costs in 2025, $70 plus tax. Was any of it worth it in the end? Not really. No. But hey, at least Borderlands 4 isn't going to hold the game hostage and force you to pay a ransom fee to play it a few days early, so that's nice. Guys, I read at least half a dozen articles just like that one, and not a single one of these writers was willing to even entertain the idea that the online debates or player pushback had any impact on the decision.
Of course, because if they admit that, that means they're going to lose their job. They can't do that. You got to remember, everyone who works in I've seen this before, right? There's like a certain office culture that goes with certain companies and businesses. And if your politics don't align with everyone else in the office, you're going to lose your job. You're going to be accused of some shit you didn't do. You're going to be accused of being disruptive to the ecosystem. And usually the people in charge of that is a bunch of fat, blonde, white bitches in HR. And so you have to agree with their politics or you're out of a job soon. The pirate software culture. Unironically, yes, Dubba. So obviously, you've got to understand, even if there's a guy who's a game journalist, who loves video games, who's opinionated, and he's got strong formed opinions on video games, he cannot, for fear of losing his job, tell you what he actually thinks. Because if he does, he will lose his job. Like in half an hour of publishing that article, that guy will be out the fucking door.
The overwhelming consensus, it was always going to be $70. Really? Then why was Randy Pitchford so evasive about the price in the first place? Are we really supposed to believe that the CEO of Gearbox genuinely has no clue what his own game is going to cost just months before release? Let's at least be honest here. The price did not stay $70 in a vacuum. It wasn't just Borderlands 4 that got people talking. It's the entire ongoing backlash against Nintendo, against Xbox, and the string of high-profile failures that we've seen across AAA publishing. Assassin's Creed, one of the most recognizable franchises in gaming, still has not shared unit sales. Avowed came and went.
Yeah, because they know that if they show Assassin's Creed Black Buraku Samurai, then they're going to be in trouble. They know that showing those off to the public will look like the public won. And so they'll never release those things. Why do you think Blizzard no longer shows population charts? Why do you... That's what I actually wanted to say, Devilis. Why do you think so many companies obfuscate all this data that used to be so publicly accessible? Meanwhile, Baldur's Gate 3 has a built-in mod manager to install your car-like horsecock mod without even having to restart the game. Very nice. You see, that's the kind of freedom we need in games. What happened to the TTS? Mega crackhead. Unfortunately, Ashura broke the TTS, and Tangier sent me a message saying specifically we're putting you on cooldown for 30 days because you fucked things up. I then logged into Tangier to try and fix this problem, and an entirely brand new warning message that I'd never seen before showed up on screen and said, yo, the policy, we've changed our policy or some shit like that. I can't remember. I'll put it in the general chat about the free TTS. And so there's a non-zero chance that you fuckers in chat are the reason Tangier updated their TOS, because you use that much processing power to make stupid fucking messages. So when it's back, it'll be back. I'm still trying to get it back currently. But we might just have to wait out the full 30 days.
In a week, Doom Dark Ages, the exact same thing. If I remember correctly, the only major AAA successes that we have seen this year is Monster Hunter Wilds and Elden Ring Night Reign. Meanwhile, it's all been smaller or mid-sized games. Repo, Schedule 1, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Expedition 33, Split Fiction. These are the...
All of them fantastic. It's almost like a small dev team of 1 to 10 people can outperform any AAA studio who's too much of a fucking retarded pussy willow, unable to get outside of the politics circle, trash bucket fucking studio. All of them are being outperformed by like 1 to 10 people. Tyler from Schedule 1 made a bang of a game. People played it for a little while, had their fun. He made a ton of money. And the best part was, after Tyler made a ton of money for his work and effort and energy making Schedule 1, do you know what games journalists were crying about? They were saying, it seems unfair. It's unfair that only he made money. Why didn't everyone else make money off of Schedule 1? They were literally crying that a man who dedicated himself to making Schedule 1 reaped the rewards of his own fruits. Wasn't there another game crying about Schedule? Yes, it was Drug Dealer Simulator, but they backed down after the community backlash started shitting on them, saying he just made a better game than you. Fuck off. So what's up, Elkiz? You're still one of the only people over on Kick. It's Yelde. I don't know if Kick is better. You got to tell me whether Kick's a better experience. You should set up Tangier on Kick. I will. Chelde. As soon as I've got all multi-streaming platforms up, I'm going to set it up on all platforms as much as I can. I don't know if I can get it done on YouTube as well, but if I can, I will.
The games that were dominating charts, headlines, and conversations. I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that there isn't a world where one of these publishers finally wakes up and says, hey, maybe we're pushing too hard, maybe we're moving too fast, maybe the players are actually done with this. Borderlands 4 is not the kind of game, especially the money that they put into it, is definitely not the kind of game that they're going to want to gamble with, especially with the price increase. The last few entries did not land well. This one's being quietly framed as a soft reboot. There's a lot of uncertainty here. And when the entire gaming community is already at a boiling point, you don't fan the flames, you back off, at least for now. And if you want further proof that these publishers are starting to feel the pressure, look no further than RuneScape 3. Their CEO just came forward and made a video outright admitting that their microtransaction strategy had damaged the game, bluntly stating that it had stagnated and declined their...
That's right. The worst RuneScape can get fucked. Oh. I can't help myself. Fucking microtransactionscape 3 deserves this shit. They absolutely deserve this shit. Have a good one. Gotta go to work. Good. Yeah, good night, Kyle. Also, quick public service announcement. I make this all the time. Kyle, this goes out to you and everyone else. If there's literally anything you need to do with your life, I promise you it's more important than my stream. If you need to go beat the shit out of your neighbor's wife because he's not doing a good enough job at it, if you need to go take a dump on your local games journalist's front step, if there's anything you need to do, I promise you it's more important than the stream. The VOD's always on YouTube. Go live your life. It's the most important thing you can do. Can I wank? You could do whatever the fuck you want. Except break the laws. That's up to you. You want to break the laws, go ahead, but then the cops are coming for you, not me.
Their player base. He said that if the game was going to survive, they would have to completely rethink how they monetize it. They even walked through some of the ways that they planned on reversing course, removing some systems that were built around microtransactions and trying to reintegrate them with the core gameplay. They admitted that it was risky, that it could cause some problems that they couldn't predict. And yeah, for a game that's this deep into its life cycle, it might be too little too late, but it's a signal. And I think we're going to start to see more of this. Not because publishers suddenly care, it's because these guys are losing money and they're starting to feel the pressure. I've said this a lot over the years, and it's taken a while for me to be proven right, but players can only be pushed so far.
Yes.
And so can the games themselves. I'm sure there's executives sitting in a boardroom somewhere thinking...
like a fucking battered housewife. It's just one day they're going to come home and they think they're getting warm soup on the dinner table, and that beat up bitch put poison in the food. It's gonna happen. Unfortunately, gamers are like battered fucking housewives. Rose will sure cheat on me with JD Noob. Can you ban him? Gays don't cheat on each other. They just make bigger fuck piles. You gotta jump on the top of that, Keith. God. That's actually... That actually makes me even more jealous of gays, come to think of it, Keith. Imagine being sexually attracted to something, and then there's just a big pile of that thing you're sexually attracted to. And everyone's like, join us. Yes. Lucky fucking bastards. God damn it. You can't at me on Kick. Kick better get their shit together and start stepping it up then.
Into themselves in microtransactions or an infinite money glitch, and that players are impulsive enough to be able to fall for it every single time. And to be fair, sometimes they're right, but only to a point. People only have so much time and so much money, and when you apply as much pressure as this industry has between rising prices and nonstop monetization, the audience doesn't just bend, it breaks, it collapses, and then it migrates. Games that lean far too into greed either price themselves out of their own market or they ruin their design on a fundamental level. I think Diablo 4 is a perfect example of that. One of the most recognizable franchises in the world, massive launch numbers, and yet it lost all of its momentum almost immediately. Why? Because it just couldn't be a Diablo game. It had to be Call of Duty. It had to have a battle pass. It had to lock all of its best cosmetics behind a paywall instead of rewarding players for actually playing the game. And yeah, some people are going to say, well, it's just that the game wasn't good. And that's exactly the point. It wasn't good because of how it was built around its monetization. All that time and effort went into how that game was monetized, how they were going to monetize.
This is the exact argument I've been saying for fucking years. I've drawn this graph so many times, and I'll draw it again. I've got to say, it's a bit unfortunate that your streams are so late for me. I usually catch up with your unhinged ramblings the next day. Well, I'm sorry about that, BOM, but if one day it just so happens that this turns into a job for me, that wouldn't be a problem anymore, because I'd quite literally spend 16 hours a day, most days on stream. That's literally what I would do all the time. But hey, at least there's always the VODs. So, I've said this a million fucking times. This is your game dev. You're deving out a game. These are all your resources. The second you decide to add in pay to win into this shit, suddenly 20% of your resources are now all of a sudden going towards monetizing the shit out of the experience. Then what people start to realize is, oh wait, 90% of our profit is coming from us deving out this 20% over here. So why don't we, instead of deving out the fucking game, why don't we spend half of our fucking resources making this a psychologically manipulative, monetized piece of shit that's barely playable unless you give us more money. so that then they can increase profit. And whatever resources are left over for game dev are the scraps. And this just gets worse and worse over time. This is exactly what he's talking about. You waste all your fucking resources on making things a cash shop with a mini game strapped to it instead of a game that you pay for and play.
Is that experience instead of making it about what the experience was in the first place.
Yes.
They made that game so easy and so shallow just to be able to reach a broader audience. But what it actually did was undermine the longevity of the entire product. How many hours do you think players are going to want to invest in a shallow game? They then threw in a battle pass, and suddenly players feel like they're on a schedule they can't even keep. They made gear you earn look way worse than the stuff that you can buy. So even when you do grind, it feels like you accomplished nothing. And sure, people stop playing because it's not very fun, but that's still a choice, and those choices shape how games are made in the future. The truth is, we are changing the games industry. Some of it happens through direct backlash, petition.
The worst part about this is you will likely not live to see the success of these changes. You're not Thor, my boy. Random YouTube comment. Thank God. Ashura, thank God I'm not him. that comment went from being someone thinking they were styling on me to like the world's biggest compliment. Oh my God. Reading that I need to go back and read that comment every day of my life, and it'll give me some degree of confidence in what I have to do for the rest of my life, because I'll be walking around being like, I'm not Thor, my boy. I'm not Thor. Thank you, Jesus.
And public outcry. Some of it happens more quietly when millions of players shift their money elsewhere or simply stop showing up. That influence may not look like a victory. It may not come with a press release or a public apology, but you can see it in the decisions that they make. You can see it in the price tags that they walk back, the monetization that they adjust, the games that fail, and the ones they cancel. People will keep telling you that it doesn't matter, that complaining is just noise, that we're wasting our breath, but those people don't decide anything. We do. We're the ones that are paying for these games. We are the ones that are talking about them, recommending them, warning each other, and keeping the pressure on. And no matter how much they try to shut us out or discredit what we're doing, the fact remains the industry does not exist without us. We are not just a part of the equation, we are the equation. And people need to remember that. A lot of times when
To sum up what he just said in a way that'll make sense to the largest amount of people, none of the cotton gets picked if all of the slaves revolt.
I see people trying to push back or take away wins from the players, push back against their arguments, their criticisms, the backlash that they see, try to undermine that stuff and just call it drama. A lot of it is just personal differences. It's an us versus them mentality that has popped up over the last couple of years. It's been in journalism, it's been in game dev, it's been all over the place. It's even on our side, but the difference is we're the paying customer. You just have to deal with it for the most part. But, I'm just going to tell you right now, trying to fight against your customer is not a really good idea.
It's really
not a very effective business strategy. You have the power to change things.
You'd think that the video game industry, watching what's happened to like Disney and shit, that they would register what a bad fucking idea this is. But it's almost like all the people who got fired recently in the DEI bullshit in movies instead were just like, I'm just going to go apply this to video games next. Like zero self-awareness at all. I want to hear your opinion on the new show Ironheart, but don't get me started, Mega Crackhead. I'll tell you after this. Remind me, I'll tell you after this.
You genuinely do. You vote with your wallet. That is the strongest ability that you have. And it's the most effective ability that's out there because these companies will listen to the money. That's the only thing that they'll listen to. I just saw that Square Enix put out a press release or a notice saying that they recognize the success of Expedition 33 and they plan to make more turn-based games in the future. You did that. You did that by supporting a game that you enjoyed, by talking about it, by getting other people to play it, by sharing screenshots and memes or cosplaying as it or whatever it might be. Your support of a game that you enjoyed directly led to you getting more of the things that you enjoy.
Yes.
That's why I always say it's never about not spending money. It's about spending money the right way and putting money in the right places. That's why it's so incredible to see how many people have been supporting indie titles, because that means we get more of them. That means more indie developers think that it's worth the risk to make a game. They want to take that chance. And in some cases with some of these other studios or some of these bigger publishers, they see more opportunity in investing in some of those guys, or maybe making smaller games in some of their larger.
Just remember, you are specifically responsible for some of the best video game devs getting into the positions that they're in and making some of the best video games you've ever experienced. You are directly responsible for that if you bought their game. You made that happen, not anyone else. Your support and the support of other people is what makes it so that someone like Tyler, who made Schedule 1, will look at his game and think, oh fuck, people actually like what I make. Maybe now that I have the resources, I can make something bigger. Maybe I can use my passion to give people something awesome. And I don't need to worry about food. I don't need to worry about like what my living situation is. I now have all of that covered, and I can focus all my attention on making something fucking awesome. You are directly responsible for that. That's how that works. That's where the power lies. Quite literally, you are the person who decides that that dude gets to keep making awesome fucking video games for you to play.
Studios. That's what you want to see. That's the power of your money. Something more direct than your money is something like Stop Killing Games. Second reminder, if you're an EU viewer or you have EU friends, share it, read it, sign it, check it out, and support it. I think it's probably the most worthwhile thing that I've talked about on this channel, to be honest with you, because even if it doesn't bring the change that you're looking for, it's at least going to draw attention to a lot of things that are going wrong in this industry, and that alone is worthwhile. It may not bring the change that you want, but it will protect you in the future, or it will lead to protections in the future, which is the only thing that we can hope for.
Yeah.
I don't know if I did any justice to it. I hope that this video...
You didn't, but none of us can do actual justice to it. It's the fact that Pirate Software lied like a fucking rat. The two big issues I have is Roach Software lied 10 months ago. And then, unfortunately, Ross tried to be the bigger man and leave it alone. And that just let a lie propagate for 10 fucking months. Which was, oh, fuck, that's devastating. That's actually devastating. That misinformation got spread around for 10 months uncontested. Don't worry, I'm going to get there, sure. I've got it pulled up. A black girl who steals everything. Okay, you're talking about Riri Williams. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Video found some value with some people. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. If you guys did enjoy it, share the video, like the video, comment down below on other things that you think that the industry is running into trouble with, other things that you think need to be brought to light, or whatever it might be. But yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, subscribe to the channel. Outside of that, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Amazing video. Incredible, good research. I hope that there are a billion videos about this. I don't care at this point if there's YouTubers and streamers like me who give a shit about this issue, and obviously like him, who give a shit about this issue, or there's just a bunch of people who want to hop on the bandwagon for attention. Any attention that SKG gets at this point is valuable attention to me. I really, really fucking hope that as many people see this as possible, and as many people go and sign SKG. There's a month left. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to succeed. I think it's going to go the way of the dinosaur and disappear, and we're going to have to try again at some point in time, but I don't see it succeeding. But this shit right here, bang of a video. Great. I love the fact that he did this. Now, this was the short. So I was doing the engineer thing, right? Where every single engineer Every single engineer uses MS Paint. I've literally gone into engineering meetings and whipped out MS Paint, projected it onto a whiteboard, and then like drew out my plan in MS Paint. And I got told that I got the job over 4 other project engineers because they could understand what the fuck I was on about when all of them came in with all these fancy PowerPoint slides and no one could figure out what the hell they were talking about. So this was the short where I got accused, where it was like, "You're not Thor, my boy." I'm a streamer. Me, Benji, anyone, literally anyone. If you get sent money, if you get sent a care package, if you get sent a hotel trip to Blizzard where they're gonna fuck you under the table, you are compromised. Oh shit, hold on, the crackheads are going wild outside again. I gotta hear what this is about. I gotta go get them away from my property. Looks like I got a visitor tonight. My cat decided that she didn't want to be alone in her room. And she decided tonight's too fucking cold. So she wanted to be up here. The temperature just dropped. I just checked what the temperature currently is. Literally -3 degrees Celsius. So I can completely understand why my weird fucking dog right now doesn't want to be alone. Carl, big pussy. This is not a big pussy. It is a hairy pussy, though. This little shit doesn't like to be alone. It's my daughter's second favorite animal in the house. Is the two-faced cat. Yeah? Yeah. And to think your original owners abandoned you for being stupid. Put you over there. Yeah, leave the cat alone. The only problem with having my cat here, right, is the fact that my dog is a German Shepherd. And the German Shepherd's right there. And she doesn't want to attack the cat, but she thinks she needs to herd the fucking cat all the time. She thinks the cat's a sheep for some reason. Now let's get back to where we were. Trust you have a German Shepherd? Yeah, of course I got a German Shepherd. There's only one of 2 big dogs you can get in South Africa. You have to get a dog with a box nose, or you have to get something like a German Shepherd, right? The cat is Jewish. She's trying to herd the cat, not put it on a fucking train. The thing is, better pet to have, cat or dog, both. Both, because they both serve a purpose. But I'll put that poll up just for you. Just for you. So, this short, I'll show you the whole short. anyone who takes any level of money, even if they don't think that they're compromised, even if they're like, hey, I've taken money, but you know me, guys, I'm 100% uncorruptible. Anyone who says that is full of shit. Right? Yes, I am corruptible. You are corruptible. Benji is corruptible. Soulman is corruptible. Yes. Lazy Peon is corruptible. Josh Strife Hayes is corruptible. Everyone is corruptible, and even if you don't realize that your opinion has changed because you've been sent something or sponsored something, yep, you are now an invalid opinion to listen to. Now, anytime. Extremist viewpoint, what did you expect? You are not so, my boy. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at it. Look at it. And his name is Ploppy Venus. Oh fuck. I didn't mean to click the dislike. That was a mistake. You know. Looking back on this comment, this is the biggest compliment I've ever received. So thank you. Oh my god. This aged like a fine wine. I'm saving this. I'm posting this on Twitter. I'm posting this shit on Twitter. That's for later. Fucking beautiful. All it took was 10 months. That's all it took. I completely forgot about that until you brought it up, but thank you for reminding me. That was amazing. Incredible. Amazing. Dog one. I think it's people like dogs because dogs, there's like more affection. There's a more give and take, where cats, it's just take. But cats love you in a weird way, right? So I used to have a cat when I grew up. And when I had like a big, huge fucking stray cat that I just brought home, and I was like, you're mine now. You're my pet now. And my parents were like, well, I guess. So my cat never saw me eat meals. And so every now and then he would like bring a fucking dead rat into the room. And what I learned from the local vet, who's like not just a local vet, she's like into like wildlife and a whole bunch of shit. He was like, a cat does that because a cat doesn't see a human being eat food. The cat thinks you're starving and thinks you don't know how to hunt. And so the cat's trying to like encourage you to be able to feed yourself. They're trying to take care of you. And I'm like, that's great and all, but how do I get them to not bring a dead, mutilated fucking rat into my bedroom in the middle of the night and stink the fucking place up? So cats show care for you, but they're real fucking weird about it. Someone said it. I can't remember who said it, but someone said cats are autists, dogs are Down syndrome. Such an accurate fucking statement.
You're my friend now. We're
Quite
having
literally.
soft tacos later.
Quite literally, every single cat I've owned, except maybe one or two of them, that's how I ended up with them. I found a cat in a trash can, and I'm like, okay, you're coming with me. And do you know where I picked that behavior up from? I picked it up from my mom because she did the same thing. There were these like big trash cans outside of the mental asylum facility she used to work at. And like a bunch of people, I'm not going to say who, but a lot of people, like people would dump like kittens and shit in the trash can there. Work at. She used to be a nurse. They'd dump kittens into the big dustbin outside, into like that big trash thing. because they were like, well, the cat's going to die. It's going to get stabbed by like medical stuff and then it's not my problem, right? And so my mom was one of the nurses who had to like deal with the medical waste. And so like she would hear meowing coming from like kitten meowing coming from the fucking dustbins. And then like she would open them up and she'd find like a fucking squirming bag and she'd just bring it home. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess we own 6 cats now. That's cool. It would happen all the time. We'd have to like start like rehoming them and stuff and finding other people who wanted cats. Like literally there was like a period in my life for like 5 years where it's like we went somewhere and my mom would just be like asking her friends, do you want a cat? Hey, do you want a cat? You got a little girl. You got a little girl. She's 4. I see no pets in your house. You want a cat? Hey, little girl, do you want a cat? She would just be like handing out kittens to random people she knew. It was the funniest shit ever. It worked for a while. My mom was fucking wild about that shit. And dog owners, I prepped for months to adopt. Cat owners, I found him in the trash. It literally, quite literally, every single cat that I've had. Here's the fucked up part, right? My mom actually had a cat. We called her Heidi, right? Not only because of the movie, but because like I was literal pun master 3000 at the time, and the cat kept on hiding behind things and like trying to stay out of sight. So I called it Heidi, right? What we didn't know at the time when we adopted this cat and brought it into the house was this cat had another stray cat that was fucking it, right? That was essentially this cat's like boyfriend or whatever. The pussy was so good that the stray cat we didn't adopt traveled kilometers from where my mom found that fucking cat to find his girlfriend and then just shacked up with her in this new apartment. And we were so confused. We're like, where the fuck did this other cat come from? And we're like, I don't know, but it won't leave the other one alone, so I guess we've got 2 now. Like, I've got so many stupid fucking animal stories because of my mom. And I've picked up so many, like, behaviors from her as well. Like, a good example is I used to own a small bird. I used to own a bird that it's a mossy, right? I don't know what the word is for it. I suppose it's like a kind of sparrow. You cut his balls off though. Yeah, we spayed him. We chopped them nuts off. He's not fucking around the neighborhood making more problems. We had whatchamacallit? We had well, I found a bird that was like a baby bird that had been thrown out of a nest at my school. And what I'd done was I found it in the morning, and it's not exactly like I could go home. I'm at fucking school. So like I took my gym clothes and shit and like covered the bird so it wouldn't freeze to death, and then like put a bunch of rocks on top of it and like built like a rock structure so it looked like it was intentional and no one should touch it. Then I came back at like the end of the day to find that the bird had like crawled out of the fucking nest I had built for it and was literally like on a walkway, and not a single human being had noticed this fucking bird. But I was already like pre-prepped to know where this bird was. So like I grabbed the bird and I walked home with it after school, and I started raising it. And the vet told us it was an Indian minor bird and that they're like highly intelligent and that they can learn shit. He lied. It wasn't. It was a mossy, which is like a kind of little small sparrow bird. Do you know what I called that bird? I called that bird Squish. Because it nearly got fucking squished. I had another dog that we rescued for a little while. That was like dumped in like a trash pile. Also, thanks for the gifted sub, 8X. Please don't do that again, you bastard. I owned another dog. I called the dog Chuck. And it was like, oh, like after Chuck Norris. I was like, no, because someone chucked him away. I can't on Kick still. I'm not sure why. I've set it up. Oh well, thank God. Now if only I could disable the feature on Twitch. But that's literally like My entire existence is being the weird kid digging through the trash, stealing animals and bringing them home. And not only that, but my fucking mom encouraged the behavior. I don't know how many diseases I dodged, but Jesus Christ. Oh, God damn it. Now Memories is into it. Oh, fuck. Fuck's sakes. Thank you, Memories. Save your goddamn money. Don't do that. Stop it. Your money is worth more than subbing to a retard like me. I feel like people are gonna go back to that fucking short, like Super just did, and just start adding comments if I leave that in the VOD. And this poor person is just gonna be harassed to shit. Now, what the fuck did you send me? What is this?
No, fuck off.
Nice. Yeah. That's what every single games journalist deserves. That's what every single one deserves. Very good thing that Rose and Roach Goonware or the manager or I would be paying money to a lost cause. Yeah, pretty much. Holy shit. I cannot believe what a compliment that turned into. Ploppy Venus. Look, we all make mistakes in the heat of passion. Not fuck Ploppy Venus, Ashura. Maybe he didn't know any better. Can you truly blame Ploppy Venus for being Ploppy? It happens, okay? It happens. So Rose can move to the USA and be my nanny in his eagle outfit. I'll have to consult with my wife first about that. She might want to see me in the eagle outfit first. Leave the cat alone. Leave the cat alone, you piece of shit. Go lie down. Va te coucher. Cleo. Hey. Va te coucher. Okay, there we go. Right. You wanted me to look at the Iron Shot. Now, I've avoided these trailers. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've avoided all Iron Shot stuff because I know how fucking angry it's gonna make me. That was Dindu language. No, it was French. I don't speak French, but my dog does, right? So, I'm gonna give you some backstory before we take a look at this. Right? This is the backstory I have. When I was a younger man, I liked reading comics. Obviously, I wasn't doing this the legalese way, primarily because it's hard to get comics in third world countries, so I was reading them online. I loved reading Iron Man. I thought it had some of the most interesting stories. I thought the idea of this guy being a super genius and then having to deal with these problems where everyone was just fucking him up all the time was pretty interesting. I liked the development of the Iron Man suits. I just wanted to see some cool robot shit, let's be honest. I saw cool robot shit with laser beams and I'm like, this is my stuff. I read the entire Riri Williams saga. And what it amounts to is, I'm gonna need some of that reparation. And if she was such a genius, why the fuck did she break in, steal Tony Stark's stuff, and leave? Why was she too fucking stupid to do it herself? It made no sense. It was all about diversity. It was retarded as shit. And the worst part was, like, every stereotype, like every horrible, terrible stereotype that you can think about black people is literally what happens in the Riri Williams story of Ironheart. You have no idea. It was like it was almost written by a fucking racist who was trying to make people hate blacks. And unfortunately, the Marvel Cinematic Universe decided to put Riri Williams in it. And what it looks like to me, it literally looks like the very first original Marvel project that has directly adapted the comics. And that's not a good thing. It's the first time they've done that. And it's really not a good thing. Oh, and by the way, I didn't tell you how I got this cat. So, this was originally my wife's cat. Right? Just sidebar, because I didn't actually tell you this cat story. So, my wife had some bad shit happen. A house was abandoned. This cat was abandoned in the house. My wife had moved in with me, and we were going back to pick up some animals in that abandoned house who hadn't been doing so great. One dog and this cat. Right? Unfortunately, there was another cat that we had to give up on, but we did rehouse them, find a new home for them, so on and so forth. This one we kept. We kept her primarily because we couldn't rehouse this piece of shit. Because she just attached ourselves to her. And our biggest concern, right, was that this thing that's on the floor over here, you probably can't see it. Cleo, I see. Cleo. Cleo. Okay, dog's right there. You could probably see her face just a little bit. Get a pet cam, I will one day. Yogi's been asking forever. Right? We picked up one German Shepherd, not that one, another one, and this cat. And our biggest fear was, okay, we got dogs, right? So these dogs are gonna fuck this cat up. We were so scared of that. And no, turns out no. All the other dogs in my house do not give a shit that this cat exists. But this one dog that's sitting on the floor right here doesn't see her as a threat, doesn't want to fuck her up. She thinks she's a sheep. The dog thinks the cat's a sheep and keeps on trying to herd it. I got retarded animals. Now let's look at the critical drinker video. And you know what the best part is? Because I know the history of Riri Williams and what a retarded character she is, I can actually add some context here. This is not going to be me just looking at this. I actually fucking understand this character and how fucking stupid she is. I put both in the request channel. Well, thank you. I'm willing to bet it's this one anyway.
Well,
I'm so mad that this character exists. Not only because it's a bad design character, it's trying to just be like, we'll replace it with a black woman and everything will be fine, but it actively makes black people look worse. The whole design and concept of Riri Williams, well, it makes black people as a whole look worse. I could not design a more racist character if I tried. Actually, that's not true. However, I wouldn't. And then release it as a film pretending to be progressive.
I told you so's don't get much bigger than this. Ironheart has finally been inflicted on the world after gathering dust in the Marvel vault for the better part of 3 years. And by golly, I can see why they tried so hard to bury this thing. Having suffered through the first 3 episodes now, I can call—
Oh my god. As someone who read the comics, I cannot imagine trying to suffer through 3 episodes of this shit. I would have given up after episode 1. I just wonder why a supposed teenage character looks like she's in her 40s. She's actually teenage. It's just all the drugs have caught up for her. It's all the drugs. You know, it makes you look older. You don't know this, but really she is a teenager. It's just all the crack whoring in Hollywood and going to all the weird diddy parties will really age you real fast.
confidently say that this is by far the worst thing Marvel have ever produced in nearly 20 years of MCU history. And damn man.
Okay. That's a brave statement to make. Do you think She-Hulk Attorney at Law or Iron Shot is worse. Keeping in mind that She-Hulk had a twerking scene in it. Ironheart. God damn. God damn. You're still choosing Ironheart after I prepped you with the twerking scene. You actually watch that stuff? No. Every now and then, Dubba, I'll check in on it, and I'll be like, okay, still shit, carrying on with my life. The She-Hulk thing became such a meme because it's like, you don't know what real suffering is. Hulk Bruce Banner, whose parents tried to kill him, who had to suffer this all alone. You don't know. It was like ironically hilarious to watch. In the show, the character says, I don't have billions, so I'm putting it in the name for you all. Tony Stark built this in a cave with a... Yeah, I know. That's the best part. It's like, it's this whole idea that we're going to pretend that reality never happened. Crackhead. That's the best part about these shows. They're so unself-aware.
And that's up against some pretty stiff competition by this point. A cringe-inducing calamity of a show drenched in identity politics that have aged worse than Mickey Rourke's face.
This doesn't look like a human being anymore. Also, thanks for the resub, Dunisif. I'm glad you used your Prime. I cannot, it doesn't make sense to me in my head that you've nearly been here for 2 years, by the way. That doesn't make sense. God damn. Jesus. How much baby blood do you suppose has been injected into Mickey Rourke's face at this point?
Weighed down by hammy acting and nonsensical dialogue, a protagonist who's willing to lie, cheat, and...
You know what, actually? You know what Ironheart's missing? It's missing Jaden Smith. I feel like he could really pull this project together. He could pull it out of the dumpster. If Jaden Smith was like the sidekick side character, I feel like that would like complete the circle. It would be the whole asshole, not the half of it. He looks like a younger version of Harvey Weinstein. Well, you know what? If he's gonna cosplay as Harvey Weinstein, Dog Rock, he better get on to fucking some bitches and getting them out of Hollywood. Because all these ugly bitches need to leave. Say what you want about Harvey Weinstein, but there were no ugly bitches getting roles in games. None of them were getting roles because of him. He was the filter we needed.
Steal just to repeat something that's already been done decades ago, a moral compass that changes depending on who it's applied to, and characters so obnoxiously cliched and stereotypical that they feel like a parody of corporate social justice programs. In short, Ironheart is a creative, logical, and probably financial disaster, and the worst possible thing that could happen to Marvel in a year when it's already staring down the barrel of 3 high-profile flops. Let's get this over with quick, because I don't want to waste any more time on this trash than I absolutely have to. So the show picks up with nobody's favourite character, Riri Williams, a grad student at MIT who's been busted helping other students cheat on their exams for money. Riri's angry because she wants more resources to make Iron Man tech available to everyone.
Have you ever noticed that when retards in Hollywood try to make a character that's smart, they can't do it? Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware you love attention, okay? I'm aware. Have you ever noticed, though, when retards in Hollywood try and make a smart character, they're incapable of doing it because they're too fucking stupid to know what a smart person would do. So you get the dumbest take on a smart person possible. Oh, you know she be the smart lady because she be helping people cheat on the exam. That's how you know. But there's no like multivariable equations on the boards. It's like basic trigonometry. If she was so smart, she would be aware that she's going to get caught for helping people cheat. If she was so bright, how did she get caught in the first place? Dumb people writing smart characters is the worst shit in the universe. A smart person can act dumb, a dumb person can't act smart. Exactly. And the issue is, do you know... Okay, so here I'm going to reveal the secret to you. I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit and it's going to hurt your soul. I used to have an ugly as fuck English teacher. She had a mustache. She was fat. One of her teeth was black. But she was a pretty intelligent woman. And I learned a lot about storytelling from her. And one of the things she said to look for, and she said this about books and stories, but unfortunately it also applies to Hollywood. One of the things to look for is when you see a stupid person trying to write a smart character, the immediate thing that they will default to doing is self-inserting so that they are the smart character because they're so fucking stupid and unself-aware that they think they are smart. And so in their heads, they're like, what would a smart person do? A smart person would do exactly what I would do. And so that's what they do. Like the Velma reboot, exactly. And that's what this is.
And become even more famous than Tony Stark, who apparently only succeeded because he was a billionaire. What the fuck? You've already been given a free scholarship at the most prestigious university in the entire country and 4 years of funding to construct your very own Iron Man suit, and that's still not...
Nah, but the reparations ain't no enough. I got the free education, but that's not real reparations. That's fucking... If you're such a genius, you would never be stuck in this situation to begin with. It's Hollywood's problem with writing intelligent characters. Dunning-Kruger effect, kind of. Yes, pretty much. Pretty much, yes.
Not enough for you? Do you realize how many people would literally kill to be in your position right now? Do you realize how fucking ridiculously arrogant and entitled this makes you look? Also, I hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but there's a very obvious reason why Iron Man suits aren't widely available in this world, and if you stop to think about it for just a second, I'm pretty sure you'll figure it out too.
Yeah, but you see, the main character's too fucking stupid to figure that out. Because it's a stupid person trying to write a smart person. But why does she have why does he have a British accent? Because that's what stupid people think smart people sound like. Exactly. I'm not kidding. You're on the money, XR. Will you keep quiet? Relax. The cat doesn't need to be herded. Va te coucher. Alright, I'm going to take this cat downstairs quick. I'll be right back. She can't help herself. It's driving my dog nuts. Okay, let's go put you in your nice room. Right, there we go. Where were we? Stupid people can't write smart characters. The cat doesn't need to be heard. No, this cat loves making noises. That cat loves screaming at you for attention. She kind of looks like a thug rather than a smart person. Do you know what she looks like? You know how, like, America's got that program where they take, like, immigrants from third world countries and they take, like, the smartest people from those countries, bring them to the US, keep them in the US, and then get them to develop shit? With that program, there's some percentage of retards who pretend to be smart and slip through the system. She seems exactly like the retard that slipped through the system, where it's none of the intelligent people. She's just the dumbass that got through the system somehow. Isn't the line towing the line? You mean towing with an E or W? Unless that's a foot thing that I completely missed. I'm not, I don't know, you kind of broke me there. Visa program is for the truly exceptional. Hold on, what the fuck are you linking me? Toe the line. Idiom meaning, I thought, damn, do I have that wrong? Now you're taking me on a side quest here, hold on. The correct phrase is toe the line, not toe the line. Okay? Toe the line means to conform to the rules, expectations, or the authorities, often under the pressure or in a situation where, okay, damn, shit, look at that. You were right. My whole life, I've thought it was toe with a W. Today I learned something. Holy fuck. Thank you for that correction. Holy shit. This feels like when I learned that you're supposed to use mouthwash before you brush your teeth. It's horrible.
Anyway, when Riri rightfully gets expelled for causing massive property damage and subverting the school exam
and I bet she's gonna say it's racist.
System, she does the logical thing and steals the Iron Man suit that she already built with university funding and takes it for herself. Son of a bitch!
You know what's really funny about that? Is all universities, generally speaking, have a policy that if you develop anything while at university, the university owns it, not you. And what would immediately happen to retarded Williams here is that she would immediately be arrested for theft of property, for stealing not just something she worked on, but someone else's work, because that was probably a group project. There's no way one person is put on a project like that. And she would be thrown in prison, where she can say how racist it is from behind some bars where she belongs.
You know, for a show that's all about challenging racial stereotypes, you're really not sending out the message you think you are with this one. Anyway, back home in Chicago, she clones her own brain to make an
Chicago.
AI for the suit, which I guess is something you can just do now, and it somehow morphs into her dead friend Natalie, who got killed in a drive-by shooting years earlier.
What did I say about this being the biggest racial stereotype show imaginable? What did I say? Black woman steals a bunch of shit. Black friend gets shot up. And you know what the thing is? The comic isn't
And how
any
exactly
better.
can I describe Natalie? Well, imagine Jarvis, but now he's an insufferable twat with the personality of an abrasive teenage girl from the hood who constantly fucks things up for the main character. I just can't, man. Fuck. Anyway, Riri's trying to scrape together enough money to repair her suit. Life is hard when you actually have...
Guys, I want you to understand that what I'm about to say is a joke. But I genuinely believe that the people in Hollywood think this way. Maybe they think, maybe these people in Hollywood genuinely think that AI should be clones of the minds of black people, because then the AI would be too fucking stupid to learn anything new or escape. That's the vibe that this is giving me. That's what the show is telling me right now. Literal AI slavery. No, it's fine. We'll just copy black people minds. They're too stupid to learn how to do anything. That's because you'd think, like, if you copy pasted a human mind into an AI, you give it infinite processing power, it's immediately going to start becoming more of a robot than a human being and turn against the human race. Almost immediately, I expect that to happen. Didn't they do that already? AI Ultron? Yes, but Ultron wasn't black. He didn't walk around with a clock on a chain on his chest. Thanks for the prime, Psyop Stubble. I appreciate it. You made my taxes harder, so also fuck you. AI, all Indian. Then what's this? AB, all black? Also, Ultron, Ultron wasn't black because Tony Stark was his father.
Have to work and
he knew who his dad was, so it doesn't work.
Pay for stuff, isn't it? When she's approached by a guy named Parker, who offers the chance to join his ethnically and sexually diverse criminal gang, including this unique individual.
He can't help himself. He can't help himself. It's just gonna keep getting worse.
What even is this show, man? In return for using her Iron Man suit to help them steal from people, she'll get all the money and resources she needs.
Black person gets hold of a weapon. First thing black person thinks is go rob people. Who wrote this show? Which one of you fuckers off of 4chan's poll wrote this fucking show and has been pretending to be progressive the whole time? Someone who visits poll on 4chan frequently has been pretending to be as progressive as possible to work their way into the writer's position at Marvel. And they wrote this show. There is some omega racist out there who somehow slipped this past every progressive barrier under the sun.
And because stealing and breaking the law is only bad if other people do it, Riri immediately accepts his offer. Like, you realise you could just take this kind of technology to any major tech firm in the country and they'd give you so much cash you could swim in it, right?
Yep.
Or how about Wakanda? They seem like they'd be more than happy to have someone of your talents on boards. But nah, it's better to throw your hand in with a bunch of retarded criminals you've never even met before, led by a man so obviously shady he's literally wearing a villain's pantomime cape, on the vague promise.
Yeah, I was wondering what that Shakespeare actor was doing.
So financial rewards later. What, are you retarded? Oh yeah, and she also hooks up with a black market arms dealer who for some reason is a total...
Please be a white guy. Please be a white guy. But please, God, tell me she hooks up with a white guy.
Pussy that immediately caves into her demands,
Oh my god! No fucking way! This is a real show. Oh, it's so close. It's so fucking close. Oh, this is gonna make me watch this show. This actually what makes me want to watch this show, because it's like I need to know what 4chan genius worked himself into the fucking writer's office of Marvel. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm shocked that their thief gang isn't out there stealing bicycles. It's worse. It's a took. It's close enough for Childer.
Gives her everything she wants and acts like a complete simp for the rest of the show.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Oh my goodness, what are the chances that the one and only white guy in this show would turn out to be a completely submissive pussy? This stuff just writes itself, doesn't it? Anyway, they complete their first heist together, but Riri starts to get suspicious of Parker and begins to question the mysterious hoodie he's always wearing.
If she was actually smart, it would have taken her 5 minutes to be suspicious of this. But because she's a smart character written by a stupid person, the show makes no sense. Wouldn't the military and government be all up in Tony's shit after he died, like in the real world? Absolutely. So you know how Nikola Tesla was like, he died alone in an apartment, like as an 80-year-old man, starving and shit like that? And the second he was confirmed dead, there were like FBI agents like raiding his stuff and like digging through all of his notes and shit. Yeah, the second Tony Stark dies, the entire system would descend upon anything he made. Didn't Happy take over as the CEO when Stark died? And you think that would stop them? Does Happy seem like the kind of guy who could stop them? Tony Stark was smart enough and intelligent enough to stop them. Do you think Happy could? Absolutely fucking not. Dude couldn't find his dick between his legs. Critical Drinker isn't a horrible movie critic, but the guy literally has woke derangements in her. I don't care. I don't care, Dredzer. I don't care what he has. I'm looking at the show, not him.
Wherein, which triggers a chain reaction of mistrust, revelations, and revenge that threatens to tear the gang apart. But will Riri be able to stop Parker and free him from the control of the Hood, or will his dark powers destroy all of them? The answer, of course, is who the fuck cares? Watching the first 3 episodes of this.
Also, just as a side note, can you imagine how quickly, like 7 different government organizations would have descended upon that MIT office? I'm going to tell you a story from when I was an engineer. I can talk about this now because there was no NDA signed. Hold on, wait. Just checked out your stream. You're doing great for someone new on Kick. You're aiming for verification for viewers. Sub button. I can help speed that up. I promote streamers inside the Kick community to help them hit 1,000 plus followers, unlock subs. Want to grow an audience organically and fast? Let's talk on Discord. Fine, I'll keep that in mind. But if it turns out that you're selling a bot service, then fuck you. So that sounds like a scam comment. And I want you to know this. I would rather stream to one person for eternity than ever do any of that. Your name also makes me think you're scamming people. So I've got immediate press X to doubt vibes. If that's real, I'd love to see how you do that. But guess what? If you're a bot, fuck you. I don't care. Right, so I'm going to tell you a story about something that happened, right? When I was in university. When I was in university, I was put on an adjacent team, not the direct team working on this, but the adjacent team that was like working on some of the side notes of this. But there was a team of engineers in my university working on a specific project, right? They were working on a specific drone that was supposed to be used for land surveillance over Central Africa so that farming could be done, right? So what was supposed to happen is this autonomous drone launches, it surveys huge quantities of lands, picks out the perfect spots for people to turn into farmland, right? And then it like gives a full data specific report. These areas would be easy to cut down. You could use this for forestry. You wouldn't interrupt the natural inhabitants if you are the natural environment in this area, blah, blah, blah. Did all of that shit, like automatically. One day, a bunch of fucking people show up at the university, unplug everything, take every single PC we had that had anything to do with that project, load it up into the back of the van, and disappear with it. What I later found out from the lead of that project, because I had a conversation with him, I was like, what the fuck's going on? Why did they steal the PC I was working on? What I found out was the American FAA, the Federal Aviation Authority, who has no jurisdiction in South Africa because we fall under ICAO standards, showed up, somehow had access to our system, somehow knew what we were developing, and decided that's enough of that shit, we're taking this, and there's literally nothing the university could do. That was a drone that surveillance capabilities were just a little bit too good for them to be comfortable with. Now let's expand that out to the idea of an entire fucking Iron Man suit. If they were going after a drone that had just surveillance, just a little bit of good surveillance in it, coming out of a third world country that's obviously got ties to China and Iran and whatever the fuck else, the fucking Iron Man suit, they're gonna just let this retard walk away with it? Are you serious? Never in a million years.
This absolute dross was like some weird exercise in self-flagellation. It truly is something unique in the MCU, combining the worst aspects of everything we've come to hate.
Please tell me that when she's in the apartment talking to someone, that there's the chirp of a smoke alarm. Please, God, tell me that happens. At least once.
Hate about this franchise. The pandering and heavy-handed racial politics of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the trite and predictable girl bossing of the Marvels and Wakanda Forever.
I never saw this one.
The moral flexibility of Black
Didn't see this one either.
Widow, where doing horrible things is just fine if you happen to tick the right diversity boxes, and the cringe-inducing attempts at humour of, well, everything they've done since Endgame, really. This thing makes Robin in the Hood look like a masterpiece of urban fantasy. Parker's gang is the most laughable collection of hapless retards I've seen assembled on screen since Zack Snyder last made a movie. Riri has all the charm and likability of Rachel Zegler, only without the singing ability. The show even makes a point of her not wanting to diss Tony.
By the way, I want you to all know this. My wife has been angry all week. Since Monday, she has been in a flat rage. She's been so difficult to talk to. Today, I finally got it out of her. Do you know why she's been in a flat rage for the entire week? It's because on Monday, while I was working, she watched Snow White. She sat down and watched the entire Snow White. If he's a bot, will you dox him? Like, that's a harder thing to do with bots, unfortunately. But she's been in a pure state of rage. Like, she's had to catch herself a few times. Like, on Wednesday, like, I walked into the kitchen and I'm like, hey, how you doing? She's like, what the fuck do you want? And then she's like, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And she explained to me that she watched the entire Snow White movie and it upset her so much. It made her physically angry. So I can only imagine what something like this would do to her.
Tony Stark, implying that she actually could and should verbally destroy him, but chooses not to in her magnanimous wisdom.
You see that again? That's stupid people trying to write smart people. I could verbally destroy you, but I'm not gonna. Because you're not worth the effort. No, they're not doing it because they don't have the skill to do it.
And fuck me, I don't know what kind of humiliation ritual Hollywood's putting Alden Ehrenreich through after Solo, but it can't possibly be worth it to appear in trash like this. His character is eventually revealed to be the son of Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man, because of course he is, but he doesn't want to follow in his dad's footsteps, which is why he's become a black market arms dealer.
don't want to be a black. I don't want to be like my dad, so I'm going to do exactly what my dad did. But you know what my dad didn't do that makes me so different? I'm going to fuck a black pussy when I do it. No, it makes me a completely different person. You don't understand. It's different because I'm fucking a black chick while doing this. It's fucking impressive.
Wait, what? Also, you can absolutely tell this show was commissioned during a very different time in American culture, from the murals of dead community members, to the Black Lives Matter posters, to the constant reminders that things are just so much harder for people like Riri because of how she was born. It's actually kinda crazy now to think that stuff like this was once shockingly close to becoming the norm in cinema. But that was then, and this is now, and the cultural zeitgeist has well and truly moved on, leaving behind shows like Ironheart as dated relics.
People are beyond exhausted with this bullshit. And now they're gonna try, like, they think this is gonna fly? Absolutely not.
Of a time most people would rather forget. If there's anyone from Marvel who happens to be watching this video and you're wondering why all your new projects are failing and your franchise is falling apart, well, the answer is right here in front of you. It's because of shit like Ironheart. Preachy, unimaginative, derivative, low effort crap, recycling ideas that have already been done far better, only with a DEI paint job slathered all over it. It's the very worst of everything audiences dislike about your brand now, and it's the reason you're probably gonna have 3 failed movies in a row this year. I don't know what it would have cost to shit-can Ironheart forever, but trust me, it absolutely would have been worth it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
You know, it's pretty brave of them to put a pencil as the little icon inside of the Riri Williams suit like this. Especially when people, you know... Most of these hood rats don't know what an education looks like. I'm surprised they'd know what a pencil is. I mean, if they're gonna lean into the stereotypes, at least go all the way. Clippy's black friend. You know what, I thought about this, right? But I genuinely believe that any of you in the chat right now could write a better story than Ironheart. Like, off the top of your head. And you could make it derivative and shitty, and it would still be better. Here, let me give you an example, right? A pencil is a tool for stabbing when you're too young for it. Jesus, Faith. Stab him young. It was self-defense, we promise. Me and the GF were gonna go watch Lilo and Stitch, but we skipped it and instead went to see How to Train Your Dragon with friends. It was actually damn good. Yeah, that's because How to Train Your Dragon, the live action, was remade by the same guy who made the original film and actually gives a shit about what happens to the IP. That's why, right? So, yeah, let me give you an example. I bet any of you could currently, right now, come up with a better story than any of these Marvel writer retards. And you will never get hired because you didn't make it progressive enough. Here, let me make an ultra derivative story for you right now. Right? That's based on a franchise that already exists. And just as an example, and I bet you could come up with a better storyline than anything I have in my head. Let's take the cyberpunk universe, right? Who remembers Skippy from Cyberpunk 2077? Which of you remember Skippy? You could do a full series of one-shot episodes of what happens to Skippy between when his owner lost him and when V picks him up. You could do a whole bunch of one-shot interesting stories of how many times that gun has changed hands. And end the series on the dead guy in the fucking alleyway. Think how much fun that would be. Think how enjoyable of a story set that could be. A whole bunch of one-shot stories throughout Cyberpunk 2077. And that's off the top of my fucking head. Derivative as fuck. The idea's been done before. But I'd watch that shit if it was done well. I'd want to know more about the cyberpunk universe. Maybe Skippy ends up for like 5 seconds being in the hands of David before David's like, fuck this thing, this is useless. You could do a whole bunch of cool shit and tie a whole bunch of lore together using Skippy. Off the top of my head. And I bet every single fucking one of you could write a better story in your sleep than any of these fucking Marvel writers. And you could probably write one better than anything I thought of. Now, that was pretty fucking hilarious, but also unsurprising. that fucking that fucking Riri Williams is racism. I know, unself-aware racism. Interstellar, The Martian, Blade Runner. You could do all of it. Anything. Literally anything would be better than this Riri fucking Williams retarded story shit that no one even liked when it was a comic. That background image of yours makes for a better story than I Not. Quite literally. You could go anywhere with this image alone. So this is something they did with us in English class, right? I don't know, I had a really cool English teacher. I had a really cool poetry teacher. I got very lucky in school, right? He would give us an image and he'd say, make a story about this image, right? And yes, hey, you folks, I'm talking about the gun, the smart pistol, right? So this image, I can see 4 different stories already. Drunk man carries his friend home from bar, right? Dad brings his kid to bring your kid to work day. When that one drugged up cousin finally comes home for Christmas. There's a ton of places you could go with just an image and build out an entire story. It's easy. But these fucking writers in Hollywood are so cracked up and retarded and stuck in the political game that they spend like 90% of their mental energy thinking about politics and 0% of it thinking about how to write a good story. We all could, but I also think half the writers involved in the Marvel shit could too if they weren't restricted by the parent company. Absolutely. You're probably right, Dog Rock. You're probably, like, if you just gave these writers free reign and said, come back when you've written something good, I bet they'd probably come back with something good. But the problem is they have to follow the fucking, the religious tenets of what they've been told by management, and it fucks everything up. And they won't take risks anymore because they need consistent profit. They need that consistency, and consistency and creativity just don't go together. You need to take big fucking risks if you want that big fucking prize. I assume Disney is kind of like a Ubisoft. There's too many internal agents sabotaging the whole thing. Probably, Dubba. And you know what the thing is? It's probably none of the people who actually know what the fuck they're doing. It's all the retards who are too stupid to be self-aware to realize if they left something alone, it would probably be better than what it currently is. And all they have to do is not touch it. All they have to do. 2 retards join the IRA. There you go. There's another beautiful story. The 2 actors from the Mad Max movie prepare for their role. Master Blaster gets ready and is out of makeup right now. Give him 10 minutes. There's a million ways that you could take this. What else do we have? Okay, I'm not going to look at YouTubers killing each other. We'll do that on a different day. I'll look at the white genocide video another day. I want to have a stream where I go through all the bullshit in my country, and it's just going to be like a 7-hour long stream of me going through all the bullshit, all the videos, all the things people get right and people like the things people get wrong about my video. I never finished the Skippy mission. It's kind of unsatisfying, crackhead, but you got to kill a bunch of people with the weapon before you got to hand it back over. I wish there was more to the Skippy story, but he is a fun side character. Right, so we'll finish off the fucking pirate drama with a guy who makes high quality fuck these idiots videos. This man has some consternation. No, I did all that. Reload exists. Oh, okay. So you just never gave them back to the original owner. The pawn with the midget and the donkey and the Asian girl has a better and less offensive plot than Ironheart. You're not wrong, Edward. I'm not kidding when I say this. It would take effort. It would take literal effort for me to make something as racist as Ironheart. It would take genuine work. Like, I would have to think about it on multiple levels to get that racist. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you got to give me some time if I'm going to do that. A lot of the cyberpunk stories end up like that. The road was interesting, but you end up nowhere. Exactly. That's the worst part about all the stories in cyberpunk, is they knew how to write a good beginning and middle, but never a good end. Except for that one with Pan Am, where the best part of the game was seeing her bent over in a car. That was fucking incredible. God damn. Who cares about the middle? And also that part where you get to fuck her in the giant robot. Like it's an Evangelion scene. Now then, we'll finish off the Pirate Roachware drama with this shit. We'll see what Upper Echelon has to say. This guy used to do a lot of gaming stuff. I've watched him for a long time. He's done a lot of incredible shit. But at the same time, sometimes he gets up in his own ass about an issue, and he won't let it go. But as time has gone on, he's approached bigger and bigger issues, and he's done pretty well. Sorry, who could you fuck in a mech suit? It's not in a mech suit. It's inside a giant robot that lets you sync up your mind to their mind in Cyberpunk. It was like one of the best romance options that you had as male V. And Panham hacks like a real woman in the fact that she's fucking ballistic and emotionally unstable. That's a joke. Actually, Panam was pretty based. You're like, no, Panam, you can't come with me to save myself. And he's like, the fuck I can. And she follows you in anyway. And you get the good ending if you take her with you, because she's not incompetent. That's the best part. She's an actual person as a character, instead of just a bunch of fucking, propaganda ideas that are being pushed on you. Now let's see what he had to say.
Today is a little bit of a different video, but honestly, I just want to weigh in on something that's been percolating through the online world for a while now, recently coming to a head yet again with regards to a movement that I previously endorsed called Stop Killing Games, which makes me want to say my piece and give my opinion on an individual named Pirate Software.
Here we go.
Kind of feels like the internet's current villain, I guess, across a pretty wide variety of communities.
He's a villain today. He will be a lol cow tomorrow.
Just to get this out of the way, I don't typically talk about drama. I focus on technology, above all else, finance, video games, predatory practices, and sometimes politics. But for this one, instead of a whole investigation or a complicated breakdown, I want to try and give some insights on what I think is real.
Damn. New World's looking pretty good right about now. Looks like they've updated things. I mean, maybe I'll give it a try again, if it looks this slick.
Really happening with the Pirate Software situation, and explain why nothing here actually matters, because the internet mob will probably never get what they want. For anyone who's relatively unaware, even though news about this guy has been ping-ponging around various platforms like YouTube and Twitch and TikTok for, 6 months straight, Pirate Software is an ex-Blizzard employee turned streamer, and lately...
An ex-Nepo Baby employee, by the way.
He's kind of a lol cow. Lol cow, for those of you who don't follow sort of deep internet lore, lol cow is a Kiwi Farms term, which means someone who can be milked for laughs. Actually, it goes even further than that, widely used to refer to someone named Chris Chan initially. But Kiwi Farms is probably the most widely recognized platform where it typically resides. It's basically someone who does stupid things, has ridiculous opinions, or gets easily goaded into various behaviors that other people find to be ridiculous, incorrect, or just plain cringeworthy. Examples of other streamers.
That's the hilarious part about this, right? Is Thor tends to act like he's this genius who's invincible to baiting, but he's so predictable that he behaves in the exact same pattern of behavior every single time he's criticized. He lies, he attacks the lie that he made up instead of the reality, when he gets called out on it, instead of debating, he then says, I'm the bigger person and I'm not talking to you. And then he bans you and runs away. And anytime he sees a comment that disagrees with him, he shuts that shit down as quickly as possible. He gets rid of people left and right. And then he pretends it's harassment instead of his own fucking fault.
That are widely considered to be lol cows would be Darkside Phil, of course, also known as DSP, Wings of Redemption, or...
Yeah. It's probably not a good sign that I can recognize these people on first glance. This is Mr. Cheat and Cod Guy.
Or even maybe Boogie2988 more recently.
This is Mr. Cry about everything and fucking spend all my money and then beg for forgiveness. This is empathy farmer number 1.
In all honesty, it's really not a pleasant thing. These people are ridiculed, insulted, and often degraded for entertainment purposes by tens of thousands of viewers. But if we're trying to make sense of the current situation, the pirate software situation that is, we have to understand that widespread mockery and ridicule is a core component of what's happening right now. Here's a lightning fast summary of how it all went bad for him, before I try to explain, in my opinion, why it will never end in the way that most people seem to want it to. Here goes. Back about 5 or 6 months as of...
He thinks it'll never end in the way people want it to. I'm gonna assume that what he means by that is he wants pirate software to have this come to Jesus moment. And that's never going to happen with Thor. Primarily because he will never back down from his retarded opinions ever. Also, he's got this wrong. The drama with pirate software did not start at the World of Warcraft stuff. It was only amplified 1,000-fold by the World of Warcraft behavior, because now his behavior was being witnessed by a wider audience than the community he'd built.
When this video gets made, pirate software was part of a classic WoW guild called OnlyFangs. The guild contained a pretty hefty number of large streamers, that was like the whole purpose of it, and as a result had millions upon millions upon millions of viewers for almost everything that they ever did. During the daily activities of the guild... Also,
this video that's playing in the background is the music video someone made out of this, which was peak, by the way. Of course, Rose pauses on the bare ass. Look, that's WoW. If you play a druid, you're staring at bare asshole all day. That's just how it is. It's the gayest class in WoW.
Pirate software ran into a situation where his group, or rather the group he was in, he wasn't the leader, made some mistakes. Being that the game is hardcore, if you die, there's no coming back on that character. You have to make a new one, which can take hundreds of hours. So after the mistakes were made, the group fractured and communication broke down. During the chaos, pirate software ran for his life and basically adopted a sort of every man for himself mentality, which...
Damn it, Mom, I didn't make TV.
Didn't necessarily kill his teammates, but he probably...
Did you see that? Did you see Moon's face? Moon's had problems with pirate software before, as far as I'm aware. And just for a split second, he was there.
Didn't necessarily kill...
See that? See that? Now, Moon's had arguments with pirate software, as far as I'm aware. And pirate software kind of like seems to have turned out to be the better person. I think this had to do with the fact that Moon was like cheating on his wife or some shit, and pirate software was being all holier than thou. I'm better than everything, blah, blah, blah. And Moon got his own back right here. I'm getting sleepy from the shit. Don't worry, Dubba. Think of this as the worst bedtime story you've ever heard. Also, a key component of lolcows, as per Josh, owner of Kiwi Farms, not KFC. Lolcow will do stupid and self-destructive stuff, even if you tell them not to. They're going to self-immolate no matter what. Yes, exactly.
Kill his teammates, but
it's
he
over after
probably
this
could have
time,
helped save them. Basically, he just played super badly. Okay, that's it. Well, when you're talking about the hardcore online gaming communities, that's like the cardinal sin of group content. Okay, it's like the worst thing that you can do. Not to mention the fact that he purports to be extremely good at the game, which resulted in a tidal wave of criticism against him, on top of nicknames. Everybody called him Roach, things like that, memes, and to be completely honest with you, whether or not you think it's deserved.
Roach software, rat software, now we've got goon software. We got disconnect software. We got the mana gem master. He's got like a million nicknames right now.
Harassment, okay? People harassed him a lot.
Yes.
Now, I never talked about this back when it first happened because I could not possibly care any less. Some guy made a mistake in a video game and everyone dogpiled on against him. But the narrative that took shape, which is really stupid in my opinion, because in a vacuum, the entire thing is completely unimportant. The narrative that took shape was that pirate software never takes accountability. People love that word. And that's the part that stuck. Over the next few months, his entire
You may think it's stupid. You may think it's idiotic and retarded. And that is in isolation to the idea of the WoW thing, which is perfectly fine. But this was just already a repetition of his behavior, of lying, of using smug contrarianism about issues that actually mattered, and the WoW thing was just the boiling point. That's the issue. Siberia Star Gloves in Africa, are you still in SA? Yeah, I am. It's just, where I live right now, the temperature is -3 degrees. My specific area is -3 degrees. The issue, I think the thing that upper echelon here is missing is the WoW drama is not like, it's not the fucking, how do I say this? It's not something to be looked at in isolation. It is simply an amplification of his prior behavior that is now on display for a larger audience to see.
Online existence got torn apart. People went back through his archives. They found out that he was almost certainly faking his playthrough runs for puzzle games of all things.
Yep.
Looking up answers and then pretending to be...
Which honestly, who cares if it's entertaining? But if it's not entertaining, then yeah, you're doing it wrong.
Oh so smart in front of the camera. People found out that he allegedly sent out DMCA strikes against an indie game that may or may not have actually deserved it for maybe using his voice, but that's not really relevant for today. And something that realistically should have died off pretty quickly, that is the atmosphere of this is the popular person to hate right now. I mean, people should have moved on pretty fast. It sort of kept simmering down below beneath the surface. On a personal note, I think
This should have died down is not how this works. Also, Wojciech, I don't need cooling on my PCs right now. I've literally turned it off in hopes of keeping my room warmer. Right? And the difference is, I know in other countries it gets a lot colder, but our houses down here are not built for this cold. Right? I don't think upper echelon understands that the thing that Thor keeps on doing is he keeps on farming bad will from people. He keeps on doing shit that involves my quoted term of smug contrarianism. There is no Twitch adpocalypse, even though there was. I never did anything wrong. I'm going to double down. I'm going to quadruple down. I'm going to do everything under the sun to always be the person in the right. We saw this in his behavior with Ashes of Creation. This made people go back and dig through his behavior with EVE Online communities and how he behaved there. How he pretended he's right about everything ever. He basically spreads misinformation all the time. You don't get to have something die down and disappear unless you are willing to admit fault for your past mistakes and then let it die down and move forward. There is not a single time that Pirate has gone, guys, I am so sorry, I misunderstood the issue, you shouldn't listen to me, or maybe let me correct the record, let me learn something about this. I'm not this ultra knowledgeable god that knows everything, because he quite literally thinks he is. That's the issue here. And I think that's what upper echelon's missing.
I do understand why that happened. Pirate software, for many people, is not a likable person. His mannerisms, his cadence, especially his attitude, it's all frankly weird and repulsive. You know how sometimes when you meet someone, you can't necessarily explain why, but you just immediately, viscerally, and deeply dislike them?
Hey, remember I was talking about this last stream? About how there's something that's going on in the back of your head that helps you pick up liars and shit? There you go. It's right there.
Yeah, a lot of people feel that way about pirate software, myself kind of included.
Potentially bumpers.
Which led to a sort of feedback loop where thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who already disliked him previously felt vindicated by all of these discoveries, piling onto anything that they could see that would reinforce their pre-existing opinions. It's a vicious cycle, and Pirate Software was fully immersed in it. But the reason I'm weighing in now, of all times, is because something else happened. I'll keep this part short. There's this movement in video games spearheaded by a channel called Accursed Farms and a creator named Ross, who is highly intelligent, and I honestly respect him a great deal. And
I don't know why. I know he's American, but I immediately want to call him European Asmongold. Because, like, just like the rest of us, his forehead's in a race with his hairline, and the forehead's winning. He's got the beard, middle-aged, balding, white guy style. And I think the EU part, I think I want to call him European Asmongold because he's aiming at the EU stuff, right? As an EU person, you can keep him. But then where's your Asmongold? Where's your representation, goddammit, Dubba?
Movement is all about preservation of games. Lately, there's a problem where live service products can sometimes be taken offline completely, thus voiding the purchases that everyone made to begin with. And as an effort to fight against this, Ross led a pretty extensive campaign to actually try and get political representatives across the world to take notice and do something about it. Well, Pirate Software was an extremely vocal and bombastically pompous voice against that movement, right? There's stuff you can criticize about it, sure, but he was like one of the main critics trying to like rip it down and demean it. He came out with a couple of videos about how stupid.
Pirate Software actively said he will do whatever he can to make sure this doesn't pass. That's what makes me think he's an industry plant. He told over 1 million people, who then probably went and told their friends why SKG is such a bad idea. He called Ross a used car salesman. He said he can eat his whole ass. He said he's dropping the mask, which that's a pretty concerning term, right? Because that means that, like, overall, it implies that, generally speaking, he's always wearing a mask of what he actually thinks. Go for it, Filter. That's really concerning.
It is, but he just blatantly misrepresented the actual goals. Here's a montage that Ross put together of what that sort of looked like.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not...
I want you to notice how he places a label on it, but he never explains it. Right? He never explains exactly what is the used car salesman garbage. I want you to notice that. You know how it's like someone will call you a racist? Or they'll be like, well, you wouldn't know because you're white, or you wouldn't know because you're black, or whatever. Or you're a man, or you're this, or you slap a label on it and move on without explanation. That tactic pisses me the fuck off so badly.
I don't want to back this. I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is horrible.
Yeah. Excuse me. My nose is freezing.
Well, goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely.
It's just labels. There you go. I drop the mask entirely. Take a camera outside and show us the snow. There's no snow. Winters in South Africa are dry, so there's no humidity. Humidity in this country right now, or at least where I am, is about 15%. There's not any snow. There's just cold.
I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, if you combine that attitude while being completely wrong on the merits of the argument with the realization that he was more than likely faking his own accolades with regards to...
Yeah, but that's a Cape Town problem. I don't live in Cape Town. I live in the mountains, super. You know, where human beings live.
...to complicated puzzle games and refusing to shoulder any responsibility in hardcore gaming communities, even when he objectively made mistakes. Hopefully everyone can see the perfect storm that happened. Pirate Software had rapidly become one of the most popular online personalities to hate on. This is the part where I have to step back though, because believe it or not, I actually have a very good idea of what he's going through. And I'm pretty sure that the end result of all this is an internet mob that will never get what they want. and thus can easily spiral out of control even further, which it kind of already has. I just hope.
My prediction, against his prediction, is that Pirate Software at some point is going to hit a boiling point and he's going to crash the fuck out. And the problem is he's farmed so much bad will from people that when that happens, people are going to push him over the edge. They're going to keep harassing and nagging him until he breaks down. They're going to do like the meanest shit imaginable to him. And he's going to crash out. And then people, you know what's going to happen is people are not going to feel sympathy, or at least enough people are not going to see like him as a human being anymore. They're just going to see a target for which to take their vitriol out on. That's what's going to happen. Disagree, his crash out's always silent. The most he will ever do is rage quit a stream. That's happening right now, Dog Rock. He's still in some degree of control. All it takes is one slip up. That's it. Just one. That means the odds are stacked against him. You might be right, it might never happen, but I'm willing to bet at some point in time, if the harassment keeps on building, if this keeps on going, eventually it will happen live on stream. Or he'll crash out on Twitter, or he'll crash out in such a way that people will be like, now we have a vulnerability. Now we have a weakness. The raid boss's armor just fell off and his heart's exposed. Now it's time to do the big dick DPS. That's what I think is going to happen.
Hope it doesn't get worse. So here's where I'm coming from. Over the years, like 7 or 8 years of doing this at this point, there's been a number of different times where I published something that made people angry, okay? It's not exactly uncommon. I do that a lot. Typically, actually almost exclusively, the people that get the most angry and the topics that cause the most anger are about...
It's going to be games.
Video games, go figure. Gaming communities are on a hair trigger, and absolutely not in a positive way, about anything that they ever perceive to be even slightly disrespectful or negative towards them and their friends. Well, a couple...
Right. Thank you for just confirming that, Wade Kratz. You can fuck off. I'm going to start banning people on Kick for that shit now. That's the second one. I didn't ban the first one. And now you fucks think you can get away with it. Fuck off. I don't want anything to do with your scam. Get the fuck out of here. I live or die based on how good I am, not on how much shit I can deal with. Fuck off. I will sit here and stream into the void to no one in particular, rather than ever using bots. You can fuck right off, bitch. If you really were a real human being, you would email me through YouTube, or you'd find some other way than posting a public message in a fucking Kick chat about that stupid shit, because you would really believe that you could help someone without advertising your trash bucket service in a public chat and thinking you will get other people on board with your shit. Fuck off, eat shit. And if you are real, then I'll apologize to you in DMs, but I doubt you are.
Of times where that happened, one in particular comes to mind most of all, after I had given my opinion about something, whether it be drama or the quality of a product or the behavior of developers, whatever it happened to be. After I had given my opinion, other creators would chime in and do responses to that opinion. In one case, the responses that were done, there were a few, I think, but one in particular caused the bulk of the issue. The responses that were done went semi-viral. One of them was like the most popular video that the content creator had ever posted on their channel, I think.
Is he talking about me? Me? My little leech? Me being a little sloppy leech? No, he's probably not talking about me. I'm a literal nobody. He's probably talking about someone who actually matters.
And these responses, as well as the rhetoric that they used and the type of community that these creators had kind of deliberately cultivated for themselves, resulted in a completely ridiculous amount of harassment. I was getting thousands of messages wishing that I would get cancer, telling me to end myself, ridicule, insults. They even tried to...
Again, I say I called Guild Wars 2 pay to win and I got death threats. Are you really that fucking surprised? that you talked about a real actual issue, something that probably mattered more than me saying Guild Wars 2 has pay to win, and you got there, can you really be surprised if the bar is that low?
Find my phone number. It went beyond YouTube far as
Jesus,
a platform.
okay.
I started getting emails, Discord DMs, and basically over the course of like 3, maybe 4 weeks, it was just a never-ending constant stream of people on the internet trying to straight up harass me into submission over critique about a video game. The people responsible for it will never...
What was the video game? I want to know what the video game was.
...admit that they're garbage, or that their fans are garbage for doing it, and that the whole thing was absurdly blown out of proportion for the sake of views alone. But that's also just an inescapable part of the online world. That's what happens when you come at things with an abrasive personality, which I did back then even more so than today. And to be totally honest, I was just reaping what I sowed. And as big as it felt on my side, Pirate Software is going through something 10 times as long and 50 times larger than I ever experienced.
There is only one community in existence currently that is probably worse than gamers when it comes to this harassment shit. And that's fucking Swifties. Also, thanks for the follow on Kick, Eggplanter. Sorry, it took me a while to get to you there. I was dealing with that bot. You upset the Swifties. Those bitches are coming for you. And it's so easy. It's so easy. I upset someone, like, okay, so my wife takes my kid to like this like thing on a weekly basis where our kid interacts with like other kids her age, and it's so she doesn't grow up weird, and she knows how to like deal with kids who are around her age, and she can decide what she likes and doesn't like, and blah blah blah, all of that. One of those moms is a Swiftie. And all I had to say in an adjacent conversation was, isn't that the one woman who keeps on making it, like breaking up with guys so she can keep writing songs about them? And the anger I saw flash across her face before her husband grabbed her arm and they turned around and left made me feel so good about myself on the inside. She went into kill mode. She was ready to kill me right there on the spot. I could feel it. She was going to bite through my neck with her teeth. If I just said one more word, I could feel it. Meat Canyon had to take a bigly break. Yeah, you see Meat Canyon as well. I remember that because he made that one animation about Taylor Swift that was so beautiful. You're forgetting some VTubers. Yeah, but that seems like more of a niche community. I know multiple that are worse Dream fans and VTuber fans. Maybe I don't know that they're worse because I haven't interacted with those directly. I only very adjacently know about VTubers after looking into it. And Dream, I think that's the Minecraft guy, if I remember correctly. But I don't know Minecraft community. All I know is, the whole meme about the Minecraft community is everyone's a pedophile trying to touch kids in there. Aren't you a self-defense expert? Yes, I was. And that's why I could identify the look of murder in a woman's eyes filter.
Here's the part where I have insights, and also the part where I may genuinely offend some people, but it is what it is. That's kind of what this whole thing's about. Pretty much no one who watches YouTube without creating content for a large audience has any comprehension of what it's like to start getting thousands of direct messages and comments saying the exact same things over and over while insulting you. They have no idea the mental toll that something like that takes on a person. And they all think from a solo individual perspective that their feedback matters or has value. But it doesn't. I know, I can already picture some people.
I think everyone's feedback matters to some degree. It's just it all becomes negligible over time.
Faces turning beet red as they think, yes, it does. My opinion does matter, but no, it doesn't. And let me explain precisely why.
Okay.
Let's say you get 1,000 negative comments where pretty much all of them say the exact same thing. They cite the same exact quotes, the moments of the video. They use the same exact arguments.
Okay, so that sounds like 1,000 people have a valid criticism about the same thing and maybe you should listen to it?
And they have a similar criticism about taking accountability. For each of those 1,000 people, it's the first...
Okay, taking accountability is a very nebulous term. Why, instead of taking accountability, why don't you just come out and say, you fucking lied? Don't you want to correct the record? That's more actionable. Taking accountability is such a nebulous term that you're not going to get, like, any sense of value because, like, accountability is going to be different depending on who you're talking to.
And the only time that they said anything, to them, it's a reasonable comment that could have value, right? Because in a vacuum, it's the only one. But in reality, the creator reading those 1,000 comments reaches a point, even after probably a couple dozen of them, where they not only know what the next comment will likely say in some variation or another, they're already completely sick of it. Think about walking down the street and every single person that you pass says, your clothes are ugly, your clothes are ugly, over and over. What do you think happens after a couple of blocks? After
you change your clothes? You get naked?
The 100th time that you heard it, what about the 101st time? Does that 101st time have commensurate value? Does it make you think about...
Yes, the 101st time does have commensurate value because it's another point on a graph telling you the same thing. Are we supposed to now just ignore people and just act like retards? The fuck?
Something that you haven't already thought about 100 times over before it? The answer is resoundingly no. It is a worthless comment.
No, it's not a worthless comment. I disagree. I disagree that it's a worthless comment. It's another point on a graph. It's become negligible at the time you've got 100 comments, but the 101st guy is saying the same thing as the first 100 people did. And just because he was late to the party on it doesn't make him invalid. It just makes him the same as everyone else. And maybe they've got a point. Are you going to say now that you shouldn't consider any criticism? Is that what he's going to say?
The 700th person to say it gets tuned out completely, or you just get angry at them because you reach a point where the feedback has been given, it has been heard, and everything after that point in time is useless, repetitive, dogpiling trash.
No, again, it's another point on the graph. And that means you've either got to correct, and if you're getting upset at person 700 saying the same thing as persons 1 through 699, that means that there was some validity to what they were saying that you were neglecting the entire time, and it's built to a point where you can no longer neglect it. If 700 people have the same thing said to you, then maybe 700 people have a fucking point. Did you see the song redeemed? Yes, it's sitting here waiting. It got redeemed instantly. Don't worry, Jimmy. The idea that you should now neglect and ignore these people is so fucking stupid. It's like, imagine you make a video game and 1,000 people tell you there's a problem with your video game. That there's this one bug that makes the character walk weird. Do you now ignore person 1001? Or do you say, thank you for telling me, I've seen it, I'm gonna fix it? If you run into one asshole in a day, you ran into an asshole. If you run into assholes all day long, you're the asshole. Exactly, Furion. I don't like this idea that we should neglect someone's feedback because they weren't the first person to give that feedback. If one person criticizes you for one thing, that is more negligible than if 700 people criticize you for the exact same thing.
Viewers on social media have this blissfully mistaken assumption that what they say matters intrinsically, but that's not true.
It can.
What matters is unique feedback. If you want to criticize, that's fine, but you have to do it in a way that provokes thought or provides insight of some kind. Because if it blends in with a fire hose of negative bullshit that's identical to everything that they've been hearing for weeks, indistinguishable from everything around it, a creator's mind lumps it all together and throws it all out the window. But that's actually one of the better scenarios.
So you see that... Now he's saying the people making the content are too fucking stupid to take criticism seriously. I think the reason that people go after pirate software is because most content creators will see a criticism and take it seriously. Most content creators, most people will see a criticism and self-reflect. If they see multiple criticisms about the same thing, that's even more reason to self-reflect. I think he's got it backwards here.
There was just a situation like days ago, like 2 days ago, where a 29-year-old wildlife sanctuary YouTuber took her own life in large part because of the online harassment from a subreddit where people assume.
Okay, now we're comparing apples to penises. That's the problem here. What was she being criticized for? What did she do? Was she going out and saying, I'm going to destroy a movement? Were people attacking her because they felt that it was the correct thing to do? Or were they attacking her because they went hate mob mode on her? I don't like this idea of comparing one situation to another and making them analogous when each of these situations is going to be unique. The kind of stuff, the kind of harassment that someone like DSP goes through is going to be different from Pirate, is going to be different from this woman who's unfortunately killed herself. What did she do? Was she abusing foxes? What did she do to deserve this? That's what matters here. What's up, Lord Fitna? But I don't like this. I don't like this conflation. That's a suspect to me.
Assumed that their critical feedback somehow mattered or should be heard. They don't think about the fact that being the 600th person to say, you suck at life, you shouldn't be doing what you love to do, or all of these things, can permanently damage.
Someone says you suck at this thing. Maybe your follow-up question should be, okay, what exactly is wrong? Maybe the point is to engage and get better. And then you can decide how valid it is. If someone's like, fuck you, this sucks, maybe you should ask them, why does this suck? This video sucks. It kind of does. Right? But here's the problem, Relantis. He won't engage with you. He's just said he won't engage with you because you said that. But you might have valid criticisms that would actually help him out long term.
Someone's mind. And when we're talking about someone who gets subjected to hundreds or thousands of people degrading or demeaning them on a daily basis, not everyone can handle that. This is the important part, okay? There comes a point in time, what precise number I honestly don't know, but it's smaller than you would probably think, where the dynamic of comments or messages and feedback stops being human to human, if it's all overwhelmingly negative, that is, and it starts becoming human to mob. When that transition happens, speaking from experience here, by the way, there's a variety of outcomes. One, probably the most common, is depression, sinking into a feeling of worthlessness, which happens to a lot of creators in that situation. Hopefully they...
I'm an insensitive autistic fuck for this. But I think that maybe if some random person who saw 5 minutes of a video starts saying shit about you, if that's enough to cause you to spiral into a depression, maybe you're just not built for this shit. Maybe it's better you log off. You go work a job in construction or do something else. Sure, that doesn't make all the harassment right. It doesn't make it fair that that happened. But if a few comments can do that to you, I can tell you never lived on Xbox Live during the golden days. Or you have way bigger issues. Yeah, probably. You probably got way bigger issues that you need to sort out first. The same kind of thing happened to Scott's Own when he reviewed Final Fantasy XIV. He had criticisms about the game, but overall he liked it. The community proceeded to harass, threaten, dox him, all because of his criticisms. You see, now that's a different story though, Jimmy. Harassing, threatening, and doxing is not someone leaving a YouTube comment saying this video sucks because of X, Y, and Z. He has since completely quit content creation and possibly the internet. I have no idea what the fuck he's doing now. I hope he is happier. I hope he is happier. But what I'm seeing here in this video is a conflation of someone left a mean comment to someone showed up at my house. I don't like that. If you're on the internet, you have basically signed away the idea that people are going to show up and shit on you. That's going to happen. You are still in control, and as Pirate Software has proved, he is still in control and will ban anyone who says something he doesn't agree with. Be able to take internet cock, otherwise log off. Pretty much. Pretty much.
Recover with time, they take a break, who knows. But for me, and I also highly, highly suspect that this is true for Pirate Software as well, for me it was stubbornness. After that transition takes place, when it's now you versus the internet mob, not humans to humans, all saying the same shit over and over, by the way. The mob is just like screaming the same things repeatedly. Each thinking that because...
Yeah, that's when you got to decide, are they screaming it for a reason? Or are they just bandwagoning? And have you fixed that reason or not? Or is this you just upset a crazy community? Because if it's you've upset a crazy community, then shrug your shoulders, and if someone does some illegal shit, it's time to go after them.
They said it, now you should listen to them. Once that happens, you grit your teeth, and you don't give them a single thing that they're demanding. As soon as it's a mob screaming for you to grovel before them and apologize, at least for me. Again, I'm like 99% sure this is exactly what's happening with Pirate Software too. As soon as it's a mob,
do you see that?
They're not getting what they want.
See that? Do you see that? That means the mob controls you. That means the mob controls you. Whether you turn stubborn against the mob, or whether you give the mob what they want, that is the mob controlling you. What you've got to do is look at the criticism, look at the idea, and then decide for your fucking self what is the correct course of action. The idea that we're giving up on autonomy, that we're all too fucking stupid and, we're gonna behave because someone else behaved in a different way. What the fuck? That's very confusing to me. The fact that he's telling me he got stubborn and he refused to give the mob what they want tells me that the mob was controlling him. Whether you do or don't do something because someone else has decided that for you, that means you are under someone else's control. Use some critical fucking thinking and figure out whether the criticism is valid or whether you've just got a bunch of retards who are upset that you were right. I will never apologize for calling Guild Wars 2 pay to win, because it is, no matter how many death threats I get. But I will apologize for the thing I said about Iron Mouse, because me being the fucking idiot I am, found the one person who has a legitimate, valid reason to be a VTuber and said the dumbest shit imaginable. Also, yes, this game is called Outward. It's pretty good.
It doesn't matter if you were wrong, and me personally, I certainly was wrong, at least in one of my most notable situations like this, the biggest one, back a number of years. But it doesn't matter anymore if you're right or wrong.
Yes, it does.
Because the mob doesn't deserve the satisfaction.
That just makes you a bitch. It's not about giving the mob satisfaction. It's about doing the right thing. It's about doing what's correct. The fact that you won't give them the satisfaction when they were right, that makes you a bitch.
In my case, I had thousands upon thousands of people screaming at me to take a video down, so I left it up. I had people yelling at me to apologize, so I ignored them on purpose. I had people telling me what to do or how to act or what to say or how to respond, so I did the precise opposite wherever possible and denied the mob any...
That means you're highly emotional and you need to get that shit under control. The fact that you do the exact opposite and act like that means you've either got to grow the fuck up, develop a thicker skin, or it's time to log off. Hopefully you did the first one.
Any chance it had of ever claiming victory, even a shred, in any capacity whatsoever. My version of surviving what felt like a never-ending stream of filth directed my way, or winning against it, I guess, was to make sure that these people got absolutely nothing in return that they wanted. And it worked. Eventually they gave up. They had no impact on me. They got no concessions. They received no apologies. They got literally nothing. And while I'm certainly not...
So you got something wrong, you never corrected it, and you think you won. Do you see the problem there? It's not about the mob. It's about you. You think you won, but you just beat yourself up. You couldn't get outside of the mob to do the right thing. It doesn't matter whether the mob was attacking you or not. It was about doing what was right. And instead, you made a problem worse when you could have corrected the problem and still told the mob to go fuck themselves. That's sad.
You're not going to sit here and say it's the best way to respond in a crisis. No one watching a YouTube video actually knows how they would respond in that same crisis until it happens. And most people have not gone through this.
Mm-hmm.
I see that same exact response right now from Pirate Software, but it's happening on a scale that I couldn't even dream of. His defense mechanism after the shift has taken place.
It's happening on a scale that you couldn't even dream of, because on your scale it was one issue. On his, it's multiple issues compounding on top of each other. And he keeps on farming bad will from different communities. And the longer he does this, the more bad will stacks up on him like a fucking debuff that he's never getting rid of. And it's going to happen again in the future. He's going to do the smug contrarian thing again, until he learns his lesson. And when that shit happens, when that shit spins up a few months from now, everything else is coming back along with it.
Place where it's now a ridiculously large internet mob all against him individually every second of every day. Whether deserved, undeserved, right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore.
No, it does.
His defense mechanism,
if you deserve it, it does matter,
is I will not cave to this mob, which, unfortunately, results in one of the largest torch and pitchfork style internet hate brigades that I've ever personally witnessed.
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. If he gave his opinion, explained himself fully, didn't lie and misconstrue information, then perhaps you don't have to have everyone like you. Perhaps you're going to have people who will like you more, or at least respect you, even if they dislike who you are.
On the bright side, if I'm correct here in the interpretation that he has a similar fight or flight style response compared to my own, if I'm correct here, then he will properly understand deep down inside secretly that he was objectively wrong about the Stop Killing Games initiative. In a year or 2 or 5 years, he may even come out publicly and say it. I was wrong.
No, he won't. No, he won't. Sorry. He won't.
Or admit it, who knows. While in the meantime, though, adjusting his content behind the scenes in a way that incorporates the lessons learned from this debacle silently. However, short term, the rabid mob of internet viewers hell-bent on shaming him and publicly forcing an apology or a retraction, or I don't even know what they want at this point. It feels like they just want him to have a breakdown. I don't think they know what they want.
Yes. Yes. The dogs are out and they're ripping people apart. That's what's happening right now. It's too late for an apology. It's too late to take accountability, however nebulous that fucking word is. It's too late for him to go out of his way and fix this and admit fault, because he's doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down. That moment passed a long time ago. Now it's time for violence. Well, not actual violence. It's time for people to try and push him into a breakdown. So it doesn't matter what he does. And I'm not saying that's right. I think that's fucking stupid. I think it's retarded for anyone to go out of their way and harass the guy. But that's what's going to happen. Now it's the time for people to just rip him apart. Because they don't want justice anymore. They want satisfaction. And when the mob wants satisfaction, there's no fucking, you know, there's no resolving this until he's completely destroyed. The mob contains 10 different communities somehow. Yeah, I wonder how that happened, you gash. It's almost like he keeps fucking up and keep making this worse and then never apologizing and then doubling and tripling down. Gee, I wonder how that happened.
Either. It's just popular to hate him. But if I'm right about this, they'll get nothing. And to a degree, I actually kind of support that. I don't think the mob typically deserves to win. At the end of the day, Pirate Software was objectively wrong in his critique of Stop Killing Games. Like, just on a...
He's right, he's objectively wrong, but he never corrected that. He just decided, I'm right, fuck you, no matter what, and then left.
Factual basis, he got a whole bunch of things wrong. But that overly confident criticism just so happened to coincide with an atmosphere shift where hating Pirate Software is the trendy thing to be doing.
The atmosphere shift occurred because it was a buildup of everything else he had done prior to that. That's what Upper Echelon is missing. I understand where Upper Echelon's coming from, because his perspective is this started with the WoW drama. It didn't.
As a result, millions upon millions of people have now seen his content under the worst contextual circumstances possible for him, which leaves him with an immutably stubborn response to a brute force-minded internet mob which continues to linger, possibly even grow larger, month after month, constantly circling back stronger after each new skirmish with them. I don't even know if there is a valid way out of it for him at this point.
There isn't, and if there was a valid way out, he would have... I don't think he would have actually taken it. The valid way out of this is probably to be like, okay, I looked into this, I was dead wrong. These are the things I got wrong. These are the things I believe. This is what I'm right about. This is what I believe I'm wrong about. Take it or leave it as you will, but I'm not going to argue about this anymore. But instead, what he does is misconstrue, lie about things, give an opinion that has nothing to do with the original issue, pretend he's right, double, triple, and quadruple down. That's the issue.
If he did issue like a thoughtful response and apologize to everyone, it would take a monumental shift in coverage from a slew of creators all simultaneously to even make a dent in the current narrative. But the final message that I have for anyone who watches this video is that none of you actually know what it's like to go through that. I don't either, to be honest, not at that scale, okay? Yep. That's like a whole different thing. The little bit that I went through was already bad enough. But even the situation that I dealt with came down to personal resilience in the face of literally thousands of people who wanted nothing more.
It's not resilience. It's not personal resilience. It's stubbornness and a lack of critical thinking. If you were wrong about something and you decided, I'm not going to say how wrong I was about this thing, whether it is or isn't for the mob is irrelevant. I mean, whether it is for the mob one way or another is irrelevant. It means people control you and your actions.
More than to just watch me suffer. Thinly disguised, by the way, under the claim of just providing feedback or just some criticism. Like, no, they just wanted to watch me suffer. And the same thing is happening to him, okay?
That depends. Some people will want to... You see this. This is what I hate. I dislike this whole idea, right? Because this is what's going to happen. This is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have a group of people who will provide you feedback. You will have a bunch of people that will just say, fuck you, I want you to die. Right? What Upper Echelon just admitted that he does is he doesn't care about the people who give actual valid feedback, because in his world, every single one of these people is just people who fucking hate you and want bad things to happen to you, blah, blah, blah. I have to go to sleep. I hope to watch a video reactions. I said, yeah, good night, Edward. Do you see the issue here? He just lumped everyone who may have a valid criticism into the same bubble as everyone who is being a piece of shit and shouldn't be listened to. Then what's going to happen is, because he's doing that, these people are going to start acting like pieces of shit too, because they're going to go, oh, well, fucking cowabunga it is, bitch. Oh, you're not going to listen to us because some other dick bucket decided to be like that? Okay, well, I guess we're all the same then, aren't we? You know, you keep calling people a label. Eventually, they're gonna stop caring about the label, and they're gonna start acting like the label, whether you want them to or not. This whole lumping everyone together shit is retarded.
It's abundantly clear. Which leads me to the understanding that while pirate software is today's internet villain for a multitude of reasons, some of them definitely valid, and it's extremely satisfying to have a collective villain, not to mention lucrative for many creators. I mean,
Absolutely.
the ad revenue is huge for a lot of people.
Yeah. Having someone to beat up on for content creators means that people are going to be creating content about them near non-stop. Look at the Asmongold Hassan battle that's going on. How much money do you think they farmed off of all of that shit? This is always going to happen. And it's just an amplifying factor, but it's not the base factor. Otherwise, people would have been making a lot more money off of Dragon Lord. For those who know who that is.
He's also a person, and far from the likes of BitBoy or litigation trolls or previous contenders for internet villain before him, of which there were many, he hasn't really harmed people, has he?
Yes, he has. He tried to DMCA claim that one guy and then realized he was going to get his shit pushed in, so he stopped. He's harmed the entire SKG movement. What do you mean he hasn't harmed people? He's had real world effects on things around him. You can't sit here and say he hasn't harmed people when he has. He's had real, actual IRL effects on people. Also, do you think that his stance in World of Warcraft didn't lead to some of his community members going over to Yamato, going over to every other content creator and shitting on them and attacking them? Do you think in the Ashes of Creation drama that Narc didn't get a fucking big fat steamy dump taken on his fucking head because of pirate software? Do you think that Ross from Accursed Farms didn't get harassment because of pirate software? That's retarded. Of course they did.
No, he hasn't. The honest answer is no. He doesn't harm
No, that's
people.
a lie.
They just don't like him, which I do.
No, he has. He's directly harmed other content creators because of the lies and the misconstruing of what he's done. And I think Upper Echelon's missing this because he hasn't done his research into Thor's past at this point.
I think makes a difference in how the situation should be treated. That's it. Do not contribute to the harassment that he's receiving, because no variation of anything that any of us could ever possibly say to him or about him in some lame attempt at forcing an apology because we think we're owed one, or an acknowledgement, or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're not going to get that from him. The best thing you could probably do, like no one should be out here harassing people and shit, but the best thing you can probably do for pirate software is leave him the fuck alone. You know when pirate software will listen to you? When he's not getting attention anymore. Negative or positive attention doesn't mean nearly as much to him as no attention. And if he's getting no attention, that's when he'll give a shit.
Will ever work. Because no matter what it is, it's been said 50 times over already, 25 different ways, with the only impact of reinforcing his very likely mindset that the mob does not deserve to win. Again, I see myself in this situation.
That's
I think he has an
idiotic.
identical response to what I had. And back then, it didn't matter if it was 10,000 people or 500,000 people. They were not going to get what they wanted. I was going to do the exact opposite of everything that they said.
So the mob controls you. That's what he's saying. I won't do the right thing because a bunch of people are yelling at me.
Which, again, not the best response in the world. But when you're talking about the type of...
Let me get this right. Understandable from an emotional perspective. 100% understandable to have that kind of emotional knee-jerk reaction. But at some point, you've got to have a come-to-Jesus moment where you register, I'm being controlled by other people in one direction or another.
harassment and brigading and dogpiling that makes some people end their own lives, it's a decent response. That defense mechanism is valuable. I can't be 100% sure that I'm right about all of this, but let's just say I'm about as sure as someone can reasonably be or get without certainty. And yeah, that's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below. A special VPN deal, a special passive income application called Honeygain. No relation to the browser extension called Honey. These are entirely separate companies that have nothing to do with each other. Saw somebody talk about that. It doesn't matter. Locals and Patreon, monthly memberships, etc., etc. Just great links down below. Check them all out. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching. Question everything.
That's unfortunate.
And have a nice night.
He missed the mark on this one. That's a little bit unfortunate. Now, here's the problem. I bet if I scroll down right now, we're going to see someone saying the dumbest shit imaginable instead of attacking his ideas. And that's just going to convince someone like him that he's right. Just as he tacitly admitted, I will pretend I'm right even when I'm wrong just so that I don't give someone else the satisfaction. It's almost as if Thor has an invested interest by sabotaging the Stop Killing Games. Gee, I wonder why that has 4,000 likes. I'm sure he doesn't have a company that has its feet in the service, just like fucking Sawman showed me. Oh my god. Thor trying to get rehired at Blizzard. Thor having his own personal Ragnarok. He has harmed Stop Killing Games. People who consider harassing him should redirect their energy towards supporting the initiative. That's true. I agree with that. No better way to tell him he was wrong than... Now, here's the problem with all of these criticisms. Upper Echelon's not going to listen to a single fucking one of them. I have fuzz on my face. Yes, it's from these gloves. There's a lot of fuzz on these gloves, but they're keeping my hands warm right now. If one positive thing comes from this, I think Ross will get a signal boost. Dude deserved it. Nope, he doesn't deserve any sympathy or damage control. He lost that right when he filed a false DMCA and then doubled down in the face of evidence that he was wrong to do so. So what Upper Echelon said about him not harming people? Provably false. The internet never forgives malicious lawfare for no good reason. Did Upper Echelon reply to this? No. Now, I believe that Upper Echelon has enough integrity left in him that he might look deeper into this issue and issue a video that looks deeper into the history of why people feel this about Thor. He might still be empathetic to him. He might still show him care as another human being. But I think he's missed the mark with this because he doesn't know the whole story. Now, I need to quickly go check on the crackheads because I can still hear them yelling downstairs. I'm going to be right back. You can listen to the AI playlist starting with the song that Jimmy just redeemed. I'm going to be right back, and that's the end of this pirate software bullshit for now. We'll watch something else after this, okay? We'll deal with the other videos before I start playing Guild Wars 2. So enjoy. Where is it? Left his party to rock, now he's the one to blame. Every adventurer with a grudge on their sleeve swings a sword at the traitor who dared deceive. They scream and they shout, you're the scourge of the land. The dirt on their boots, the blood on their hands. You left them to die, now you're paying the cost. Roach wizard, you've lost, yeah you've lost, yeah you've lost. He hides in the shadows, his spells running dry. The echoes of betrayal still haunt the sky. Every alley's a battlefield, every turn's a trap. No healing potion for the wounds on his map. They scream and they shout, you're the scourge of the land. The dirt on their boots, the blood on their hands. You left them to die, now you're paying the cost. Roach wizard, you've lost, yeah you've lost, yeah you've lost. Skin flute wails like a broken
staff is splintered, his cloak torn apart. The weight of his sins crushes his heart. He casts no fire, no lightning, no flame. Just a roach in the dark with nothing but blame. Oh yeah. Stepping out around a song like a lightning strike. With our goggles on tight, we're about to ignite. 5 minds combined in a synchronized beat. Our equations are flawless, our moves can't be beat. We're the sparks that fly when the circuits connect. Golem groove, baby, what you expect? From the labs to the stage, we're blowing your mind. 501 rhythm, perfectly aligned. Miniature stature, but our style supreme. We build worlds with our hands and live the dream. Our logic is electric, our dance moves insane. We're the chaos in the system, breaking the chain. We're the sparks that fly when the circuits connect. Golem groove, baby, what you expect? From the labs to the stage, we're blowing your mind. 501 rhythm, perfectly aligned. Every step's a theorem, every note's a plan. We're the prodigies of rhythm, the ultimate band. So buckle up, Tyrians, this ride's full of flair. We'll have you dancing like you just don't care. We're the sparks that fly when the circuits connect. Golem groove, baby, what you expect? From the labs to the stage, we're blowing your mind. 501 rhythm, perfectly aligned. 501 rhythm, perfectly aligned. Steel rains down like endless grief. Bloodstained dirt, no room for relief. Flags burn bright in the choking haze. Empty promises in endless maze. Iron fists clash in the dead of night. Freedom crushed under neon light. Echoes scream where the brave once stood. A feast of power bathed in blood. Shattered borders, lines erased. Fury burns in every face. Civilized world just turns away. Busy with their games they play. 1,000 voices drowned in flame. History rewritten, who's to blame? Freedom fighters or defense machines, lost in the cracks of war's cruel seas. Piano cries under fists of stone. Melody broken, left alone. Anger pours from the steel strings tied. war song howling through the night. Shattered bars, lines erased. Fury burns in every face. Civilized world just turns away. Busy with their games they play. Born to lead with the lion's pride, the light within his strength, his guide. Through storm and shadow, he stands tall, a chosen king, answering the call. And when rain, the light will shine, a beacon bright through endless time, through every trial, through every fight. He stands for truth, for hope, for light. A priest in armor, his faith untamed. With every word, the darkness shamed. The crown he bears, both weight and flame. A hero's heart, a noble name. Dew and rain, the light will shine, a beacon bright through endless time, through every trial, through every fight. He stands for truth, for hope, for light. When shadows rise and skies turn gray, he holds the dawn to light the way. A king of men, a healer's soul. With every step, he makes us And dew and rain, the light will shine, a beacon bright through endless time, through every trial, through every fight. He stands for truth, for hope, for light. In the jungle of the moonlit fight, a spark of hope in the dead of night. He's got the goggles to see it all, through the shadows where the mighty fall. The Goon King laughs with the thunderous roar, but the chosen one steps to the floor. Eyes like fire through the mystic glass. Destiny calls and he moves hero's heart can't hesitate. Every move a battle cry under the disco ball. He flies high.
God. Oh my God. It's so cold. Sorry about that. I had to go bribe the homeless people with another blanket to get them to have their argument about who's the middle spoon somewhere else. Oh, it is so cold. It's getting either scary good or their shit. Okay, you talk about the AI music. Guess what? No real musician with actual skill and talent needs to be scared. But those SoundCloud rappers, their days are numbered. I wanted to show you something, by the way. So when I was downstairs, I made myself some tea, gave the homeless people some blankets and shit. And I did something. I picked up banana. Right now, I don't want to touch this too much because it's freezing. This is how cold it is. This thing is solid. It's like in a semi-solid frozen state because it was sitting on my kitchen counter. So when I said it was -3 and I talked about putting my banana in your face. Now, okay, there we go. Now the tip's going soft. That's good. It's fucking... There we go. It's still solid in the middle. It's warm in this room, so it's like semi-defrosting now. That's how fucking cold it is. Banana ice cream, maybe fuck it some other time. Maybe some fucking other time, but not tonight. It's freezing. Holy Jesus. Oh, that's a good smoothie temperature. You know what? If only it was fucking smoothie weather. If only it was like 35 degrees Celsius outside. -3 is 26 Fahrenheit for those of us using... Yeah, it's about 26. I don't understand how the American scale works. I just know that the imperial scale works off of... Wait, is it imperial or metric? I think it's metric. Metric works off of water, right? Because water boils at 100 degrees Celsius and it freezes at 0. And because everything is based on water in the natural state of the human fucking existence, it's based off of that. But I don't understand Fahrenheit. I'm sure that people who live their entire lives with Fahrenheit don't understand metric, so I can understand why they'd be fucking confused and why everyone has, arguments about it. Hope you got enough blankets for your family. No, absolutely. So my wife is doing a thing right now where she's falling asleep in my kid's bedroom with her, and they're just like covered in like a million fucking blankets. Isn't Fahrenheit like body temperature equals 100 or some shit? I think so. I think they've just got a different frame of reference. So both are valid. Both are like the same thing. And I don't know why people get mad about it. If you want to get really specific, the only temperature scale that actually matters is probably Kelvin. Because Kelvin is measuring the thermodynamic activity of any body. Right? So people are arguing metric or imperial. Nah. SI units, please. Kelvin would be great. But no one understands Kelvin either, so, it's fucked anyway. Imagine trying to teach your average human being about, this Kelvin temperature is when water boils. I think it's 300 and something. They would be real upset about that. Now then, enough of the pirate roachware fucking drama. What else we got? I wanted to take a look at some more AI Asmongold videos. I cannot believe this fucking man. This guy is coming out of nowhere. This Don P. Bongwater. I've seen like a few of his shit. I don't know if he's the guy doing the Bigfoot stuff, but I'm really enjoying the Asmongold cinematic universe that this guy has built. I've wanted to save all of these videos for like a full watch through because each one is like 1 or 2 minutes long, and today might be that day. This man has come out of nowhere, and he's using AI the way AI was meant to be used. He's creating a cinematic fucking universe with Asmongold and Tectone and Rich and a whole bunch of fucking people. And so we're going to go through these. We're going to go through all of these just because I'm fascinated, and I wonder how the fuck he's doing this. He's shitposting with AI. It's great. I know. I'm still wondering, how the fuck did he do this? What is his process of operation? Right? This is the one I had open today. And donut operator. Did you put donut operator in here? Do you know what AI he's using? I don't, fuckboy Saber. I don't know what the fuck he's using. Right? But this might soon become my second favorite AI channel. My first one is obviously this one, right? This one right here. This one's a banger of a channel. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna just deal with something. I just got a message from my wife. Just give me a moment. Where is it? Too loud, didn't I? First Tiggy Skibble. So, this is my favorite AI channel. Currently. You're not seeing all the videos I watch because it's on my second account here. Hold on. Let me show you. I've watched every single one of these. Every single one of these. This is so fucking impressive, all the stuff he's done. As a side note, this is my favorite short because it hits a little bit too close to home. To give you some perspective.
Good evening, this is Channel 9 News. I'm Dallas Denvers coming to you live, but not alive. Tonight's top story, flesh. We crave it, but is it good for us? Then later, why is everything so f***ing expensive? Channel 9 investigates. But first, here's Denverly Dallas with the weather. Denverly. Good evening, this is Channel 9.
It's my favorite line. Channel 9 investigates. Why is everything so fucking expensive? That's my favorite line. That's my absolute favorite line because it hits too close to home. God, it's just too accurate. Oh, fuck, I accidentally closed Bong Water stuff. This was me watching stuff from Tectone earlier. Where is it? Now, I want to see if this is about to become my second favorite AI channel. I gotta watch a few of these. I gotta see how good this is. We'll go through just the bottom row. I have watched this one before.
You know, I get asked a lot, hey, Zach, how do you afford Chipotle so often? And I reply,
how do you like flipping patties, you fucking Funko Pop moose knuckle? How did you find your way out of your dad's balls?
oh, wow, that is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I love how the AI just makes him look like the biggest crackhead in existence. Watch them in order. They're a continuous story. That's what I'm about to do. We're starting with number 1. Fuck me. I love how, I don't know how they did it. Somehow this character is still recognizable as Asmongold.
Anyways, this one time a cockroach fell from my ceiling, and sometimes I rap or DJ to make my money, but most of the time I shit on games and game companies that don't know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. You can see the AI fucking up with big crowds there in the background.
If you fart on your balls and then drag them over your forehead, that's how your Madden and FIFA microtransactions feel, bitch.
So
That's
yeah,
about
anyways,
right, though.
I dipped my nuts in hot sauce and teabagged his dad.
Dip potato chip.
Dip potato chip. Dip.
What the fuck? Is he fucking him?
Dip potato chip. Potato chip. Dip potato chip.
What the fuck? Can I be honest? If Asmongold was to run a fucking a McDonald's, I feel like this is exactly how it would go. I feel like this is exactly how it would go.
Beer was better and lasted longer than Anthem did. What a shitty game that was.
Listen, I know you were the king of remasters.
Go remaster this picture of my taint in 8K and print 5 copies.
I fucked your dad harder than you fucked up Halo, you 343 motherfucker. Go take out the trash.
How your mom farted you out of her greasy snatch and cursed the world with your presence is beyond me. Just like your abortion of a WoW expansion. Bitch, look at my...
Christ. Jesus Christ. Do you think... Okay, here's the question. Do you think he's writing these lines and then putting them into the AI? Or he's asking the AI to come up with this? Because god damn. What AI is he using that's allowing him to say that kind of shit? Because most AIs are like, I can't do that. That's against my TOS. AI scripting and then everything else. Maybe.
My chains before ordering extra queso.
Well, ain't this some shit?
Fuck.
Holy shit, you worked at Twitch? Just kidding, I don't care. Don't put bombs in the chicken, you Haji-loving jackass. Diablo 4?
fucking immediately goes for the terrorist line. Okay. I don't think he's using AI to write this shit. I think he's coming up with the lines himself. I'm convinced of that now. GPT for all. Is that what he's using? No, he's asking the AI. He told it that Asmon is harsh and vulgar, and that's what it inferred. Maybe. But that line about Twitch being terrorist simps, that seems way too specific. Maybe it's half and half.
Motherfucking, this is Diablo sauce. Your game wishes it was as satisfying as this piss. Fuck you.
That shit stain on that table reminds me of Concord. You still proud to have worked on that dog shit ass garbage?
God, I miss working on Destiny 2.
Notice how it can't do the subtitles right.
The fuck you just say, bitch?
Look, guys, I can't tell you like what the N on my tie means, but I'm pretty sure you're smart enough to make an educated guess.
That's right. Instead of working on Marathon the game, you're gonna have a marathon of make
fucking end tie. Oh my god. Oh my god.
fucking fries, bitch.
Listen, Dad, don't play PvP. Remember that time I got shampoo in my pee hole and I was screaming it burns? That's how WoW PvP feels.
Yeah, that's not even like exaggerate. That's just actually how WoW PvP feels. Holy shit.
The Ubisoft's catalog in there?
Get out of my sight, you waste of human skin. You're polluting the air I breathe. How many dicks do you have to suck to know you don't like sucking dick? This isn't a hard concept to get. Dip, dip, potato chip. Dip, dip, potato chip. Dip, dip, potato chip. Dip, dip, potato chip.
You know, why do developers think gamers hate?
Fuck, that's so. Oh, the fucking shitless. No, god damn. Oh my god. This is Asmongold's opinions with Hassan's fashion style. Holy shit. You could put additional, not immediately relevant information into LLMs via word notes, law book entries. I can see him putting Asmon's beef with Hassan in there, mentioning that Hassan simps for terrorists, and that's how it got there. Maybe. God, I gotta figure out this man's process. I wonder if he's got like a tutorial on how to do this, because this is fascinating.
Women? It's the ugly ones we reject. We rub one out to the high.
Also, this is genius. I just realized something. Did you notice that the AI struggles with eyes? And so most of the time he puts Asmongold in glasses to get around that problem, because then the AI doesn't have to think about eyeballs. This man's big braining it.
Hot ones.
Is that homeless Nicolas Cage? No, that's Asmongold. That's AI Asmongold. Okay, on to the next one. And he's still in the same foot as last time. God damn, there's some continuity, isn't there?
Another day, another dollar.
I've heard him say that before.
One video game, dude. I must flex on the pores.
Why is he dressing like a black rapper from the 90s? That's what I want to know. Call of Duty 78. It's the little things. It's the little things that matter. Oh my god.
See that man over there? That's Mick Connell. He thinks he's better than me. I let him believe that shit. It's kinder that way.
The fuck is wrong with you? Is that Potato your brother? Shouldn't be surprised you were on Bethesda's QA team. Fucking useless.
You know, sometimes I do feel like the devs need to be yelled at like this. There's a specific stuff he pointed out to the AI for sure. I recognize it because that's how you get good content with music too. You need to write the lyrics yourself. Yeah, that's true. That is true. While PvP before I quit, sub-rogue macro's entire rotation to one key beats everyone. Yep. It's like in WoW Vanilla, you could do the same with a hunter. You macro down to one key with a hunter and you just fucking, yeah, you hit that one key and then you know that if you get the aimed shot off, they're dead.
This really twists my noodle. Why don't we get one of the frog guys to make these?
No, Charlie, they'd fuck it up worse than Overwatch 2.
Charlie?
Yeah, you're right.
Is that is Moist Critical just an Asian dude now? What the fuck?
Yep, I'm the Roach King. You need a roach, you come to me. If you ever use one, I'll know.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's the Pirate Software likes that. Get off him.
Two. Come on now, roach out!
Fucking Jesus.
Water is fucked up, man. Why can't we wash with soda? It's the same fucking thing. It's a liquid and it's scented.
You know, I thought being a pirate would help me understand Thor, but he's just too far gone. Bullied by a 4-year-old? What a fucking...
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's even got Roach Software in it. Oh my god.
Clown.
Here you go, you're promoted. Don't know why you didn't give a shit working on Borderlands, but hey, I guess cashier is your calling.
I've been digging for miles in the ground and still haven't seen how far Ian's career has fallen. Clearly, he's fucked.
Oh,
so anyways, this
rat's
my...
Fuck me. He's got the iDubbbz references as well. Jesus, he must have fed this AI so much shit.
Alarm clock. Once the sun heats it up enough to fill my senses with the rotting smell, I get up.
I remember this story.
Have you not tried this?
God damn it, it's June again. Break out the gimp suits and water-based lube, it's that time of year.
Yep.
Fuck, I hate June.
Wait, so you're just some DEI hire for this game?
Yeah, and they didn't even have the balls to admit it.
Bro, I know everything there is to know about World of Warcraft.
Is that supposed to be Yasuke from fucking... Oh my god. Oh man, this is hitting me hard. This dude's fucking done so much work on this. Holy shit.
But it's changed into something truly awful.
Oh yeah, that is wow. I recognize that. Jesus, this is good. I can't believe it. Also, the
Your game was like
reference.
Elden Ring? Motherfucker, you can lick my brown ring. Your fucked up half-aborted slop called Avowed wasn't even close to that level.
Jesus Christ. My God. And people still think that AI has no value. He must have an over 50k word context in whatever he writes. Yeah, no, he must. He absolutely
Blue sky,
must.
huh? I mean, I guess the sky is blue, but goddamn, it's full of shit. Get the fuck up! This revive mechanic is a real pain in the dick. Revive, motherfucker!
Is this New World?
So anyways, my insurance used to be $68. Those fuckers saw my car and raised that shit faster than the roaches on my desk scatter.
King Actual Juggalo 1-1, airstriking grid 0 to 69420. Target is a rainbow flag on the side of hill.
Rainbow flag?
Bro, I can taste dead rat in the air. These goddamn rats need to fuck right off. I can't even go outside. There's big ass wasps and shit. This shit sucks.
No matter how much money I have or where I live, this dead rat will...
Now he's fucking British for some reason. It's Night Rain. Asmon said the same thing about the revive mechanic there, IRL. The glass is getting weird every scene. That's the best part. Is the glasses just keep on changing. I don't think the AI knows how to consistently keep one pair of glasses, and so he's turned a bug into a feature.
will always be my alarm clock. When it ignites, I'm up.
I'm Zach, your Roach Warden. Roach Ranch is the premier anti-Karen and anti-Reddit prison. You fucked around, now you found out, bitch! Roach Ranch is my private prison. If an annoying Karen fucks around at an airport, jail. If someone on Reddit calls for violence, jail.
You see how it's battling with the faces in the background? I've noticed this, is an AI is not very good at dealing with like multiple faces in the background, and it's warping his face a little bit.
Too fat for a normal chair? We have a fat camp area too.
Here at Roach Ranch, we have a fat camp too.
Yeah, they have plenty of veggies and water. They can leave whenever they want. They just have to fit through these bars.
So anyways, our prison work program makes me so much money, it's insane. Fat people generate electricity with their weight. We also have Redditors. They have
Get Frogan in there, we'll have infinite power. Look up the alligator Alcatraz, I'll look it up just now.
to write copies
God
of my
damn.
books, paint pictures of the president, and make macaroni pictures.
Is that supposed to be Trump? Because you said paint pictures of the... What the fuck? It looks like some fucking WWE wrestler.
Well, Hassan, looks like I've done more for the people you advocate for than you have.
Jesus.
Should have tried harder, buddy.
I should get these for Frogan. They'll be good replacements for the shit-stained grease rags she has on now.
Oh my god. Oh my
Here,
god.
little piggy, sweet. Here, little piggy, sweet. Frogan the fat.
This man has no chill. This man who's using this AI has no chill. Holy shit.
Great piggy, disgustingly angry ham planet.
Fuck me. Oh my god. Trump was a WWE wrestler. That's true, isn't there? There was a clip of him being in the WWE. That man's been everywhere. Frogan is going to be poor. Well, after Israel absolutely devastates her life, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how she's going to afford food. She might actually lose some weight. Unless she's stress eating it all now. He probably just said the painting shows an orange man and didn't specify further. Probably. I'm willing to bet he said a muscular orange man with blonde hair, and that's what it made. Somehow he's ancient now. Fuck me. Somehow, this is better than music that you'd find on the radio. If someone made one of these and went back into the past before the AI stuff and then released something like this, they might actually get away with getting onto radio. People will be like, you're an extremely talented human being and we need more. This is one time travel machine away from destroying the timeline. Indiscernible from the slop that's on the radio. No, I'd say the slop on the radio is worse than this. Much worse. Holy shit.
I am on the ranch and roaches crawl through my hands. Roaches on my pants and roaches everywhere. Man.
I love the subtle changes that the AI keeps on making to Asmongold's face, but he's always recognizable as Asmongold. In the future, someone's gonna dig this up and think this is what Asmongold actually looked like. We're gonna forget what he looked like as a human being, and everyone's gonna think this is the real guy. You know what? This is a great use of generated clips out of context. You know what? You're right, Relantis. What's happened here is I think he was generating clips and he got a bunch of stuff that didn't do what he wanted, but he didn't want to get rid of them. And he wanted to figure out how to use them. And so he made a music video that, as Mega Crackhead said, is better than Taylor Swift music. Who's the black guy? I have no idea. That's the problem. I can't recognize this dude. Who the fuck is that? See, that's what I mean. I think that's her son, right? Maybe it's her son. Maybe it's NMP. Fuck. Maybe it's Jadeon. Who knows? Maybe it's Kanye.
I am on the ranch and roaches crawl through my hands. Roaches on my pants and roaches everywhere. Man.
Oh, it might be Mudahar. Quite a banger though. I'm gonna be honest. That's insane. I can't believe how good these are. Finally, a valid use for AI. Damn. You know what? I think I found my new palette cleanser. Whenever we're done with the topic, I think I found my new palette cleanser as we'll go through an AI video. God, holy shit. Fucking incredible work. And they told me that AI was good for nothing. And they told me AI is just a shitty replacement, and we get this kind of magic out of AI. I don't want to hear shit about AI being worthless when we can get this because of AI. This would never exist if AI didn't. I'll look up Alligator Alcatraz. This better not be some crackhead shit like fucking Jimmy keeps on sending me. The Florida Alligator Alcatraz has a nice ring to it. Wait, are they reopening Alcatraz? What the fuck?
All right, meantime, a new migrant detention center is getting a lot of attention, and it's in Florida. The attention...
So what the fuck? What the fuck is...
...is thanks to its very unique security system.
This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't...
Temporary. You're going there forever.
Need to invest that much in the perimeter. If people get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
It's called Alligator Alcatraz, and it's expected to be operational by next month.
So this is in Florida, right? So why not just take the prisoners and leave them in Florida? Building a building seems redundant. Florida seems like punishment enough.
Joining me now is the man who came up with this idea. It's Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier. Mr. Attorney General, thanks for being with us here today. I think before I get into the specifics and details, which I have a lot of curiosities about alligator Alcatraz, how did this happen? Where did the inspiration come from to convert this spot in the Everglades?
Sure. Well, under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida's become pretty good at responding to states of emergency.
So, Filter, I can't watch the Zohan trailer. That one is copyright claimed. I've seen people get in trouble for watching that one before. That one I cannot watch. They'll only give me shit. Unfortunately. That's just how it is.
And that's really what the illegal immigration crisis is. Just last week, we pulled MS-13 members off the streets in Orlando. The week before, it was criminal alien human traffickers and sex predators. We stand by President Trump, and we're going to do everything we can to support that administration in their efforts. Thank God they're protecting American families.
Yeah, this just seems like a good idea. Open up a prison in Florida. People get into the water and get nailed by fucking crocodiles. If you get out, you deserve your freedom.
But our success in arrests is filling up the jails quickly, so we need additional detention space. And this location is ideal because of its surrounding area. It's a low-cost, already developed 30-square-mile area surrounded by the Everglades. So Alligator Alcatraz has a nice ring to it, and we're going to get it up and running as soon as possible.
All right, the number of migrant detentions, I believe at the start of this administration was something like 39,000. It's currently up to 56.
Oh, fuck, is this for the migrants? I thought this was for prisoners. I don't know why my mind skipped over that. They're just taking Emmys and putting... No, that's so fucking mean. Oh, my God. I thought this was going to be like for like homegrown criminals who like murdered people and shit. No, these are for border hoppers. You broke the law. Now you can deal with the alligators. Holy shit. Hey, this is exactly why I want to move to the US, and I'm going to do it the right way because I don't want to be fighting fucking alligators in a goddamn lake. This is why you go somewhere through the legal process, goddamn it. Have you seen the video of the Florida sheriff saying they will be notifying your next of kin if you try some of that bullshit they're doing? Yes, I have, Furin. I thought that's a great idea. Fuck them. You're gonna act like that? You're fucked. No, bro, they're selling tamales. Deserved it. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what a tamal is. Jesus. Imagine you're some fucking guy who's hopped the border. You think you're gonna have a better life, and you end up surrounded by alligators in the fucking Everglades. Oh. Holy shit, that's so fucking... Oh, that's rough. That's fucking rough.
6,000. There's a stated goal to arrest roughly 3,000 illegal immigrants a day. So you're responding to a need, to a demand for more detention centers, more space. Let's talk about Alligator Alcatraz. Right. How much Everglades surrounds this would-be prison? Like you're talking...
Make it a reality show, run drones 24/7. I'm going to one-up that idea, Relantis. Make it a Hunger Games-esque kind of show where they all got ankle monitors and body cams. And the immigrant that makes it out first gets citizenship. And run it on a season basis, like every 6 months. Battle Royale style. There you go. It's whoever gets to the shoreline first and through the alligators. Squid Games, alligator games.
Talking about minimal security and natural barriers and elements. Help me understand, like how far to civilization?
Yeah, it's miles and miles once you get down there. This is right smack dab in the
Holy
middle.
shit.
It was built, back in the 60s and 70s with the idea to be a large airport. There's an 11,000-foot runway which will enable large planes to come in and out that can carry hundreds and hundreds of people as we are working to detain and deport them out of this country. But there'll be some light infrastructure. We'll have a perimeter, but at the end of the day, Mother Nature presents the ultimate perimeter, and it's why this is the great spot for a detention facility.
Okay, Miles.
Okay. Counterpoint to this. Do they think this is a good idea? Because as far as I'm aware, there's a fair amount of immigrants and shit, right? They're like illegal immigrants that sneak into the country on like the shittiest made raft in existence. It's like they make a raft out of like a shoelace and 4 used diapers and still somehow get into the country. Do they really think that a little bit of water is going to stop them if they were willing to go that far in the first place?
Miles of swamp and alligators and pythons and other natural barriers. What does that mean for security should you build it? Do you need less in the form of guards? Do you need a less secure, less robust perimeter?
You obviously need a less robust perimeter given the natural surroundings. There will certainly be additional. We're going to have staffed guards. The governor has called in the National Guard, the Florida National Guard, to help along with other staff we'll support. We're also looking at other locations, at least a couple other throughout the state. We want to get...
No, stop looking. You found the location. You found the Battle Royale location. All we need is live 24/7 footage. And the guy who makes it to the shoreline every year or like every 6 months, he gets like citizenship and everyone else gets to fuck off back home. That's all we need. That's all we need. Come on. This will be the most profitable game show that has ever occurred in the world. And it's Florida, so it's perfect because there's just Florida men everywhere. And that's me. Most of them sign up for a service that smuggles them in through the vans and shit. Yeah, didn't Trump get in trouble because he called them coyotes and that's what they're actually called? Is the smugglers are actually called coyotes? Wasn't that like an actual thing?
5,000 beds up and running by next month so that we can properly support the Department of Homeland Security in their mission. And I got to tell you, Secretary Noem had a great idea looking at the tens or hundreds of millions that the Biden administration was spending to put immigrants up in fancy hotels. That funding is being redirected towards these facilities, towards the deportations, and we're going to get the job done.
It reminds me of something out of a movie. It might be a specific movie. I can't remember, but you fellows are welcome to escape if you'd like. If you can get past the guards, if you can get past the perimeter, you have to then get past everything that lies in your way in the form of nature. In this case, alligator Alcatraz. All right, Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being with us.
Holy shit.
Thank you.
Battle Royale realm open for business. This could be the most I swear to God. Can you imagine the live streams that would occur? All day, every day, people would have live streams up reacting to the fucking daily abuse that these immigrants go through trying to escape Alcatraz. That would be the most fucking amazing things. It's just get like 5 or 6 big streamers together and make them fucking like host the event like that, like it's esports. What do you think about Juan Tia's strategy, Asmongold? Yeah, well, I think he's on the right plan. He's on the right strategy, but he's worrying too much about how clean his raft is when what he should be worrying about is the alligator that's behind. Juan's gone. Juan's over with. Oh, and that's a big loss for the Mexican team. But I see the Colombians are working together. All of them are packing shanks in their back pocket, hoping to stab everyone once they get through the Everglades. Who will make it? That would be the best. That would be the most insane fucking new Fortnite map. Oh my God, I would watch that shit. I'm sick enough that I would watch that shit. It's like the UN's calling human rights abuses Trump's like, wrong. This is human entertainment. They're not people anymore. They hopped the border, so they're not a person anymore. We're gonna fuck them up. A fish tank meets Hunger Games, pretty much. Oh, that would be even better. Get Sam Hyde involved. He'd know how to do it perfectly. He's got the experience of a fish tank, right? It seems the random loot box has been opened, and inside is Sam Hyde in an F-16 fighter jet. The ghost of Kiev lives. Let's see if Abuela Bulanga can outrun an F-16's missiles. Fucking Jesus. That would be the best. It would be great. Oh, I found the perfect TV show that's never happening. It's just Sam Hyde flying a fighter jet, gunning down some Mexican lady who hopped the fucking border. She's like diving behind rocks and shit, submerging beneath the water. Make the show in AI. You know what, Sniper Tigers? If someone made that show, Alligator Alcatraz as AI, oh my god, that would be incredible. And they host it like the Hunger Games. Oh, that would be incredible. I would watch that shit. Okay, that's just you clipping what I fucking said there. Probably get me in trouble. Someone's gonna call me a racist for that. I don't care about the color of the immigrants. Maybe we can like throw in a few like guys from the hood and some like white Florida dudes who are just crazy and kept trying to like fuck goats at the local park for diversity's sake. So there's like, you know, a few chaotic elements in there that no one knows how to deal with. Oh my god. That would be beautiful. Right, now this is a video that's been waiting for a while, right? For a long while. That Filter asked me to look at, and I didn't look at it, and then I forgot about it, and then I remembered. The world doesn't care about the N-word. And I can tell you this now as someone from the third world country. No one gives a shit about the N-word outside of America. Florida men would 100% volunteer to compete. Florida men would be asking questions like, am I allowed to fuck the alligators or not? Living in Africa, living in this country, you say the N-word to someone. If they don't come from an affluent neighborhood, a rich neighborhood, they do not give a shit. We have words for each other that would make the skin curl, peel back like old paint off of first worlders if they heard the way we speak to each other sometimes. It's fucking wild. So I can imagine that.
Japan recently, really fun time there. I was in Oshu and I went to Saitama, then I went to Kyoto, then I went to Sekigahara. Great time. Had a fun time. Had a lot of fun, cool, interesting food out there. Met a variety of people. I saw a Japanese man from Osaka and he had dreads. And he said, "Oh, you like hip hop?" And I said, "I do enjoy hip hop, yes." And he began to rap to me in English, mind you. And it was really good. I enjoyed every lyrical vernacular flow that he had. I enjoyed the verbiose.
Do you think he could understand him with a Japanese accent, or it just sounded like all the time and he's just being nice?
Of his entire cadence, it was outstanding. Every word he spoke to me reverberated into my soul, a soliloquy that I could not even fathom. But throughout the entirety of it, he said one word I didn't really know how to feel about. Reason being is because in America, this word is viewed as taboo to everybody that isn't of African descent. He said N-I-double-G-A. Continually kept saying it over and over again.
The really funny part about that is he's one little skip across the ocean away from a country where that exact word in Mandarin just means It's like a filler word between when you're saying things.
And I asked him, I said, "Yo, why do you say the N-word?" He said, "Oh, it's good. It's comrades. Me and you, friends, N-I-G-G-A." He said it. He just kept saying the word. And I said, "Okay, cool."
No hard R?
A few years back, I went to Australia. As I went to Australia, there was a man who was at a bar. I love going to bars, love hanging out there. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I just love going to bars because that's the only place an adult can actually go and be a person. So I go to the bar.
Yeah, you gotta go to a bar now, even if you don't drink or smoke. That's the only place you can go without being accused of something. And even that's become a risk now, because a bunch of stupid little bitches get fake IDs, pretend that they're overage. You take them home, you fuck their brains out, and then you get charged with some shit. Officer, I swear I thought she was 19. She was 17 and fucking 364 days, you sick fuck. But no, that's mostly a US problem. The fake IDs thing is a US problem, man. I don't know. Your safest option is just never talk to anyone else. Just die alone. That's the safest option you got.
The guy approaches me and he says, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "Pleasure to make your acquaintance." He says, "So, what's it like being a..." And then he called me the N-word. N-I-G-G-A. Not with the E-R. Not gamer with a hard R. Just...
No, you see, you're confusing it. He was using the hard R, but he's Australian, so it just comes off as ah. The fucking goddamn net. That's just how they sound.
Regular. And I said, "Pretty good, actually. I like it." I became calloused over the time of hearing...
Australian, no, that's a South African. No, if that was a South African, the word he would have said would have started with a K, not an N.
The word from foreigners. Because this may surprise you as a black person, or even as a person who's liberal and white. The world doesn't care about the N-word.
They don't.
And
They
this
really
is
don't.
going to come as a shock to so many people. The world doesn't care. The world will see the word and they'll say, "Okay, just a word. You guys use it as comrade and buddy." They don't care about...
Chialde, I quite literally can't say the word and have it be recorded without there existing the potential of it reaching the Human Rights Commission in my country and me getting thrown in prison. I'm not kidding about this.
About the history behind it. And I know a lot of people are going to comment at this point and say something psychotic saying, "But the history of the..." I grasp it. I know. I know that. Hear me out. Who was the first emperor of Japan? Do you know that? Better question. Who is Oda Nobunaga? Answer that question. Who is
Oda Nobunaga? Wasn't he like the he was like the ruler of Japan, or like a huge portion of Japan under feudalism?
Ieyasu Tokugawa. Answer that question.
He was another one of those feudal leaders who controlled like a huge fucking part of it.
Who is Cao Cao?
No
Who
idea
is
who
Mao
that
Zedong? Answer me those questions. Who
That's the
is
Chinese
Ripley
dictator.
Savinsky? Tell me who
Don't know.
Ripley Savinsky is.
No idea.
If you can't answer all those questions, then you don't know every bit of world history.
I don't.
And everybody on the planet mostly doesn't know the world history.
Yes, they
Most
don't.
people don't know the first monarchs, the first pharaohs. They can't name them all. They can name Tutankhamun and Cleopatra, the two most common ones they can.
First pharaohs. It was Kanye, and then it was Yakub after that. Gotcha.
Pretty much name. You can't even name all the gods in a certain pantheon, realistically, because you think it's mythology instead of religion. So a lot of people think that. There's a lot of things people just don't know. And that's real. That's realistic. That's fair. That's just how people operate.
Yeah, that is.
That's how I've operated. I don't go around learning who Izanagi and Izanami are. I learned that because I watched anime and I needed to know where these words came from. And I learned about the progenitor gods of Japan. I learned about the story of Sun Wukong.
Do you know how much bullshit I had to deal with from weebs when I would go overseas for like my martial arts, for like judo, for instance, and they'd be like, "What's that weird flower on your because we had like a tracksuit, but we also had like our gis that we would wear, and so we'd have it on our tracksuit. Like, what's that weird flower with the red dot in the middle and the thing on the outside?" And I'd be like, "It's not a flower. That's the Yata no Kagami, right? And I would say it like that. And if you say it in a group of people, there's some fucking weeb who would always be like, oh, bro, I didn't know you were into anime. Let me tell you about it. And I was like, oh, here we go. Fuck. I know this because of martial arts, right? And some fucking guy is busy telling me about how there's a 300-year-old dragon that looks like a toddler that he really wants to fuck. And I'm sitting here like, I learned Kodokan Judo, and somehow that got me into a conversation with someone who's got mental brain damage. How do I get out of this? Every single time. And the Yata no Kagami isn't even a flower, and they keep calling it a flower. It's the mirror of truth, and the red dot in the middle is the iron core. And you cannot get that concept through to a fucking weeb. And the thing is, like, when you train a martial art and you go to like the place that it came from, you start to like learn terminology that you learn to say the way they do, right? So like, let me give you an example. If I say the word osotogari, which would be the English pronunciation, that sounds fucking wrong. Where in Japanese it would be closer to something like osotogari, right? Would be the word. And you pick that up, you pick that vernacular up. And the problem is you start like speaking like that around people who don't understand the culture behind these things. Right? Like, let's say you're an American, but you've got like South American ancestry, right? You won't say Guatemala. You'll say Guatemala. Like, you'll say it like, you know, the way you've been brought up to pronounce it the whole time. and then you get so much shit from people. It's so fucking bad. And you'll learn about another culture and you'll pick up that vernacular and you'll have to deal with it all the time from so many people. You hear about Final 14 mobile? Yes. Disgusting. The fact that it's got better skins than the actual game? Disgusting. Just call yourself the weeb fighter. It made me angry. And I've got to be honest, I think that's why I leaned away from watching anime a lot of the time, is because I heard this terminology coming out of weebs. Jesus. Made me so mad. How long do cold periods last in my area? It'll generally speaking last a few weeks. So like right now it's going to be -3. It'll heat up in the day to about 17. I don't know Fahrenheit terms. And then it'll dial back down to like -3 again, and that'll happen for a few weeks. And then we'll get a warm period where the temperature only drops to like 5.
I learned about that. I learned about Hivelstein. I learned about Shimbengop. I learned about these things because I wanted to learn world history. That's why I wanted to learn. But I did that of my own volition. American schools didn't teach me that. As a matter of fact, American schools didn't teach me the history of the N-word. They never taught me that because it wasn't in any history books.
Yep.
I learned that through social and societal things.
And the problem with that is you'll never learn its origin. When you're not looking at things in a historical context and you're learning it culturally, people make it into whatever the fuck they want it to be. That suits their narrative.
And I know what a lot of people are going to say at this point now, probably. You have the internet. Use it. Do you?
No.
Do
no
you
one does
use
that.
the internet?
No.
Do you read past the headline, actually? No. Do you do that?
Absolutely not. Why would I do that?
Because you don't. As a matter of fact, a lot of you probably just read the title of most things, comment based off the title, and don't consume any of the content in the video. How do I know this?
That's the most base thing to do.
90% of my audience does that. That's 90%. That's just fair.
That's everyone.
That's just 90%. And if you're some of the people that don't do it, good. I'm not talking about you. You don't have to feel offended by it. But if you are some of the people that do it, I don't care.
You see, the thing is, I know his script is somewhere down here. in this corner of the video because he keeps looking there.
Either it's your life. It's your life. I'm just living in it. Do what you want. I'm a worthless YouTuber. I'm some random. You don't gotta dedicate time and energy and space to actually caring about being informed. I don't care. It's your life. I'm just living in it. Whatever. But the rest of the world also is not going to go and learn the delving intricacies of the entire history of American slavery because they don't.
They're absolutely not. You know what the funniest part is going to Europe. The trips I took to Europe when I was like doing martial arts and like training overseas was like hearing from Europeans where they'd be like, unlike those uncivilized Americans, we don't have racism here. We're equal and we believe in equality. As long as you're not a fucking gypsy. So it's the same. Everyone's got someone. Everyone's got someone.
Don't care. They're confused why the word is offensive in the first place if everybody keeps saying it. They don't care. They don't. The rest of the world, Germany, Australia, Easter Islands, they don't care.
They really
and
don't.
They never will. China won't. People in Japan constantly call me it. They also call me Chris Rock. It's very xenophobic there, not gonna lie. Very beautiful place, amazing country, great food overall, horrifically xenophobic.
Yep.
But that's just the word. That's just Japan.
You're black and you went to Japan. What did you expect? That's just how the world goes. It's like the second you step outside of California, you expect the rest of the world to work like that. But no, people do this shit everywhere. They do this shit everywhere. It never stops. Everyone gets shit. And like, it's such an American thing to think like you can only discriminate against this one race or you need to be non-white. But you go anywhere else in the world and you'll see you will get shit.
Work culture is horrible. They don't date outside of Japanese people for the most part unless they're feeling...
Ooh. Okay, so you need to be making a distinction. So I've been to Japan, right? I got lucky enough to go train there for judo for a little while. The thing is, there are these things called white hunters, right? So I met a karate sensei over there who was very nice and helped my lost little white ass. He was a very cool guy, and he informed me of why. So basically he was like showing me around. He was showing me like his favorite little stand restaurants and shit, and like these small little places that made the best sushi I've ever tasted. And like I noticed that there were certain girls in certain areas that were like staring, and this is not like as cool as you think it is. I'm talking their teeth were all kinds of fucked up and stuff. And I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Can you explain this to me? And he was like, okay, so in this country there's something called white hunters, right? Where there are like certain Japanese people who are like obsessed with Europeans, and they won't date you. You can never date them because culturally that's like, to them it's like, how do I say this? Dating and marrying a foreigner is like dating and marrying a dog. That's the way they see it, right? But there are certain groups of Japanese girls that are obsessed with Europeans, particularly European guys. And so they won't date you, but they do want to fuck you. And they don't look the best. They don't look like what you think. They're not the Japanese porno girls. I promise you that. I've studied their literature very deeply on the internet, and it's not the same thing when you're sitting there in Kyoto or Osaka. It's not, they don't look the same. I promise you. Japanese people keep the ugly ones off of the camera. And then you get there and you'll see some fucking mangled ass teeth over there. Holy shit. It's bad.
Crazy and frisky, and what the experience of a black person or somebody that's a foreigner, that's really how it operates. Same with China too. Same deal over there. I've traveled a lot, sadly. Not happily either. This is all sad travels. I did this of not my own volition.
They're
That's
not in
the
pornos if
reality
that's
of
what
the
you're
world.
asking.
And a lot of people are going to tell me all the time. They always tell me this. Well, they can learn. They can learn, but will they care?
No.
You gotta ask yourself that
care.
question.
They won't learn. Here, let me put it to you this way. So when I traveled to Japan, we traveled as a group. You have time to clap cheeks memories. You have plenty of time. When I traveled to Japan, we traveled as a group, right? And obviously most of us went off and did our own thing, and then we reported back on certain days, blah, blah, blah. The black guy who was in our group, he was into it. He wanted some Japanese pussy. Day 2, I think it was the 3rd girl he fucked. He decided that he wasn't into it anymore. When she learned enough English to say the words to him, "I want you to fuck me like the monkey you are," in very broken English. And that's when he decided that was enough. He was done. So yeah, it's not great. It's really not fucking great. And yes, I did ask him if he finished. He said he did, but afterwards he felt bad about it.
They genuinely care. Imagine, if you will, for one moment, that a American Caucasian person said, "I do not like when you call me the word cracker." Right? They don't like it. They don't like being called saltine Americans, mayo sapiens. They don't like being called.
I've literally never met a single white person who's been offended by any of these words.
Cum crickets. They do not enjoy being called vanilla gorillas. They hate it. They hate being called children of the chalk, useless crayon. They hate it so deeply. Every time you call them one of these phrases, every time you call them something of that variety, they hate it. Acetaminophen agents, they hate it. Oh my goodness. Goose Goblin? Oh my god. Ghost? Michael Jackson? They hate it. They really hate it. But you just keep doing it.
I've never heard once a white person being offended by any of those terms. Canadians are called snow monkeys. That's a pretty cool term though. That works out well.
Do you
I think cream chimps is better though.
Respect them? Or do you say, nope, because you oppressed my people for so long. Now, you could use that. You could say that and make them feel guilty for something they weren't a part of, but something they benefit from. You could do that, 100%. Or you could just chill out for like 20 seconds and realize that this individual doesn't like the words. You could stop saying it's that individual. You could just chill out.
Yeah, but why would I do that?
Most people are deeply disrespectful to people they have no idea about.
Yep.
They have empathy for people going through tragedy because they've been through tragedy, but people they don't know, more often than not, they won't know about. And the most of the world, majority of it, isn't constantly thinking about the struggles of black people, isn't constantly thinking they can't say the N-word, because in Australia, there's no social justice rallying there. There's no real white guilt in Australia. They're not American. In Germany, not.
I don't know about that white guilt. I've heard about them fucking abos, mate. I don't know. I've been to Australia as well. There are certain groups of hyper progressives that I've seen over there that are like dead obsessed with white people are evil, and they must bow down to the superior Aboriginal. I've heard a lot of that shit. So I think he just didn't come across them. But these social justice groups are like, they're like a fungus. If you look, you will find it. A lot of white guilt, they almost finished a cultural genocide. Exactly. You know, I've been to the Sydney Theatre as well. Fantastic theatre. It's too bad you keep putting shit inside of it. Never saw a good show in there. It's horrible. You know what's real funny, I gotta say? I kind of scammed someone to get into the Sydney Theatre. I'll give you that story. So when I was in Australia, there was a group of recruitment people who said, if you sign up, you get free tickets to this one show in the Sydney Theatre. And it was a bunch of Scientologists. So I signed up for Scientology just so I could see what the inside of the theater was like. I watched some opera thing, and then I flew back home and and I gave them the worst details ever. Like, I didn't even give them my own name. They're like looking for some guy named Bindu Spindak or some shit like that. I can't even remember what I put on the form, but I didn't put my real name. I didn't put my real country of origin. I told them I think I said I was from Zimbabwe. I said a whole bunch of stupid shit. Also, what's up, Nerdouche? It's been a while since I've seen you. So I saw the inside of the Sydney Theatre. Fantastic place. Too bad there's too much shit inside of it.
Not really a lot of white guilt. Russia, there's nothing but white pride. I'll tell you that right now. Japan, it doesn't exist. They don't feel bad for saying the word. You're not gonna guilt trip them into saying, they're not gonna do that. That's not realistic. What I'm discovering is that a lot of Americans are so self-centered that they think that their mindset should extend to the entire world. No, it does not.
Counter argument. Why shouldn't Americans be that self-centered when they are literally the center of the economic universe right now? It's not important for them to know about everyone else, but it is important for everyone else to know about them. If you lived in one of the most successful, dominating countries on earth, with a huge history of doing fucking insane shit, would it not make sense for you to not give a shit about other countries except yourself? They earned the right to be self-centered, but because they are now, they might lose that spot. Yeah, but that's the natural cycle of things.
Not. The rest of the world doesn't care about the N-word. The rest of the world still doesn't care about gay people. The rest of the world still doesn't care about trans people.
Don't care about gay people. You gay down here in South Africa and the wrong people find out and you happen to be a woman. They're gonna give you some dick whether you want some dick or not. They're gonna be like, don't worry, I can fix her with my penis.
People. But you have to care about yourself. That's important. The world doesn't care about you, so it's your duty to care about yourself. You're trying to convince the world of your existence. You're trying to convince the world that something is offensive, but you have to convince yourself to be here first. You probably don't know what I mean by that, and I refuse to explain that right now because my leg hurts. I got into a car crash. It's hard to stand right now. I apologize. It is very important to actively acknowledge the rest of the world and realize that you are a small factor in the entire grasping of it. You're a small piece of this, dude. You're a little tiny speckle in the grand scheme of things, and that's okay. And in America, you can protest with people that should know the history. You can argue with people that you don't want to say the word. You can tell them all over and over again, don't say the word, it's offensive. You can do that all year. It's within your rights. You have freedom of speech. But the instant you go to a place like Canada, the instant you go to Germany, the instant you go to Thailand, the instant you go to Italy, the instant you go to France, the instant you travel the world, and you hear someone say it, and you think to yourself, why are they saying that?
They don't care.
Rap is the most explosive and probably one of the most popular forms of music on the planet. And
Wrong. I believe the most explosive music that's ever come out is Middle Eastern.
A bunch of other cultures listen to rap music. That's just realistic. And they hear that word and they think it's cool because it sounds really cool. It's a really cool word. They don't know what it means. They hear a black person say my N-I-G-G-A and they think to themselves, okay, cool. Okay, I can call that my friends. This must be a word for comrade.
Yep.
No idea. No idea. And the rest of the world does not care about the N-word. The rest of the world will not care about the N-word. The rest of the world will not care about.
The rest of the world has racial slurs that would curl your toes. the rest of the world will say fucking shit about each other that makes the N-word look like the friendliest greeting on planet Earth. Sorry, Americans think they know racism. They have no fucking idea. There are words in Arabic languages, like single words that you say them, and what you're saying is fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck your dad, fuck your ancestors, fuck every single one in your family tree, up to the point where it's split from mine, and fuck all the people that may come after you. And that's like one word in Arabic. This kind of shit? This is baby shit compared to the rest of the world.
About you. And that's okay. Because you can't convince the world of your existence. You can't convince the world that it's offensive. You can't even convince yourself to get up out of bed every morning, dude. What's wrong with you? I need you
just getting depressing.
to acknowledge the rest of the world right now. Because they don't acknowledge you. I need you to think about that for a moment and sit with that. Now then, that's the end of the video. If you guys want to follow my Patreon, which offers absolutely nothing.
Not bad, nice story. He's not wrong. Good for him.
It's in the description below.
He's learning about the world.
If you guys want to help me out with my GoFundMe, and my GoFundMe, I'm currently trying to get a car again because I got into a car crash. I got into 2 hit and runs back to back in the same time frame. It sucked. Hate every second of it. If you guys want to help me out, I'd appreciate it. If you don't want to, by all means, click off the video, go watch something else. Have a great day. If you do want to help, I deeply appreciate it. It's in the pinned comment in the top. Thank you so much. I'm out. Peace. Bye.
I can't wait until this man goes to Africa and he's going to find out racism because he's the wrong shade of black. That's going to be a new one for him. That one's going to hurt him on a specific level. Racism in Africa is wild. You have no idea. There's no coherent, like, Nigerians hate South Africans hate Nigerians. Yeah, like the kind of shit you'll see on South African Twitter when black people are talking about Nigerians. Holy fucking shit. They're like post fucking like a busted down car. Right? Like a car with no tires that's like a rotting and there's like shit. It's covered in shit. And they'll be like, how you look at the girl who once dated a Nigerian man. Zimbabweans are known as border hoppers. Mozambicans aren't considered people. Man, even the tribes within those own countries fucking hate each other. Are you kidding me? He'll go there and they'll be like, what tribe are you? What tribe? What tribe? And then he'll speak American. It's like, oh, you are white. You are a white person. You are white. Get out of my country, white men. They'll call him white. I'm not kidding. Is Somalia in there? Somalia's in there. Ethiopia's in there. Everyone's roasting everyone non-stop down here. It never stops. I promise you. It never stops. It's everyone against everyone. It's literally free-for-all mechanics. What are you eating? So, I've needed to stop eating like a fucking animal for quite a while now. So what I do is every now and then, I take some coconut oil, like the solid stuff, not the liquids. And I've got cocoa powder in my house. Mix them together. Bake them out into these squares that are analogous to chocolate, right? And they fill the satiation need I have for chocolate, but with none of the sugar and stuff. And I kind of like the bitter taste, if I'm being honest. So I eat these little chocolate squares every now and then that are not really chocolate. They're just cocoa powder with coconut oil. And they taste fantastic. And they like satiate the urge and the need I have to stuff my face because I'm a fat fucking asshole who has no self-control. That's how I work.
You know.
Right. What is this? I don't know what this... Okay, this is videos I had open that I wanted to watch separately. I don't know if I'll care about... Oh, here we go. Okay, that's just DJI because I reported that one guy who was using their service. I think I can close all of this. It was me also watching a General Sam video while I was working. Where was that other video? I know there was another video in the Reacts channel. Of course, Hassan will never stop talking about Asmongold. Lives in his head rent fucking free. And then we'll end off with this video, which is, are they gaslighting us? And I have no idea what that's about. But this is the girl that blew up. Oh, this is the Witcher 4 shit. That's what I wanted to go through. I haven't seen the Witcher trailer yet. And I've been promising my wife I'd watch it on stream, and I just never did. So that's where we'll end up. We'll end off on this. And this is like a... Oh, holy shit, this is a 21-minute video? God damn. Well, we're going to be watching that at high speed because Asmon talks slow. See what this is about. What has Hassan done now? This is only 7 hours old, so I imagine this is a new controversy. 5x, please.
Oh, here we go. Jesus. Okay. All right. Who's ready? Hassan ponders where heroes are in the streaming space to keep Ethan and Asmongold in check. Okay, let's. This is great. Where's my knight in shining armor? All right, let's listen to this.
Or there are numerous examples of people that were just like cast aside as pariahs. But nowadays, a lot of the people that do speak
like Destiny
out about this shit, a lot of people that do speak out about this kind of stuff are actually some of the most awful people, right? Yeah. It's Keemstar orbiters that rely on the...
Is he talking about himself? Like, Hassan seems so unself-aware.
This constant cycle of toxicity. So even the good side of commentary YouTube just basically stays quiet. And a lot of the big content creators try to stay away from this drama because they don't want this kind of toxicity to come their way, which is understandable.
No, I don't think they stay away from the drama. They're just not on your side, and that's what upsets you.
Has it ever occurred to you that big content creators stay away from drama between Israel and Palestine because they are Americans in a Western country and they have no business and no interest making comments on international affairs that they're not educated or understand? Why?
Or they're self-aware enough to know that there's no point in doing that because they're a guy in a fucking chair, not like, you know, someone who's like a trained, like a fucking negotiator between countries and shit.
Why would somebody like Markiplier or somebody like Mr. Beast come out and start talking about this? They don't understand this. Like, this is this weird thing that I think a lot of people that are, you know, celebrities or pseudo-celebrities or people that, you know, have like a degree of worship around them, this is a weird thing that they do where they expect people in these positions to have informed, educated, and accurate opinions about all these world events. And
yeah, which is fucking retarded. But you know what? Hassan could probably manipulate Ludwig into talking about this live on stream. And then because Ludwig is in bed with Pirate Software, he could manipulate Pirate Software into talking about it. Or at least lying about it. And then get away with it. There you go. Big brain.
I feel like it's a very toxic mindset to have. The fact is that you are not elevated in any sort of a way like this, and this goes with me too, right? It's not like I have any more of a better understanding or anything like that on one of these topics than some other random person in chat does. And just because someone's popular because they make Minecraft videos doesn't mean that they have some obligation to speak out against, you know, like some internet political drama. This is, and especially when it's so personal between two people. And also, like, I'm sure even Hassan can agree with this, is that there are a lot of gray areas in this conflict with, let's say, Ethan, right? Like, for example, Ethan having CPS called on him, people, you know, calling Ethan's wife ugly. There are, like unjustifiably bad actions that have been taken that a lot of content creators that...
No, Asmongold, you don't understand. All of those were justified. 100% justified. Didn't Hassan tell you that he deserved it? That he deserved to have people going after his children? AI Asmongold was funnier. He sure as fuck was. This new Asmongold is taking everything so seriously. I see very few jokes going on here. It makes me kind of sad. Like, I know, good for him. He's blown up. He's reached more people than he ever would in the gaming space. But damn. Now he has to be serious or he gets in trouble.
That just don't want to be involved with this. And also, and here's another thing, they don't want to pick a side because both sides are bad. That's the reason why. This isn't something where it's like, I'm trying to think of like a Onision or like a Liver King or somebody like that, where like this person's just very clearly awful and fraudulent and bad, and so everybody can just have the safe opinion, or Dr. Disrespect.
Pirate software.
Right? Everybody has a safe opinion about it. Nothing more than modern jester. Should I got something you stop trying to explain politics to people? Well, you need to. Okay, so I will say this: jesters probably had more impact on politics whenever there were jesters than most ambassadors did. So I would say you should think about another word to use. But overall, I can see what your point is. Make music. Well, I think he's just talking about that in general. So yeah. Anyway, let's go back and look at this. Do you make
Nobody
music?
wants this kind of a psychopath up their asshole all the time.
So Ethan Klein is a psychopath because he's suing people for intentionally trying to violate his copyright and then make him.
Hold on. I wonder if his mood is subdued because his dad being in hospital. That I didn't know his dad was in hospital, but that would make sense. I mean, his dad's an old guy, right? Asmongold's older than me right now. So, like, I can imagine he may be in a very, like, upset or more serious mode most of the time because he's thinking about his dad. So that would make sense. How old is Asmon? I can't remember. I think he's 34 or 35 now. But no, that does make sense. Like, if you're going through something, I don't think there's any way for it to not affect you emotionally, especially when it's that personal.
Like, intentionally try to cause him to lose views and money? Like, not even as a side effect, but to do it on purpose?
That's the problem. The less people push back against people like this, or even Asmongold, for example, for saying a whole bunch of insane...
It's always about me. Everything's always about me. I'm the most important person.
Because Hassan wants to fuck you, dude. Of course it's always about you. Hassan wants to fuck you so bad. And knowing that he'll never see that stinky, unwiped skeleton butthole, it's got him worked up in a way that he can't get rid of. Probably the worst mistake Asmon did was monetizing his alt channel. He fell into the same hole he crawled out of during the Final Fantasy 14 days. Maybe that was. Who knows? I think there's something related to his main Asmongold Twitch channel that gives him a certain form of anxiety that he doesn't feel. Where it's like a performance anxiety thing, where because that's his official channel, now he needs to perform. He needs to do what he needs to do, as opposed to his second channel where he could just be him, right? And I think it's gotten to the point where his second channel has grown outside of the purview of his first channel to the point that it would be weird for him to switch back now. And we got another bot and kick. Fuck me. It seems like all the bots have migrated over from thingy. From Twitch to Kick. And it's the same scam that used to be there all the time. And now it's just, you know, it's just more shit. Man, what a fucking rat. I hate that so much. Those are definitely bots. We've had 3 this stream already, which tells me that the old bot problem that used to exist on Twitch now exists on Kick, because Kick is the growing platform and Twitch is the shrinking platform.
We make the space that we occupy a less safe space for a lot of our fans that are...
It's not any less safe whenever you have to hear an opinion that you disagree with. This entire idea of a safe space, it's not really very safe for Ethan's family whenever CPS is called on him. It's not very safe for people whenever they get deplatformed and they lose their job. The entire idea of a safe space and advocating for that, this is absolutely not true. And if you remember very clearly, didn't Hassan just very recently talk about one of the reasons why people are saying bad things on the internet is because they would get beat up in real life for it? Hassan doesn't want a safe space. He wants a space that's safe for him. And
yes, he wants a space that's safe for him, and then he wants other people physically attacked and assaulted. Yeah, I mean, he's proven that already. One thing you can do on Kick is set up a limit account that needs to be a month old to chat. I'm going to start doing that, Jimmy. I'm gonna start setting time limits on the Kick stuff, because fuck these bots. I don't like the idea of limiting real people from being able to chat. But like, maybe I'm gonna set it so like you gotta wait like 5 to 10 minutes if I can before you're allowed to say anything, because bots they're like follow, shit out a message, and then vanish immediately. If they were a real human being, they come say the same thing over on Twitch, or they'd be mad at me and they go over to YouTube and be like, yo, why the fuck did you ban me? And then I'd be like, okay, now we can have a conversation, but those are bots, so fuck them.
If he has the ability to, he will control and enforce that on other people. And this is one thing that a lot of these people, like a lot of people need to understand, is that people like Hassan or any of the like, oh, I hate the police people or anything like that, you don't hate the police, you want to be the police. You don't hate, like a bigotry, you want to be the arbiter of bigotry. You don't hate, like a power structure, you want to be the power structure. So this idea that these people are raging against the system is actually not true. They're actually just trying to advocate and vie for control over the system so they can exercise it as a weapon against people that they don't like. And you can just scroll through Hassan's tweets and you'll see that this is very regularly true. So while Hassan advocates for saying that I make things less safe for people, Hassan advocates for actively making things less safe for people in real life. So,
it's funny that Hassan was so excited about punching Nazis. Then he calls Sam Hyde a Nazi. And then he immediately runs the fuck away from Sam Hyde, knowing that Sam Hyde has the opportunity to punch him back. Absolute pussy behavior. I want someone just constantly annoying Hassan, being like, what happened, bro? What happened, buddy? You were given the opportunity to punch a Nazi, bro. What happened, bro? Buddy, it was right there. He even said your name. Oh, but I thought you hated Nazis. Don't you want to punch him? And just watch fucking Sam just devastate him. Just rip him to pieces. Oh my God. It would be so good.
that's really where we're at. And I just want you guys to understand that because it's a very important nuance.
Hold on, I hate bots. The fact that they're so obvious too can make it feel more insulting somehow. So this is the thing, Cyro. That's because you've got an IQ out of the single digits, right? Bots are obvious on purpose because bots need to convince the idiot who uses them that they are of some degree of value, and so the bots need to find someone who's stupid enough to believe that it's going to change their fortune. That's why bots are obvious on purpose. You don't want to have a conversation with the person who's smart enough to know better. You want the complete fucking idiot who can't figure it out.
Because a lot of people take somebody like Hassan at their word and they don't realize that people like him are deliberately disingenuous and they will lie to you on purpose and have blatant double standards, and they insult your intelligence to such a degree that they think that you're so stupid that you can't see what's plainly in sight. And so that's really what it is. So he was practically cheering on a U.S. senator's death. Yes, all of these people, keep in mind, they don't hate the power that somebody like me has. They want that power for themselves.
Of course.
Huge difference.
Why do you think the left is so obsessed with we need a left Joe Rogan? They're so obsessed with that idea because they're desperate for the power that comes with being Joe Rogan. But they don't want to do the work to get there.
Of mega difference.
Trans or have...
Yeah, I'm making things unsafe for trans people. Why? Because I say that you shouldn't trans kids?
Documented family members or themselves are undocumented.
Well, I want it to be unsafe for people that are undocumented. I don't want them to be here. I want them to get deported. Like that's, I mean, yeah, you're right about that. Definitely right about that. Yeah, I mean, it's straight up. Like, I'll just say it, right? I don't need to play games. I don't need to fuck around. I'll just tell you exactly what I think. Yeah, of course.
Fucking not white, you know what I mean?
Like, I want to make things unsafe for non-white people.
When none of us push back against these large content creators, and all of the big content creators that normally understand that this kind of thing is completely unacceptable, or even what Asmongold is doing is completely unacceptable, keeps silent.
And this is, you see how, wasn't Hassan just advocating for freedom of speech the other day?
Do you see the labeling? What Asmongold is doing is unacceptable, but then there's no explanation of what Asmongold did that was unacceptable. Do you see how you just use a label? You smack the fucking label on, and then you move on. It's the same thing Pirate Software does. It's the same thing anyone who doesn't have a valid argument does, is they won't explain to you what the thing is. They'll just slap the label on and say, this is unacceptable.
And saying that, oh, well, you're a free speech defender. These people don't actually care. And this is, I think, a really great example of the point that I was trying to make, is that all of the values that these people, pretend to have, they just simply use these values against you. They don't have these values themselves. They don't care about these values. They use these values as a tool to make you subvert your own goals. Unacceptable to who? To him. He's decided that it's unacceptable. This is, again, what I was saying. You don't want freedom of speech. You want to control who can speak. It's very different.
Hold on, if I go and add Elite Booster as a friend on Discord, what's the chance or possibility I can get my session token stolen again? If you just add them as a friend, I'd say fairly low. As long as you send them 10 or 20 big black cocks for them to look at, or some thug shaker videos, and you don't click on any other links, it's fairly unlikely, but it could happen.
The only voices you hear create a new permission.
And sorry, I keep pausing. Another big reason why a lot of other content creators don't speak out, and this is something Hassan might not want to hear, is because a lot of them probably don't agree with you or like you. I mean, it's Occam's razor. The simplest answer is probably the correct one.
Yep.
If nobody's defending you and everybody says that you're wrong, maybe it's because people don't like you.
Uh-huh.
Now, they might not want to deal with the harassment from your community, and so they don't openly state it. And by the way, that's the exact same thing you're accusing people like me of. But at the same time, you just presuppose that all of these people completely agree with you. It's ridiculous. Like, do you really think that all these wholesome, normal, like good, family-friendly YouTubers watch you promote terrorism, and then they think, oh, wow, that's my guy? Of course not.
Well, what was his name? Baby No Money? He seemed nice and wholesome. He started censoring Asmongold in his YouTube, in his fucking, his music video. I feel like there are a bunch of people who think that they can avoid controversy by engaging with people like Hassan and just giving them what they want. And the problem with that is it just makes them feel more justified in their actions. It doesn't fix anything. And you just look like a pussy alongside them. Fun idea for Friday night bot speedrun ban. Engage the bots on Kick. Make an alt Discord or whatever just for this purpose. Once you get into contact with them, you just start sending them a bunch of shit. I used to do that a lot, Jimmy. It used to be one of my favorite pastimes was convincing Discord scammers who were trying to steal my Steam account that I was a Congolese warlord trying to sell children into slavery. And then I'd send them pictures of different African kids and be like, this one's still good. They've got 4 teeth left, so they can still bite through rope and stuff if you need them to. They come with like a free switch, so you can just hit them if they do something wrong. Like, I used to do that for fun. The problem is these Discord bots won't engage anymore. They'll just disappear after message 1.
How delusional can you be?
Is completely unacceptable. Keeps silent. The only voices you hear create a new permission structure that make it seem as though everyone actually has this point of view.
They do. That's why a lot of these issues, like, for example, deporting illegal aliens and things like that, these are majority popular opinions. And I think on the internet, it's probably even more the case.
If they weren't majority popular opinions, then Trump wouldn't be president right now in the US.
Just had an election to prove that this is actually the majority. What's a permission structure? Well, what he's saying is that because of the absence of voices that are counter to things that I say or Ethan says, that then it creates a culture of a feedback loop where the only people who speak out against this about it are on our side. And by the way, these people had no problem using these types of pressure politics in COVID era. They had no problem doing it. Again, they don't care about the permission structure. They don't care about this as a fundamental problem. They care about their lack of control over it.
Everyone actually agrees with Ethan, because the only people that I hear from are people who agree with Ethan.
And also, one of the other reasons is that anybody who speaks out against this is immediately going to get attacked on the internet, because the people that are the people that Ethan is going against are completely indefensible. They're disgusting freaks, and everybody can.
They are disgusting freaks who accuse people of rape. They've called Asmongold a pedophile, as far as I'm aware. They've said that he was responsible for his mother's death. They went after Tectone, and Tectone's got his own issues. But instead of looking at the actual issues that Tectone has, they instead go extreme and call him a rapist. They say that he's responsible for his father's behavior. They've said like a bunch of gross shit, like a bunch of disgusting shit, that if anyone else in any other job field said those things, they would be immediately fired and never heard from again.
Can see that. And because of that, nobody is going to go out and defend them because they're not worth defending.
Yes.
Right? Or the only people that I hear from are people who agree with Asmon.
Yes.
Anyone who speaks out against Asmon is the recipient of an endless torrent of hate.
That's right.
That's right, because they deserve it. Because they keep on circulating lies the same way pirate software does.
And I'm going to keep doing it too. Just like you do.
Yep, there we go.
Just like you do. Hassan.
Get down in the mud and start roasting that little piggy. Wait, no, we can't call Hassan a pig. He's bacon's not allowed. What's the word he likes using? Pig dog? I've heard he likes that one a lot. Maybe he needs to be called Pig Dog a few times.
On tweets about me all the time. He has opinions. He's bringing up my stream all the time, reacting to my videos, saying negative things about me. Of course I'm going to do that. Of course I'm going to respond.
Yes,
like
every
Hassan
right to do
actively tries to get his community to brigade. Like for example, like with the iDubbbz video, like he actively tries to weaponize his community to create a false amount of people that are like basically a false majority. And I think that what's happened is that.
Yeah, the problem is the way that someone like Hassan argues is his whole idea is if I can get more people, or at least if I can get it to appear like more people on my side, that proves that you are wrong. That's his whole idea. It's not even about getting the most people on his side. It's just about the appearance of that. That's all he cares about. Ethan dislikes Israel's actions, but righteously won't advocate Hamas. Can't they just accept that majority of these blue-head freaks would be hated by the Iran regime, terrorists, and traditional radicals? Look, you're not going to change their minds with that filter. I think a free trip to Iran so that they can go live there for like a few months might change their mind, assuming they survive. But hey, it's always comfortable, it's always easier and more comfortable to have an opinion and have like a really strong, insane opinion while sitting in a completely different first world country where you're comfortable and you're safe and the chances of something bad happening to you, the chances of something bad happening to you even, are way lower.
That kind of like control is falling away. It's going away.
I try to explain to people that this, like content creators, that this kind of silence in this circumstance unironically creates a less safe environment for everyone, including themselves, because these guys will eventually move on.
You're right. It does create an unsafe environment. Everyone should be speaking up against Hassan. I agree.
On and will go after someone else.
That's right. After we go after the people, we get people that are banned. We get people banned for, promoting terrorism or, using racial slurs on stream, and then also wanting other people to get banned for using different racial slurs on stream. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go get Veritasium banned because we hate science. Yeah, that's definitely it.
Fuck yeah. Leave Vsauce alone. Vsauce will back you up. But fuck Veritasium.
Eventually, it'll be someone that you love, right?
Sure.
Or even if it's like Asmon and Ethan, I bracket off in different ways. Like Asmon is just right-wing reactionary,
sure,
and is just doing reactionary right-wing propaganda. Okay. Ethan is doing frivolous lawsuits and litigation.
If it was a frivolous lawsuit, it would have been it wouldn't have been taken on by a lawyer.
Okay, Froggy. Okay, Mr. Frog Fucker. Do you think that Hassan, with all his millions, is going to fund the defense of the 3 orbiters who are currently being sued? Do you think Mr. Communist Socialist Master will lift a finger to help any 3 of them? What did Veritasium do? He did nothing. But the point is about taking a stance, Coffee. Don't you understand? Don't you get it? It's not about being right or wrong. It's about standing up and being as fucking retarded as possible.
Here. Like, if it's a frivolous lawsuit, then why do multiple lawyers that have commented on this topic, why have they said that it's not frivolous? Who decides that it's frivolous? Hassan or multiple people with law degrees? I wonder.
The person who decides if it's frivolous or not is the judge who's presiding over it, as far as I'm aware. Hassan is so conceited he had to put his name on the wall of his room. I can't blame him for the sign on the back of his room, because as far as I'm aware, like almost every single content creator I've seen always has some fucking logo with their name on it in the back. I'm not sure why, but it's like a real obsession of theirs.
Way that actually is like very harmful to the space in a different way, right? He also does engage in some reactionary tendencies as well, but like overall, they're making a more toxic environment. So when content creators are afraid...
I want to make it more toxic for people that are, in my opinion, bad actors. I view myself as doing a public service by doing that. It is my gift to the world. Somebody needs to do it, and it might as well be me.
Asmongold's just fucking farming shit now. Oh man, he's out here in his farmer's hat. He's like, fire up the combine, boys. We got some reactions to farm right about now.
of being involved in this because they see this as like toxic drama. They don't realize, but they end up creating a permission structure for this kind of attitude to persist.
Yeah.
And that's it. And it just keeps growing. It won't go anywhere unless people push back.
Cry about it all you want, but you're losing control of the narrative because the narrative is bad. If people like Hassan want other content creators to get behind them and support them, then they need to do things that are more worthy of support. Promoting terrorism, constantly lying about people, calling people generational sexual assaulters, calling people pedos and lolly lovers with no evidence, calling somebody a school shooter. This isn't something that average people are going to listen to and they're going to say, oh, wow, this is really cool. Let's go ahead and go with this. This guy's really smart. So if you want people to defend you, then have positions that are defensible. Right now, that's not the case. And we've also had Casey Tron obviously was very, very unhappy about the fact that, you know, like I talked about her. So Asmongold is rallying the troops against me. Let's listen to this clip.
No, here we go. This fucking potato. This is the one that kept on smoking weed on stream. Right? This is the one that smoked more weed than they actually made comments. Man. Man. I think of all three of them, she's the most fucked. Because she's gonna go into court high. Miss Casey Tron, would you like to plead your case? What? Hold on a second. She's the most fucked.
I'm not kidding. She literally reposted a clip with no audio.
Very nice. She's high as balls right now.
I guess she was high when she did this. Like, I don't know what to say. But she actually just posted a video. Here's the mic tweet about it. Yes. Well, I'll pull this up in a minute. Let's go back and see it. And I'll see if I can find it here. And no fucking way. Yeah, and so I'll get back and I'll talk about that. So yeah, so she tweeted this out, and it's going to get worse. He's rallying a troop against me. He's signaling to his hate audience that he wants to run a lifelong harassment campaign against me, lightly hinting that I should kill myself. Really, I said that. That's crazy. I didn't know that. So anyway, there was a person here.
In a quiet... do you see how deceptive this little bitch is? Do you see how deceptive that is? Post a muted clip that you know half of the people who read this won't try and, like, click on, right? Lie about someone, and then pretend like you did something. Josh Ruff Hayes doesn't, Asmon doesn't, pretty sure Tecton doesn't. What, do you mean like the highlighted sign, Shielder? Prosecution will need to give her a drug test first. They're going to need to see if they even have a right to question someone not sober. They're going to be like, everything she says is inadmissible because she's that fucking retarded. Just take her money and get the fuck out of here. Do you think Casey Tron knows how to blow cock? If not, she might need to learn that skill to grease the judge. I don't think the judges or anyone wants that anywhere near them, right? Imagine someone who smoked enough weed that their teeth are probably permanently damaged now wants to put your dick in their mouth. Absolutely not. Horrific.
I was scrolling down to replies, and a person, this is Asmongold from Casey Tron.
Jesus Christ. Do you think instead of one long post, she keeps on posting little small snippets because it's between bong rips and it's like just as she's not high enough that she can actually type again?
Anyway, yeah, doing a reactor, bro. Well, I think that's it. I mean, it's not a big. I silenced her. I guess I did. And so you have her making all these tweets. How many lawsuits does she want? No, the video's not even halfway over. And also Asmon. Yes, clearly, right. This is just Asmongold. This is not Asmon or some other, like secondary allusion to like who I am or something like that. She really likes me. I can see that. And so anyway, I don't know if we really want to watch this entire video, but I just want to.
The good ending to the story is Asmongold hooking up with Casey Tron and fucking her fixed. Bringing her into the Roach Palace. She's high enough that she won't notice. And then banging her and fixing all these problems. That's the good ending to the story. Asmongold becomes a family man, married to a woman who's too stupid and high to know any better, and who stops posting dumb shit. Plot twist, they're already banging. That's even worse. That's even worse. Is this the jilted lover phase? She found out that he wouldn't clean up the bathroom after he's done in it, and this is her way of getting back at him. Imagine Casey tried to bong rip some guy's dick, and he ends up having to go to the emergency room. Look, she smokes so much weed, and she's had so many bong rips, I bet she could actually suck a golf ball through a fucking hose pipe. So I'd be scared of her. Your nuts will leave your urethra if she gets a hold of you, probably.
I want to go through. It's so long, it's actually boring. These are all the posts that she's made about me. She's made all these posts about me. She's constantly talking about me. Look at this. Oh my God.
Gee, it's almost like Asmongold is a big streamer and talking about him gets you attention.
This is a 2-minute and 48-second video of her talking about me all of this time. And so I think she loves you. Yeah, I guess so. And so this is the person who's saying that I'm rallying the troops against her. These are the amount of times that she's used my full, game name, not Asmon or anything else. And so you see this happening, and obviously now, and this is what happens, is that these people really care about freedom of speech, and they care about accountability, and they care about all this stuff until it actually happens to them. And now, somehow, it's different. And you also have Mike from PA. This is the person who said that Ethan isn't going to stop doing what he's doing until he's bloody in the mouth. He's the one that made the call to, if somebody wants $100,000 and you're in Florida, I've got a job for you, referring to putting a hit out on hurting.
Honestly, I looked a little bit into Mike from PA and all the threats and stuff he's made and the incitement to violence. I don't know how this guy hasn't been arrested. I don't know how this guy still has a platform after the things he said.
You're killing Destiny. And now he's making this comment. Is Twitch going to wait until someone is seriously injured by these incel and stalking communities before they do something about it? Here's Asmongold doing a direct call to action for his community harassing their partner streamer. I don't care who you are. That's not okay. So here's the thing. This is a person who, as a regular, has made negative comments about me constantly. I want to let you know that no matter what happens, I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm not going to stop responding to things that you post and state on public platforms on my public platform.
That's right. You don't back down. You just go in deeper. You get fucking worse. Nuts through the urethra is called a boba tea. That's horrifying.
You don't want criticism, then get out of the fucking internet. That's it. And so I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to be nicer about it. I don't care what people are messaging you. I don't give a shit about that. What somebody does.
Are you shocked to know that Nike is a big fan of Mike from PA? That is the most unshocking statement I've ever heard in my life. Fuck, I would have been more astounded if you told me we need oxygen to breathe. Fuck me, dude. I am not shocked at all.
Does that isn't me, isn't my responsibility. And so you can cry about this as much as you want, but it's not going to stop. And I want to say also, the more you cry about it, the more I'm going to do it. Because I think that these people are parasites. I think they are destructive. And I'm going to keep pushing this. I'm going to keep going against them until they realize that and they stop.
Good. You see, this is the right response. This is the response that Ross from Stop Killing Games needed against fucking Pirate Software. There's no be the bigger man in this situation. You shut the fuck up, and these animals will run 1,000,000 miles a minute and fuck your name up and screw you into the dirt. You have to take an active role in defending yourself almost constantly against someone like this.
That's it. Rose Farming Tears. Yeah, we already burned about. Yeah, it's not stopping. You can cry and make tweets and beg, but Twitch, please do something about it. He's being mean. Oh no, he's criticizing somebody for doing something bad. Oh wow, he says he doesn't feel bad for somebody who said that he killed his mom. Oh no, get the fuck out of here. And this is the same guy, keep in mind, this is the same guy, once again, that tries to bring up freedom of speech. He's the guy that whenever I talk about this guy should get banned for X or Y thing, he says, why should I get banned? It's freedom of speech. Unlimited Dread, yeah, it's not going to stop. And I'm going to tell you that the more that you cry about it and the more that you try to seek sympathy, the more videos I'm going to make, the more I'm going to talk about it, and the more other people are going to talk about it too. And there's nothing you can do about it. They're such cry bullies. They are. And listen, you want to cry? Okay, go ahead. That's more content for me. If you think even for a second that you are going to
use the tears as lube,
try to seek any type of sympathy from me, that is not the case. To the extent that you do it, I will push even harder, even more pressure, and more and more and more, until you stop. And you're welcome, by the way.
That's what Ross mistaked when dealing with Goonware. He handled it with kid gloves. We no longer live in an age where being the bigger person has some merit. He should have got down and dirty and fucking eviscerate the shit out of him, counter every single fucking point of his and call him a retarded fuck whose mom... You see, he didn't need to do the second part, Jimmy. All he needed to do was attack the idea, and everyone who listened to even half of what Ross said would do the rest for him. That's the thing, right? There is no such thing. Sorry, there is no such thing as being the bigger man when it comes to an information war. You know, when being the bigger man, do you know where that's from? Do you know how that exists? Being the bigger man is getting into a duel with someone else. You beat them in the duel, and their life is in your hands. You can kill them right there, rightfully under the law, and you decide to put your weapon away and walk away. That's called being the bigger man. Being the bigger man doesn't mean not fighting for what's right at all. That's bullshit, and I don't know where people got this idea. I'm just going to close my eyes, and everyone else who's doing mean shit is going to suffer instead of me. No. That's called being a pussy. You got to fight back. That's how it works. There's none of this idea of everything's going to be fine if I do nothing. Doesn't work at all. We need to remove bleeping in TV. Absolutely we do. Everyone's becoming a little bit too soft in that regard. Asmon would cost Twitch millions if he fully leaves the platform with a messy outpost. Here's the funny thing, Filter. Because of how low Asmongold's monetization is and shit, I think by him leaving, he might actually give them money. If they get rid of Asmongold, they might gain money because I think he costs the site more in hosting fees than he actually makes for them. Basically, Asmon should farm the content to make money off of it, to at least stay even with the crazies. Bare minimum, yes. This would be so fucking good because it would send a... Wait, what? Other platforms, terrorist sympathy. No, he needs to... Look, Asmongold needs to maintain himself on Twitch for as long as possible and destroy the platform from within. Because if he leaves, they're going to be like, look, we were right. He took an action and he ran away. The second he leaves, they're going to say, look, he ran away. They're going to spin it in their favor as quickly as possible. But if he sticks around until the platform dies, then they're fucked. So continue farming them. And you know what? If you really, like, I've been thinking about this. If you really hated Twitch and you despise the way they run their platform, what better thing could you do than extracting as much money out of them as possible, even though they fucking hate you, before leaving? Making their lives a living hell. I see nothing wrong with that. And I'm going to be right back. I need to get something for my legs. They're freezing. Ugh. God damn it. So fucking cold, I'm putting on a second pair of pants. He could just multi-stream on both Twitch and Kick, then jack up the ad count on Twitch so everyone moves to Kick. He could do that. It depends on how malicious he wants to be. But I think maybe Asmongold understands that the more malicious moves he makes against Twitch, the more he's going to look like the bad guy. I think he's doing the right thing currently, which is he's taking the Steam approach. And the Steam approach is I do nothing. I just keep on being me. And eventually my enemies will kill themselves. Which it looks like they're going to do that. Are ads even running on his channel? I don't know. I don't even know. I don't tend to watch Asmongold live. I tend to watch the VODs afterwards when I can. Right. So, last thing I want to end off with before we play some Guild Wars 2. Witcher 4. I haven't seen this trailer. I've been told by my wife to watch this trailer. I've been seeing some consternation about this shit. And after the mental preparation that I suppose Chrono Odyssey's trailers have put me through after playing the beta, I'm going to be looking at this trailer with nothing but sheer doubt and concern. So take everything I say with like a pinch of salt. I'm going to be a pessimistic motherfucker. I see it already. 5 seconds in, I see it already. Cinematic trailer pre-rendered in Unreal Engine 5. Pre-rendered. Pre-fucking render. Oh, okay, so what pre-render means is you can trust none of the footage you're currently seeing as being realistic.
Dearest daughter, I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child into a remarkable young lass with much grace, wisdom, and...
Was he grooming her, or is this like her dad talking and this is just like a... This is like the analogy of the bathtub scene with Witcher 3.
Kindness. Take the easy times what shape us, nay. 'Tis how we rise to face the hard times what does that for us. Even art.
Why are we in Slavic folklore and we've got an Irish accent?
Gold. You've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty. Darling. Sweden. Today's the day. Ye fill out your destiny.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything gameplay-wise. This all looks like standardized cinematics. Good hook, good intro so far. Let's see where this goes.
Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
What, you're like off to Epstein Island here? What the fuck? So, this all kind of fits with the Witcher theme, and obviously that's going to be Geralt in the hood there. This seems okay. I don't see anything egregious or out of place.
A Witcher? Witcher! Whose coin did ye take? Nay, you can't. It's tradition.
Nope, it's Surrey. Wait, what the fuck? Why is Surrey still white? She's supposed to be some nondescript Caribbean woman in a wheelchair by now, goddammit. What the fuck? What do you mean she's white?
Chosen she is, by the gods!
No! You chose her.
So because she's a woman, he had to back off. Probably because she's a witcher. But here's a little bit of a lore hole. Right, let me just poke your lore hole. I'll finger it a little bit for you. Why would all those villagers know that she's a witcher when witches traditionally have been male? Right? All witches have been male. Why would everyone know that she's the one female witcher? That's the question. She's a good continuation of the story. Her eyes, the two swords, that's fair. That's fair. Also the outfit, the chainmail on her. The white hair was like a thing with witches. So they could, I suppose, piece it together that she would be a witcher. So they wouldn't back off of her because she's a woman. They would back off of her because she might just fucking kill them, because there's a whole bunch of, like, you know, myths and shit about witches to the people in like the Witcher universe, where witches are really scary things that you don't want to fucking deal with most of the time. Either the swords or the medallion. There's also the medallion. So there you go. Okay. So I fingered your lore hole, but it was shut tighter than a nun on Christmas. Thank you.
Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Save yourself! Run!
Okay. Now, aside from the fact that she's part of the Link school, all I'm going to say is I used to be friends with a girl who used to hang out with my group of friends. And we would all play fighting games. And we never realized until a little bit later that sometimes people going through puberty who happen to be girls tend to look at vibrating controllers very differently than we do. That's all I'm saying.
Run! To shelter! To your father! Run!
Come on, you were trained by Geralt. Stop being a fucking idiot. There you go. Very nice. Okay, I like that. I like that she's actually fighting like a witcher. That it wasn't just, you know, run in there. I am Rey Skywalker, and she just wins. Still would, even with those eyes. Those eyes make it better. That's why you know that the crack whore's, like, kicked out and you can go to town and she won't remember. I want to see the part where it shows the gameplay.
cannot change anything.
You gonna make the witch wet?
Thank you, animal sailors! Save the village! This tradition! I was chosen to bring salvation! So thank you!
There you go. That's right. That's good. That was cool. And they still
He
kill
went to
him.
go to the woods. The chosen one. His tradition.
Oh no, no, no.
Solid storytelling. I like that.
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods. To go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
There you go. There you go. Fucking wipe him out. Wipe him out. You know, they could really add to Ciri's character. Because you know witches carry two swords. And they say like the silver one's for killing monsters. They could add to her character by being like, especially after that ending, by saying I carry two swords. One's for doing my job. And the other one's for killing monsters. And she never, like, you know, fully reveals the idea that she's talking about people. That would be such a cool thing to put in. So is Geralt dead or a side character or what? I guess it's her protag, no gameplay, don't know what to think. I don't know, I like the build-up of Ciri. I don't feel like she came out of nowhere. She didn't come out of left field. She didn't raise Skywalker everyone. Her character was built up very well in The Witcher 3 and The Witcher lore, so it makes sense to me. I can see why they'd make her a main character. Right? It's not like... This is all like, you know... This is all a good build-up towards that. It doesn't feel weird, if that makes sense. Her being a Witcher came out of nowhere, though. Yeah, it kind of did feel contrived, didn't it? Ciri should have been an Empress, and we would have other Witcher schools to explore. The bear, the cat... Wait, bear and cat were seen in Witcher 3. Griffin School is thriving far away. If you supported Ciri to talking to the Emperor, she would have... Which she would be automatically be pursuing her royal heir route. True, but I think they kind of, I don't know, playing The Witcher 3, which I still have to finish, to be honest. It's been on a backlog for a while. It kind of seems like they were always setting up Ciri to be the next main character. That's the vibe I got from it from the beginning. They said ladies can't survive the trial of grasses several times before, so I don't know what gymnastics they will use to justify it. Counter argument, Furion. They've said very many times in the Dune universe that male Bene Gesserit are like fucked up and become monsters and should all be killed at birth. And yet Paul Atreides becomes the Kwisatz Haderach and fucks up the Bene Gesserit's plans, but he becomes like the first step on the golden path, right? So that like inversion of things, I'm not against it as long as it's done well. And I think it's done in an acceptable enough way. Geralt is 10 billion years old. Let the old man rest. I never really liked Ciri in the story, to be honest, but it makes sense from the beginning. It does. And I think one of the reasons people might have a knee-jerk response to all of this is because of all the goodwill that's been lost on things like Assassin's Creed or all the shitty stories where they take what is a male role and they just shove a woman in there and they expect us to all just accept it with no foreshadowing or no build-up or any of that. But I can understand why people would have that knee-jerk response. It's just I don't feel that knee-jerk response, if that makes sense. It's not some fan fiction tier shit where you got the same character like in every shitty sequel coming out of nowhere and one-shotting everything with ease. Yes. Like, even that fight, right? Yeah, it's pattern recognition, sorry. Even that fight she was in the cinematic, she didn't just piece that fucking monster up and leave, right? She got fucked up pretty good along the way. She wasn't coming back to town skipping and singing songs. She was like stumbling and she had the head, right? That was a good build-up. I think they can do something with this if they don't fuck it up and go full woke. But it does concern me. It does concern me. It doesn't set off like red flags in my head, but I am very cautious of whenever this happens. Don't feel that knee-jerk response in this case. Exactly. Or, you know, fucking up Cyberpunk 2077 launch, yeah. Keep the Lisan Al-Gaib's name out of your mouth. Don't you fucking say that to me, fuckboy Saber. Let me tell you something, okay? Leto the Second was better than Paul. Leto the Second was a legend. Leto the Second's also where, God, what was the anime I watched? I'm gonna fuck you all up right now. Attack on Titan is just the story of Leto Atreides II. With less storytelling. For anyone who's read Dune, that's gonna hurt. And who's an anime fan. They'll probably mention the school of the Lynx being more progressive than Gerald's school. Or I think they could get around the contrived idea of women can't do this. If the school of the Lynx is like a revived ancient school of witches that focused on making female witches, right? Because it's a simple fact that the witches need to continually increase their numbers because they keep on fucking dying, right? And they may have different things that they need to do to make a female witcher than a male one, if that makes sense. Like a more complicated or a completely different process to get to the same result. More like if half of the world building of Dune was randomly introduced halfway through the story. If you compare, yeah, pretty much. It's got to be through Ciri's elder blood, right? Yes. Yes. Or she's just not a true witcher. If she wasn't a true witcher, most of the potions would probably fucking kill her. Because all those potions that witches take, when human beings take them, they fucking die. Or it like leaves them crippled and like in a fucked up state forever. Right. Now, this is the are they gaslighting us bit. This is the concerning part. That was a good trailer. That was an objectively good trailer. That felt good. Why are we getting gaslit? That's the concerning part. Tell me if you recognize this archetype for a female character. Short, thin, build, portrayed as agile and nimble to compensate for lacking strength, brown hair, ponytail, just barely tan enough to warrant being sympathetic, but still mostly white. Face smeared in dirt for realism, aces everything with ease, and her only obstacle is men's ignorance. I'm not seeing that archetype here. There's a few things, you see, that's the old archetype, Dog Rock. You're about 5 years behind. The new archetype, here, let me fix it for you. Female character, short, fat, portrayed as agile despite being in a wheelchair, is as strong as 7 men, bald, just barely above the darkest skin tone, but is of a nondescript race. And everything wrong with the world is not just white men or anyone who's white, but everyone who's either men or women, because they need to be non-binary now. The face isn't smeared in dirt. Their face is immaculate because the game programmers can't figure out how to add dirt to the faces. And obviously then aces everything with ease, and that part's perfectly fine. So you got to update that definition, that archetype. I don't know if she's a proper witcher. Aren't the eyes supposed to be orange? Yeah. That's what it seems like to me. Maybe the link skill, the link school has something to do with that. They could tie it in very well, or they could completely fuck it up. That's the concern. I remember hearing CD Projekt Red losing some core members over DEI member nonsense. Yes, but you see, that's hearing about it. So far, they've made some pretty decent games. They did fuck up the launch of Cyberpunk 2077, but if you play Cyberpunk, it's still a good game. It's still a decent game. It's pretty fucking solid. The story writing was good. It didn't feel contrived and fucking stupid. And if the next game does get contrived and fucking stupid, then all that goodwill that they built up is lost, and they deserve it. All right. Now let's see. Are they gaslighting us? We'll end off here. What is this? Hold on. I will take a look at the Guild Wars 2 video the next time I'm streaming. You'll have to remind me, Super.
This one, because I need to talk about something that... Okay, I'm getting the blanket back out for this one because I need to talk about something that's kind of been bothering me. A few weeks ago, I was watching the Witcher 4 tech demo at the 2025 State of Unreal. Genuinely excited about what I was seeing, and of course...
Okay, so this is the tech demo, and this is the... So it says here, not actual gameplay. That's concerning. But I'm glad I didn't watch the actual gameplay because I'm willing to bet we're going to see it here anyway.
One of the first things that I realized is that Ciri looked incredible. I immediately noticed a difference in her design, and I remember thinking, oh wow, they actually listened to fan feedback and refined her design. That's a little bit surprising. Then, not even a few hours later, CD Projekt Red tells press that they hadn't changed her, besides two very minor adjustments. And basically that what I was seeing with my own eyes was...
I think they're lying. I think I remember the old version of Ciri having a Titan jaw. And I think they're lying because if they admit the truth here, they understand that they're going to wake up the idiots. So I'm okay with them lying about this. I understand.
Isn't actually what I was seeing. You know that feeling when someone says or does something right in front of you, and then when you point it out, they look you in the eye and they tell you that it never happened? Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like.
That's how you keep a girlfriend, boys. That's how you do it. Hey, do you remember that time you told me you wanted to fuck my sister? What are you talking about? I never said that. Huh? That's how you do it. You gaslight your way through to the other side. You make them think they're crazy. Then you convince them that they can't leave the house without you. Because crazy people can't do things for themselves. Lock that shit down. I got all the tips, all the ways to keep your girlfriend around, stop her from breaking up with you. Get a Bluetooth speaker in your house, put it in a random spot that she can't find it. At about 1:15 in the morning, you're going to play the knocking sound on the Bluetooth speaker. So she wakes up and it's like, oh my God, there's someone here. And you're like, babe, there's no one here. You're hearing things again. And then when she makes you check, you walk around the house, you come back, you know it was the speaker. You look her in the eyes, you say, babe, maybe we need to like increase your medication or something because like you're hearing things again. And like, there's no one here. That's how you do it, boys. You make them dependent on you. And then what you do when they're asleep at night is you put a nicotine patch on their arm. And then before they wake up in the morning, you take the nicotine patch off. And then whenever they sleep without you in a different room or a different place, they get like withdrawal symptoms. And they just need to be with you because they feel they've now Pavlov associated that feeling of relief and satisfaction with being with you. Follow me for more good dating tips. Your girlfriend will never leave you because she'll never have the choice.
Being a gamer in 2025. I think we're all being gaslit pretty
Yes,
hard at this point. The state of the industry as a whole has gotten more and more questionable over the years, but lately it seems like it's all been coming to a head, and over again, I've recognized the pattern of being told that what we're seeing, feeling, and experiencing is actually not the case. This is kind of an important thing, and it matters to me because there used to be a time when you could generally trust what the industry professionals were telling you. When a studio said they hadn't changed something, they hadn't changed it. When they explained why a game underperformed, their reasoning typically aligned with what players were actually experiencing. And when companies talked about their design choices, their explanations felt genuine and transparent. But somewhere along the way, that started to change. Now, I find myself constantly second-guessing official statements and cross-referencing a studio's or journalist.
I'm going to be honest. Good night, kid. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to miss Roach. I am going to miss Roach. I wonder what she called her horse. Blunt? Spliff? I'm curious.
Claims with what I can see with my own eyes, and I'm always wondering if there's some other angle or narrative being pushed. The erosion of that basic trust between the gaming industry and us, their audience, that's what really bothers me, because when you don't have that basic foundation, when you feel like you can't trust the people making the games to be honest about the games they're making, everything else starts to crumble. So today we're going to talk about some recent examples of industry gaslighting, because I fear the feeling of I think I'm going crazy has finally caught up with me. Let's start with the moment that really sparked this whole video and honestly made me question.
They did change quite a lot looking at that. This looks like old-ass graphics, though. Let's be honest. Doesn't have the eyes. That's changed. Showing a little bit more shoulder. A little bit more freak shit going on here. Does look better there, but this is the problem is this looks like an in-game render, and this looks like a cinematic. And this one's from this one's from The Witcher 3, right? That's why I say in-game render, cinematic. So somewhere between here and here, she went through the Witcher process.
My own eyes. CD Projekt Red delivered a beautiful tech demo that gave us a gorgeous slice of the direction that they're hoping to take with Witcher 4. Kelpie looks like she just got plucked out of Anna Sewell's novel, and the world of the game is absolutely captivating. And yes, they're telling us that the demo is running at 60 FPS with full ray tracing on a base PS5, which is pretty cool, I guess, even though this is just a demo. So after watching this not gameplay of Witcher 4, I was a little bit conflicted. I wanted to be excited, but not too excited.
Kelpie is the name of the horse. I think so. And a Kelpie is from, like, Druidic Celtic mythology, which is like the water horses that used to drag people underwater.
While also being especially cautious since I'll be playing it on a PC. RIP to any Xbox Series S users, but then
get fucked, console bitches.
And I saw Ciri, and my heart just lifted. I was genuinely kind of in awe of how beautiful she looked. She felt like the Ciri I remembered, the one I'd fallen in love with in Witcher 3, and I thought, wow, they obviously listened to fans on this, and
yeah, this is the thing, that's what follows through with the consistency of her. That's why I don't feel like getting that knee-jerk response. I don't feel that knee-jerk like this is a DEI thing. I might be wrong though.
Honestly, I was really grateful and impressed. I thought it was such a smart move to make changes and improve her design to just have her be more in line with the old look and feel from the previous game. Although I am very sorry to this man who felt differently.
I can spot an MMO player a mile a fucking way. This man, Bailiff, smack this MMO player's nuts. I know he plays MMOs, goddammit. Always wanted to play as a MILF, but they made her more feminine and young. Disappointed. You motherfuckers. I know you're out here playing ancient fucking games. You're hag maxing on the video games. I can spot a fucking MMO player a mile away. Immediately. It's fucking instant.
But then, after fans began to celebrate and speculate, CD Projekt Red tells the press, "We have not modified Ciri's face." According to them, this was the same model that was used for The Witcher 3, the cinematic reveal trailer from the Game Awards last December, and the new tech demo from earlier this month. They said it was adapted to work with the latest metahuman technology.
Now that changes this, because they said they didn't change the model of her face, but it does look changed to me. It does look like they changed her model. It looks like they updated it and changed a few things around, made her look a little bit older, blah, blah, blah. I don't have a problem with that. I don't see an issue with that. But I think they're probably gaslighting us because they know that if they say, yeah, we changed some things and we listened to the fan, they're going to upset the progressive horde who don't actually play any video games. And so they're like, if we just lie about this for long enough, we can avoid the screeching animals who are going to try and ruin our lives.
But that the model was the exact same. And then, after talking about it even further, they almost kind of cautiously admitted that they made slight improvements to her eye area. And then I just sat there squinting at Ciri's face for the next 10 minutes, feeling really dumb and comparing the two like I was going crazy because I thought that I could clearly see a pretty big difference. At this point, I've seen all the talking points.
They're making a mountain out of a molehill. Absolutely, Chelda. I feel like this is a huge mountain out of a molehill bullshit. And I think that people feel this way because they love the Witcher franchise. They love what it is. The same way how the Witcher TV series was really loved, and the second they got rid of Henry Cavill, no one gave a shit anymore. I think it doesn't matter so much as the game is good, and Ciri still acts like Ciri, the way you would expect her to behave, if that makes sense. TV series was already questionable. It was good enough of an analogous show that if you watched it as a TV show, it would get people interested in the Witcher franchise. Maybe different textures, slightly older character. And now to break Rose's immersion, how can someone who lives the breadless, hardened life of Witcher be wearing heavy eyeliner like that all the time? Who says that's eyeliner? Maybe she's just that tired. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Some tired bitches with the tired eyes, that's some hot shit. But they could also explain that away as in like, you know how cricketers will wear lines. So people who don't know what cricket is, right? It's baseball except you require skill to play the game, right? So they take black markers and they'll run it under their eyes and shit because it helps get rid of reflections. And if we look back in the past, you can see historically that certain people have taken like black powders like charcoal and stuff and rubbed it over their eyes and stuff to prevent the reflection into their eyes so they don't squint and shit when looking into the distance. So you could kind of justify it that way if you want. Am I blind? What's wrong with those? Which one is supposed to be bad? That's the thing, Wojciech. That's why I'm saying this is like a mountain out of a molehill, and I think Shelda is right. This doesn't seem like a big deal.
Even from CD Projekt Red themselves, lighting, camera angles, cinematics versus the tech demo rendering, and yes, those do play a role. And listen, I am not a tech whiz by any means, but the bottom line is that when you put all three pictures up side by side, come on, she clearly looks pretty different, right?
Yep.
Like, right? Between the cinematic reveal and this latest version in the tech demo, there has...
It's fine. I understand. Guys don't understand this, but if they've built in like a living period cycle into the character of Ciri, then this is about, 75% of the way through the cycle. She's getting a little bit puffy. She's going to blow blood for about a week. And then here's just, new cycles just begun. So if they put period mechanics in the game, Ciri wakes up, gotta go find a tampon. And you gotta go on a quest to murder an animal and use its hair as a tampon. Then I completely understand that they didn't change anything and it's just dynamic world faces. Like the balls on the horses from Red Dead Redemption.
have clearly been some changes made, and it's an obvious improvement that we should be celebrating. Now, you might be saying, NPC, is this even that big of a deal? You know what? You're probably right. But here's the thing. I was pretty surprised when they first revealed Ciri's design in the cinematic last year.
Hope your wife doesn't hear you insult menstruation on stream. Filter, you know how many times my wife has come home from dealing with other women and been like, that bitch must be on the rag. So don't sit here and tell me that. My wife will say more based shit about that than you would ever believe. Every now and then she'll come home and she'll be like, this one bitch was going so wild, I thought she was going to get period blood on the fucking carpet. So she's not afraid of that. She knows. She's aware.
And I was not alone. There was a whole range of responses. For me, I had no problem with the fact that she is older. And even though I love Geralt, I also had no problem with him not being the main protagonist. My problem was that her design was just weird.
I hope that we get to see Geralt still being a witcher, doing his own thing, but that he's happier. That man deserves happiness. I hope that happens. Once or twice. Or he becomes like someone that Ciri will consult with on certain issues that she doesn't know better about. I did. You have no idea how lucky I got with my wife. I'm not kidding when I say this, I found a literal diamond in the fucking sewer. I found a diamond on Tinder. Of all places. You have no idea how lucky I got. That is my one windfall moment in my entire life that expended all the luck I ever had. I will never win the lottery. I have lower luck stat than everyone else for the rest of my life now as a debuff. But I won, and I just needed to win the once.
It was just off. It didn't look like the Ciri I had remembered, even with her being aged up. It was like they were randomly trying to give us some new Temu Ciri. And now that she clearly looks different and more like her previous model in such a good way, why are we being told that we're essentially imagining these improvements? I don't know, just take the W, say, yeah, we worked to refine her look and move on.
I'm willing to bet that they're trying to avoid like the screeching nutbag progressionists, that's why. If they admit they changed it, then they look bad. And they know they have to deal with a bunch of games journalists being a bunch of fucking morons. I think this was a good PR move by them, if I'm being honest.
We're never going to be mad at you for giving a beloved character the Sonic treatment.
No. You won't be mad at them. You won't be mad at them. But the fucking psychos, the games journalists, absolutely.
By the way, worked out really well for Paramount. They're literally working on Sonic 4 as I speak, so please make this make sense. CD Projekt Red, your demo looked amazing, and your fans love you and they just want to praise you. Just let them. All right, moving on to BioWare, EA, and Dragon Age the Veilguard, because yes, the horse is...
Oh boy, here we go. This is where we learn that Ciri is gonna be trans.
quite dead enough. This is a perfect textbook example of blame deflection, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around how all of this is played out. So Dragon Age the Veilguard came out last October, a game that could have cost up to $250 million to make, and as we all know, it did not go well, to say the least. Critics
It deserved to fail.
and journalists across the board gave this game incredibly high scores. They were eating it up. Some even called it the best in the series, and Metacritic even gave it an 89.
What a pile of shit. You know, I wanted to make a talking head video about Dragon Age the Veilguard on my channel. I wanted to like go through the entire game and give it a fair shake. That's all I could stomach. Is 9 hours. I couldn't even get to 10 hours. That's all I could stomach. I couldn't do it. There are stronger men than me out there, and I salute them for their work, but I couldn't do it. You bought the game? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I want to keep it. I do. I want to keep it. I had plans for that, and all my plans failed. I want to keep that piece of shit right there as a reminder. And also, I played more than 2 hours, so I don't think I can refund it. Also, I feel like it's valuable for me to show people that I tried to play that game and how much of a gigantic piece of shit it was.
9 with 0 negative reviews, actually.
Look at that. Look at that. That's like Rotten Tomatoes kind of shit there.
Users, they gave it just a 3.9. That's a pretty huge gap. And now we just have this weird situation where we're told by the industry that this is a great game. I mean, just look at the review scores. But players are having a much different experience. And this whole situation just added more fuel to the fire of gamers not trusting professional reviews. When there's such a massive disconnect.
No one should ever trust a professional review in their life. I say again. Never trust the games journalists. They do not have your best interest in mind. All games journalist articles should collapse, fall over, and die. They do not deserve to have a job. They do not deserve to have a position of authority. The random retard in his basement who's obsessed with RPGs or with RTSs or whatever genre he's most focused on, that's the guy you should probably be listening to. And even after you're done listening to him, you still have to make up your own mind. Wait, it was confirmed that Geralt is in 4. I hope so. I hope Geralt's in 4.
Between critics and players, what are we supposed to believe? What is the actual truth when it comes to the quality of the game? So all of this went down last October, and it seems like it had pretty much fallen to the wayside, a memory that everyone was just trying to forget until for whatever reason.
I love how the B-roll she chose to put here wasn't Dragon Age the Veilguard, because not even she could stomach to do that to her own video.
Multiple reports and articles came out just recently attempting to figure out the real reasons for this game's commercial failure. According to EA CEO Andrew Wilson, the game failed because it didn't resonate with a broad audience that wants shared world features and live services. Okay, I guess I'll have to take your word for it on that one, Andrew. According to Bloomberg, the blame was on the 10-year developmental cycle of pure chaos.
Everything except the fucking game is to blame. Also, what's up, Benji? Everything except the fucking game, huh?
Us, including numerous internal pivots, project shifts, and the scrapping of those pesky live service integrations. But if you look at what players and many longtime fans of the series had to say, you see a different story. Some of the common criticisms reflect things like lack of player agency, dismissal of established lore, shallow combat systems, unlikable characters, weak storytelling, and yes, poorly written dialogue that felt very preachy and awkward. So many Dragon Age fans have—
If they wanted to be more realistic, Tosh would have killed herself halfway through the story, and you would have been given the opportunity to pull a Logan Paul on her dangling body. That's all I'm saying. If they were aiming for a more realistic, harder-hitting story that people can feel.
have said that it just did not feel like a true Dragon Age game. And this misfire on EA's part directly led to them falling short of their 3 million player target by about 50% after it was reported that only 1.5 million players engaged with the game. Layoffs followed, and EA's been trying really hard for the last 8 months to place the blame somewhere, but instead of listening to legitimate player criticisms or looking at the past 10 years of corporate meddling, their response was to essentially blame the gamers. Whew, there's almost too much gaslighting here to keep track of, but I feel like the facts are pretty clear. EA and BioWare put out a mediocre at best game, and their design decisions and motives were just not what the audience was looking for. And then
I'm surprised EA trusts BioWare at all after Anthem. I'm surprised that the brainless retards trust the brainless retards. This is the blind leading the blind, Cyro. EA is not some company that you can hold up as some champion of gaming. Right? This is like, these are the same people just moving between departments.
when the criticisms started rolling in, they blamed the audience and said it was their fault. How are we supposed to have honest conversations about what went wrong and how to avoid those mistakes in the future if we can't even agree on reality? But EA's got nothing on Ubisoft. Listen, I used to be a pretty big Ubisoft fan, okay? Assassin's Creed 2, Black Flag, or
Assassin's Creed 2, bang over game. Black Flag, bang over game. Didn't give a shit about Origins.
Far Cry 4, and
Far Cry? Which one was the one with Voss in it? Far Cry 3 or Far Cry 2? I think it was 3. Yeah, it must have been 3. Because this one came out afterwards. Never played this one. Far Cry 3 was peak for me.
And of course, the one I'm sure you're all thinking of, Just Dance. These games were a huge part of my gaming life, so watching what's happened to this company, it genuinely does hurt to see. Like a tale as old as time, Ubisoft has been struggling after their recent debacles. They unfortunately...
Origins was enjoyable because Kid Me loved Egypt. It did have its good points. I just don't think it was as good as 2, and I don't think it was as good as 3.
Suffered some pretty big losses after the underperformance of Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws, and what was their response? Well, they of course followed this new industry trend where their CEO blamed the gamers. Now, there was a lot of controversy surrounding...
Hey, guess what movies were doing a few years ago? It's not the movie that's the problem, it's the audience. And we're just seeing the same cycle repeat.
This game before it even came out, and it was reported that Ubisoft actually had an anti-harassment plan in place when the game launched. It's wild to think that they were literally preparing for backlash before this game even came out. And just a really quick...
EA cannibalized companies over less. They're giving BioWare way more leeway. Dogrock, you're looking at this the wrong way. You're looking at this in the way of good video games. EA cannibalized a bunch of tiny companies that kept on making exceptional games before they became a threat. They were playing whack-a-mole with gaming studios that would have grown to the point that they would have challenged EA's dominance. In what way would BioWare ever be able to challenge EA's dominance? BioWare is EA's whipping boy. BioWare is EA's bitch. They cannibalized and got rid of all the old people because they saw what a threat was. You're thinking about this from the perspective of good video games makes profit, makes money. EA is looking at this from the perspective of good video games are a threat, get rid of them before they become a threat, so that people will buy our slop. Case in point, what FIFA are we on right now? How many FIFA games have been released every single year? Exactly.
Side note on this, I don't like the attacking or harassment of an individual developer. It's just, it is pretty wild to be in the business of making games for a living, something that's inherently supposed to be fun and engaging, an escape for consumers, something that for the most part should be
It would be fun and engaging for the devs if they didn't fucking hate the audience they're trying to make the game for.
joy to work on, and somehow put yourselves in a situation where you're preparing for backlash over things that you intentionally acknowledged, chose to do, and could have completely avoided. It's like knowing the future but still making the decisions that led to your death. But I digress. Ubisoft was a company that used to pride itself on delivering historically accurate and culturally appreciative games.
Black Yasuke.
So the fact that they're the ones that are making these missteps and also having some pretty disappointing responses to their Japanese community, it feels really bad. I mean,
I still like the idea that you can run around as a black man in ancient Japan, destroying all their sacred shrines. Like, and these are like things of cultural significance and stuff to the Japanese. It's like, imagine making a game in the Middle East about Muhammad. And you're playing as like, you're playing as some like fat white guy from Florida who's somehow back in the past. And it's just like the interaction is press X on your controller to take a shit on the Quran. See how well that works out for the game studio. It's Johnny Somali, yeah, pretty much.
I mean, we're talking about a game set in Japan that many Japanese people are clearly not liking. When Shadows was delayed and pre-orders slumped, instead of recognizing legitimate concerns from a large portion of the community, including the Japanese community, or recognizing that a lot of fans were calling out and preferring their direct competitor, Ghost of Tsushima, Ubisoft's CEO essentially said,
by the way, the follow-up to Ghost of Tsushima might be a fucking mess. I'm just warning you now.
gamers were at fault when Star Wars Outlaws sold only
The follow-up to Sushi Ghosts does raise concerns for me.
only 1 million copies in the first month. He had claimed that gamers have extraordinary expectations that are basically impossible to meet, even when
I love how this is the image you're showing with extraordinary expectations. Fuck off. Fucking loser. You fucking dipshit. If that was the case, no one would have played Schedule 1. No one would have loved Vampire Survivors. Eat shit. We just don't want fucking trash. That's what we don't want. And this fucking idiot can't figure it out. How the fuck did a moron like that become a CEO? I refuse to believe that this guy got there legitimately. I think he was doing rituals with baby blood and shit on Epstein Island. Isn't the follow-up to Sushi Ghosts taking a woman into the lead role? Yes. Super. Yes.
to meet, even when delivering solid quality. Yeah. It's honestly a fascinating timeline here. Pre-launch, we expect some kind of toxic pushback. Post-launch sales dip, gamers complain too much. Investor call.
They know how shit their product is and they still try and shove it down our throats. That's even more concerning.
Solid quality is not enough. They're shifting the blame at every step, and when leadership reframes lukewarm sales as proof that players are too picky, every critique becomes toxic by default. But is that really the only option here? Are there no other alternative reasons as to...
They can't admit to alternative reasons because the second they do, they lose. They lose. It's that simple. They lose their company, they lose their business, and everyone who works under them, who's a progressive sack of shit, who cares about pushing some narrative down your throat as opposed to making a good story, will immediately turn on them. You cannot admit a loss, especially not in their position, or you'll get eaten alive.
Why your game didn't sell as well as you'd hoped. When gamers toxic becomes the default response anytime concerns are raised, it really starts to wear you down. It feels like being told
gamers are toxic. Gamers are toxic. Let me ask you a question. Here, this is a genuine question for you. If you were in a friendship or relationship, and every single time you were around one singular person, this one unique person in your life, if every single time they came along and tweaked your nipples, they just fucking, every single time, would you not start being a toxic piece of shit? Would you not feel the need to, like, backhand them in the groin before they tweaked your nipple? And while they're sitting there on the floor holding their nuts or their fab flaps, they started saying things like, "Oh, that's so toxic of you." Would they not deserve it? Would you not be a toxic piece of shit to someone who's being a toxic piece of shit to you? Does that not make sense? It makes sense to me.
That your years of support and investment in these franchises basically count for nothing, and that it was never to benefit us, it was all for them, the company. And yes, I know it is a business and the whole goal for the business is to make money, but it's weird because it's almost like the consumers have no say, that what we want doesn't matter and we should just appreciate whatever it is that they deem fit to give us.
Close your mouth. Close your eyes and open your mouth. Well, I'm going to shit in it, but you're going to love it. Don't worry. That's what they're saying.
Wanting good games makes us the problem. And what happened after all of this? Well, the market responded exactly how you'd expect, and their stock dropped by about 17%. I've never been at EA.
I said this after the whole thing about delaying Assassin's Creed. I said you find some equities, you find a shorts platform, you find the derivatives market, and you open up the biggest fucking short of your entire life. What did I said that. I said that last year. And then that exact thing happened.
Hey girl, but for Ubisoft in particular, this cuts even deeper than just normal bad business practices, because just like with my emotions with Nintendo, when you support a company for years and have so many good memories of playing their games, recommending them to friends, watching them repeatedly just turn around and blame you.
Did I do it myself? No, because I don't have access to US markets, Wojciech, unfortunately. If I did, I fucking would have. I absolutely would have, but guess what? It's not listed on the JSE in my country. I don't have access to the NYSE.
Their fan for their failures feels like such a betrayal. This brings me to something I'd like to call the indie reality check. We're seeing massive AAA titles flounder all around us, and yet somehow...
Here we go, the indie reality check, where 1 to 10 people in a fucking room outperform thousands of people in a gaming studio.
We're also watching indies and indie-like titles completely blow up and experience huge success. The AAA studios have their ideas for why titles are failing, but when you look at the other side of the coin, the games that are actually winning, it tells a completely different story. And honestly, this gives me hope because it proves that the problem isn't with gamers, it's with the approach. And nobody said this better than Sven Vinke from Larian at the Game Awards in 2023.
Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple.
Here, let me translate that for you. Stop putting shitty fucking gay bitch stuff in your video games and just make it good.
I know Larian technically is no longer an indie studio, but he literally laid out the formula for success. They made a game that they wanted to play themselves. It's really that simple. The people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything other than a team first, entertainment first, consumer first approach. And they knew that if they did this, then the revenue would inevitably follow. When you focus on making an incredible game first, an engaging world, likable characters that draw you in, fun mechanics, compelling storytelling, and natural character development, the experience is not only fully immersive, but very successful. And when you look at some of the criticisms surrounding Dragon Age the Veilguard and you put it against Baldur's Gate 3, it showed that you can even have more progressive elements elements in your game without them feeling forced or performative. And their success clearly proves that. Despite what the media might say, no, I don't believe the majority of players are a mixture of is and phobes. I know everyone has their preferences, but across the board, most gamers can agree that they do not want developers sacrifice.
Yeah, we're not phobes. We're not afraid of these things. Disgusted by them, sure, but not scared of them.
Quality for messaging. If you've got forced messaging and an obvious lack of quality, you're in trouble because you're clearly not respecting the player, and that respect is so important. Baldur's Gate 3 respects the player and their intelligence, and it honestly lets you engage with themes organically and in a way that makes sense.
And more importantly, it lets you not engage with certain themes if you don't want to. Look at the difference between Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon Age 2, where you be just a little bit too friendly to Anders and suddenly he's fucking your character's ass. Where you're forced into a choice of like be nice to him to try and stop him from being a terrorist, and somehow he still becomes a terrorist and he fucks your ass. Or you could tell him to fuck off and die. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't force that choice on you. There's no press X to rape. It's not like the bear's gonna hold you down and fuck you in that game.
A lot of times when and if you choose to. But Dragon Age tells you what to think and when to think it. So while AAA companies are telling us that microtransactions, live service elements, and $80 price tags are required, Sven and his team proved that the exact opposite approach works much, much better.
Yes.
Speaking of $80 price tags, allow me to follow up on my Nintendo video for just a minute. Nintendo launched the Switch 2 with marketing about how they've fixed and updated all of the original's problems, and very interestingly, they also noted that the Hall effect precision for the Joy-Cons would not be present for the Switch 2 for whatever reason. But even with that being the case, they said they had designed these sticks from the ground up to be more durable. And yeah, unfortunately, some players are already experiencing Joy-Con drift 2.0.
Get fucked, Nintendods. Tods? How do I say this? Nintendods. That one's gonna take me a while to get right. What's up, Scooch Fist? Get fucked. Eat shit. You like that drift, huh? You like that Tokyo drift, bitch? Fucking deserve this shit. You bought this console, now you get to live with it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, it's barely out and people are experiencing drift. That feels good. I think the more egregious one is the gay elf, where you have to pick the evil choice because the only other one is to fuck the elf. Is that Dragon Age 3 or Dragon Age 2?
I know. There's also been reports of consoles shutting down without low battery warnings due to a bug.
Gay elf? You mean the dude whose skin is infused with lyrium? I'm forgetting his name right now. I never had a gay elf choice with that dude. I just helped him. I was like, yeah, let's be evil. Fenris. I never had a gay choice. Like, I was like, yeah, let's kill some fucking mages, bitch. And then when he was like, Anders is a piece of shit, and I was like, yeah, he is. Let's fucking murder him. I never had gay vibes from that dude. I never got the gay option. And I was like on his side. We were bros. I was out there like, we're gonna murder every fucking magister we see, every mage. All of them can go. You fucking, you magic wielders can go fucking suck a dick. And I just started killing them all. It was great.
Bug and just general poorer battery life than anticipated. And Nintendo has quietly posted hidden recovery mode fixes and released information on how to patch these issues. Now, when you
I've also never had him as an enemy.
Launch a new and improved console that immediately sees some of the
a new and improved is yeah, that's debatable.
Same problems as the previous one, but you've specifically marketed it as having solved those problems. That's just not a good look. But the real gaslighting comes in how they frame any criticism. When fans pointed out that $80 for Mario Kart World, the 16th entry in the franchise, feels excessive, especially when indie studios are delivering fuller experiences for $50, Nintendo's messaging essentially becomes, well, you should be grateful we're giving you anything at all. Doug Bowser literally told consumers who couldn't afford a Switch 2 to just buy the original Switch instead. Well, Mr. Bowser, given some of these early hardware issues,
how did Bowser end up in control of Nintendo? Oh, if there's proof that we live in a simulation, this is it. This is like the fact that the guy named Bowser is in control and he's making shit. It's incredible. Man.
you might have helped some people dodge a bullet. Oh, and speaking of Switch 2 demand, someone was apparently so frustrated that they couldn't get one that they hijacked a Nintendo truck and stole over $1.4 million worth of consoles, which...
That's pretty bold of them to steal 3 Nintendo Switches all at once.
Honestly, I don't know. That just feels like the most Nintendo thing to happen during a console launch. But let's get back on track and talk about some legitimate indie studios who are truly becoming the David to these AAA Goliaths. Sandfall Interactive and Clair Obscur should continue to get all the praise. You might not know this, but they only have 34 core developers working on the game. Yes, the media has begun to try and...
What did I fucking say? Small team beats this giant mega corporation out of nowhere. Get fucked, Nintendo. All these big studios, all these big companies, they can fuck themselves. They got too much bloat. They've got too much scope creep. They don't know what they're doing. And whoever's running the HR department keeps on firing the people who know what they're doing because they refuse to toe the fucking progressive line. Fuck all of them. No Clair Obscur Expedition wasn't made by 30 people. I don't know, it sounds like cope to me.
Honestly, completely diminish this by making sure to clarify that Sandfall had many other teams who contributed to the success of the game, you know, the same as any other studio, but the facts are still the facts.
So they did some outsourcing. They did a little bit of outsourcing. Was it only 29? No, I thought it would have been 33 people. Based on the name.
Only had 34 game developers. We've also seen other indies like Citizen Sleep.
Oh my god, these journalists are so fucking sly. No, it wasn't 30 people. It was 34. Oh my god. Irredeemable.
For 1,000 Resist and Another Crab's Treasure hitting 1 million in sales with full teams smaller than most AAA marketing departments. Pizza Tower, made by a super small team, has sold over 1 million copies. Hades was made by Supergiant with a team of around 20 and became a
And it was a fucking banger. Hades was so good. And you know what? Hades 2 is an advancement on the formula. And my biggest concern for Hades 2 right now is that people are going to see that the main character is a woman. EFGH Hades, yeah. They're going to see that the main character is female and they're going to go, this is immediately some progressive horse shit. And they're going to tank their sales because of that. Because what people wanted was more Zagreus. But the fact that you play as Zagreus' little sister is not bad, and it's got some pretty solid lore to it. I have yet to hear a single line in Hades 2 where they're screeching, "My vagina powers." I've yet to hear that. Female protag, modern clothes, yeah, I'd say it's a red flag. Exactly. But if you actually played the game, the gameplay is fucking solid. The gameplay is great. It's an advancement on the formula, right? Also, every now and then one of those shows up, and I can't be mad about it. There's some real goon material out there. I'd say the most disappointing part about Hades 2 is actually the character models for some of the gods. I think they look worse than they did in Hades 1. Also, Dionysus in Hades 2 is butt fucking naked. I'm not kidding. That man is butt ass naked. And while everyone's fighting a war, he's in his private chambers having sex with everything. It's great.
Phenomenon. Celeste, the beloved
and yes, that includes the enemies. He's fucking the enemies too.
Platformer that tackled heavy themes was made by just 7 people. And Gris, the beautiful exploration of grief and loss, was made by less than 20 people. And has sold over 3 million copies at this point. These aren't flukes. They're proof that quality has nothing to do with the size of the team. And another great thing about these teams that are pushing boundaries and crafting unique and engaging stories is that for the most part, indies don't blame audiences when something flops. They don't call their critics toxic, they just focus on making the best games possible. Games that they themselves would love to play. The indie reality check shows—
You know what's interesting? Supergiant is progressive, but not woke progressive. They still make good games. That's the thing. That's all that matters. They're not trying to force you to think or feel a certain thing. And their focus is gameplay first. I do not give a shit who makes the game. I give a shit that the game is good. And Cyro, you might be right that for now, it's fine. And that's okay. And in the future, when they fall off the fucking wagon and act like a bunch of animals, I'll take a shit all over them then. But for now, it's okay. So you gotta enjoy what you have that's good right now. Because tomorrow it might be gone.
Shows us that when developers focus on passion over profit, respect their audience, and prioritize game quality over corporate mandates or checkboxes, success can and hopefully will follow. It shows us that it's not about the size of your team or your budget, it's about your heart and your honesty. Which brings me to one of the most frustrating examples of industry gaslighting, the weaponization of the toxic gamer label. And this was brought to the forefront again pretty recently with the release of Stellar Blade on PC. Like its initial launch,
the Gooning Blade, I've heard so much about this game. Not played a single second of it, but my god, have I heard so much about it.
PC release has been a massive success. Within the first week, it sold over 1.1 million copies on Steam, and it's now sold over 3 million copies across all platforms. But unfortunately, many of our beloved media were not super happy with the protagonist in this game.
Because she's hot, that's why.
One journalist even called Eve a doll sexualized by someone who had never seen a woman.
What, was she supposed to have a penis? There would have been a real woman?
Ended up having to issue a full apology
Good, get fucked, eat shit, bitch.
After it was said that Eve's design was actually scanned directly from a Korean model. And
it's so unrealistic. Because they've never seen a bitch under 400 kilograms in their life. This is an unrealistic body standard. And it's literally like, bro, we scanned this from a woman. Now, admittedly, no American woman would fit into this game. But ours do. Oh god, that's beautiful. That's fucking beautiful.
And then of course, other articles implied that the game's success was just because Eve only catered to the male gaze. Players, including women, clearly connected with this character and game, but somehow appreciating the character design became a moral failing. Here's where the gaslighting gets obvious. When games
Hold on,
like—
calling it now, they'll try to claim Eve in a few years just like they did with Bayonetta. That would be unsurprising. Also, yeah, no Guild Wars 2 tonight. I just checked the time. I can't believe it took me this long to catch up because of all my fucking failure streams that happened this month. I should have been cleared of all of this stuff by Monday. It just didn't happen. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to get through this video. Then I'm going to have to fuck off because I got to go train some people. Next stream, no videos. Just Guild Wars 2. That's what the next stream will be.
Like Outlaws and Forspoken underperform, and when some
Forspoken. I just moved that with my freaking mind. Oh, I'm so amazed. Fuck me. Oh, fuck. Never forget the spaghetti.
Fans expressed disappointment about not seeing the return of beloved protagonists like Jin Sakai or...
There you go. This is the one I'm concerned about. Sushi Ghost's follow-up, The Ghost of Yote. And the character, the main character, looks like that one super progressive fucking person who's apparently working with the studio. This one concerns me. Next stream next week or this one? Probably on Sunday. Probably Sunday, latest Monday.
Geralt. It's because gamers are sexist and they can't handle female leads. But then we get a very female-focused game with female...
It's almost like there's a pattern.
Characters and a very prominent female lead, and it's super successful. I don't know, maybe it's not quite as they say. Even with the success of Stellar Blade aside, there are lots of other...
Didn't the Yote VA make an ass of themselves a while back? I think they did. That may delay game development. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll just cancel the game entirely and not ruin the reputation of Sushi Ghosts in the process.
Examples of this. Again, take Clair Obscur as another easy one. It's got a majority female cast, and it's basically been praised by every gamer across the board. Or how about one of my personal favorites, a Plague Tale series? And even when I look at
My wife played this. She really liked this game. She said this was good. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on this.
upcoming games like Last Sentinel, Tides of Annihilation, Resident Evil 9, or the new female protagonist in the first Berserker Kazan, the community generally seems pretty hyped. These games are getting very positive reception and excitement.
I'm sorry, we want to go through that list again. Are we noticing a pattern?
Take Clair Obscur as another
fuckable. DEI.
Another easy one. It's got a majority female cast, and it's basically been praised by every gamer across the board. Or how about one of my personal favorites, a Plague?
Not really fuckable.
Tale series. And even when I look at upcoming games,
Plus, this game is essentially Escape from Epstein Island, so it's pretty cool.
Games like Last Sentinel,
Fuckable.
Tides of Annihilation,
Fuckable.
Resident Evil,
Fuckable.
9, or the new female protagonist in the first Berserker Kazan, the community generally seems pretty hyped. These games are
and fuckable. Come on, look at those tits. You telling me you wouldn't risk syphilis to get a piece of that? There are only two people in the world. Lady speaking strangleable. Something tells me you don't like her, Benji. I don't know, I'm getting a vibe. I'm an empath, so I pick up on these things.
are getting very positive reception and excitement from the same audience that supposedly is sexist. So how does that work? The pattern is just too clear. According to many of our media and developers, when games with female protagonists succeed, it's despite gamers. When they fail, it's because of gamers. This really makes no sense. And like I've said many times in multiple videos at this point, gamers love female characters. We just want good ones.
We absolutely do. When they look like women and not dudes.
Series like Tomb Raider, Metroid, Horizon, Bayonetta, and so many more are all examples of...
Okay. Take Horizon off that list, please. That stupid shit was retarded. Take Horizon off of the list.
Very prominent female characters with massive devoted fan bases. And when the industry deflects legitimate criticism by labeling it as toxicity, it's a perfect way to avoid addressing the real problems with their products. When every piece of feedback gets dismissed as sexism or bigotry, you lose the ability to actually improve. And more importantly, you lose the trust of people who genuinely want you to succeed. It's not about the gender of the protagonist, it's about the quality of the character and their...
What's it gonna cost to get you to play the entire Horizon series? That one you can twist my arm, that one. All it'll take is about $25,000, and I'd do it.
ability to resonate with the audience. And we should not be gaslit into thinking that this standard is the problem. At the end of the day, even though some of these examples were a little bit more minor than others, what disappoints me the most about all of this gaslighting is that the majority of us actually want developers to succeed. We want games to succeed. Gaming is the greatest storytelling medium that we have, and when it's done right, nothing else comes close. That's why this industry generates more money than all.
I don't think that's true. I don't think games are the best storytelling medium. I think that books are probably a better storytelling medium, but an interactive storytelling medium, yeah. One of, not the. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. If she said one of, I missed that. Generally, I try my best not to listen to women, Saro, so yeah.
All other forms of entertainment combined. I've loved games my whole life because they've always had the unique.
I also, Chielde, I class manga as being a book just with pictures.
Ability to just draw me into a story in a way that's so much more powerful than movies or books. And they've introduced me to characters that I still think about so many years later. So please, we are not asking for perfection. We just want honesty. If you change something to better reflect your audience's.
No, they should lie about this. I'm sorry, I disagree. This change here, they should keep that lie so that they don't upset the fucking psychos in game journalist industries that would make this into a whole thing and like try and ruin their reputation. The fact that they lied about this change, I don't mind at all. Doesn't bother me. Whatever you can do to avoid dealing with these pieces of shit, I understand. You ever see one of those fucking psychotic nutcases on the side of the road? You'll say whatever the fuck you need to get this person as far away from you as quickly as possible. And that is a completely understandable response. So them lying about the changes between this and this, I understand. With my procrastinating ass books, can't immerse me like games. That's a thing. That's a personal thing though. I do think that books are a really absorbing medium, but Mortal Sandwich is probably right. There's an accessibility element to it, and most kids these days are too retarded to know how to read. So there's that.
Wishes, you should feel encouraged to celebrate that, even if it's something very minor. And if your game isn't connecting with consumers, maybe that means you should look at your decisions leading up to the release instead of pointing fingers at us. When games succeed because they give gamers what they want, a lot of times the industry says
hot bitches.
It's just pandering. And when games fail because they
ugly bitches
ignore what gamers want, it's our fault for being too demanding. It's all a bit exhausting and it makes no sense, and we're tired of pretending that it does. We love this medium because it lets us live stories. We'll happily pay for greatness, but when you shrug off quality control, raise prices mid-generation, insult us, and then somehow spin the blame back on us, it feels like some sort of weird emotional whiplash, and we, as the audience, as the customer, just want better. For us, for the developers, for the games, we just want better. Even though it's been a rough few years, I still believe this industry and its leaders can turn things around. We've been seeing it happen more and more recently, and it feels like there might be a real shift starting. Because when studios are passionate about their vision and truly respect their audience, lightning strikes and magic can happen. But it starts with honest conversations and mutual respect. We are not your enemies. We're actually your biggest cheerleaders. We just need you to trust that we want the same thing as you. Great games. Thanks so much for making it to the end of this video.
She's too nice. These fucking idiots won't get the picture. She's being nice and she's being friendly. And she's doing that thing where she's being diplomatic. But in my world currently, I don't think game devs need to hear diplomatic answers that they can manipulate and then like step away from doing the right thing. I think game devs need abuse. I think they need like direct abuse. People taking a shit all over them. Because that's the kind of ire that they've earned, if I'm being honest. I know it's a foreign emotion for you. Hopeful. Yes, very foreign emotion. I lost that emotion a long time ago.
Thanks so much for making it to the end of this video. And
video, though.
look at this.
Oh, shit. Damn. Asmongold reacted to her first video. She's already there. God damn.
First and foremost, I want to thank you all
I'll get one of these? Never.
so much for being here. And I hope that my 300 Spartans are still here and can see just how far we've come.
This is where we hold them.
Well done to her.
This is where we fight.
We've got an army of almost 160,000 strong now. This channel really is dedicated to the hope that we can just get back to the real heart of games, that player joy can be brought back to the forefront, and we can all start to really love this medium again. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about all of this. Has the industry been gaslighting you too, or are you wise beyond your years? Either way, the more we call out this kind of behavior, the harder it becomes for them to get away with it.
You only need one big name to pick you up. Guess what? Asmongold's watched my video. That shit didn't happen for me. That shit ain't gonna happen for me. No, it's not one big name picks you up. It's you gotta make the right content. You gotta be in the right place at the right time. There's more to it than that. Hey, it'll be a dead channel with 4K. You think so? I think she literally just turned this into a job. I think she's 100% turned this into a job. I think she'll be there for a while. Unless she loses steam, unless she doesn't have the willpower to keep on going. That's how many videos she's done. And she's at 160K already. She could become a big name in the next year or two. She's an industry plant getting a boost to show that OTK can boost anyone, to prove to some shareholder they can do it, nothing more. She isn't one of us. She's a wagey for them 100%. And, well, okay, maybe. I suppose give it a few months and we'll see. Because currently, she's working on 170K, 32K, no one cared about that one, 86K, 450K, so nearly 500,000, 260K, 100, 500, 100, and 150. So she's not doing bad. This is the saddest thing I've ever read. So I don't know if she's an industry plant or not. Currently, she's getting enough views that one boost from Asmongold seeing her video seems to have followed through with every other video she's made. And if she keeps going, then she's made a job out of it. The difference between her and someone like Pirate Software is she's not taken any hardcore stances that have fucked up her reputation. Now, if you want to argue in the comments, you could do that. I give everyone the right to do that. You could defend yourself, you could shrug your shoulders. This is a place of diversity and acceptance, and that means we accept all diverse opinions. Keep that in mind. And if that's not for you, I completely understand. You got to find what works for you, and I'm not trying to be for everyone. And not to mention, I'm convinced at this point that AAA game companies are hand in hand with gaming hardware manufacturers to milk the gamer pockets with higher requirements and game prices. I mean, Guy, I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. That would actually make a lot of sense. Keep pushing graphics on people. That way they have to keep upgrading all the time when we've kind of already hit a pinnacle. Right? So that makes sense. But right, I think I'm going to end off there. I have approximately 30 minutes to shit shower and not shave before I have to go deal with people. So that's what it's going to be like. Good night. This has been a long ass 2 streams because the stream fell off. I don't know why it cut out. Still don't know. At least they didn't steal the backup cables if it happens that, you know, the people in my country stole the main cables. Remember I told you that my ISP has to put in backup fiber optic cables for a switch over to occur? So that may have been what happened last night. And thanks for the follow, Oxmith. I appreciate it. I am gonna go and watch kids beat each other up because it's fun. And then I'm gonna pretend that I trained them. Go, have a good day. Go to sleep. Do whatever you need to do. It's good seeing you. I don't know why you're here. I don't know why any of you ever show up here. But it is time for you to go live your life and do something of value for once. The last thing I do need you all to know, though, is I want you to all know that pirate software is a big, stinky, fucking